the people in. I'm assuming that we will have something like 1,100 people joining in shortly, logging in for this session. So welcome everyone. Good morning. There are also people joining in from other countries, so maybe good evening, including one to my friend Rajan here, who would be possibly a little bit late for him in the evening. So welcome aboard. We are having this session, a role of agrochemicals for a 5 trillion Indian economy by 2025. I think it's a very ambitious goal that India has set for herself, and it's very important that while India goes on to achieve this, agriculture must play a major role, because even now, when we are in such interesting times of COVID, where almost everything is getting disrupted, whether these are human lives or businesses or industries themselves, uh, this is very crucial that agriculture continues to perform well, especially in countries like India, where more than half the population is dependent on agriculture. And also, agriculture has not very significantly been contributing to the economy so far. But the good news is, during the COVID period, the agricultural economy has contributed, has grown at 3.2%, which is a great news. So it's very important also that our agriculture becomes more global, because the ambitions also are to be exporting significantly to countries worldwide. And for that, agriculture also needs to become more competitive, more quality conscious. Our agricultural product quantities will have to really improve significantly. And all our policy decisions will also have to be aligned. And I think we are seeing some of those policy decisions already getting rolled out from the government. Obviously, I mean, we see some repercussions of that these days on the street, but that's one part. The other more important part is that the government and the country is very decisive that we need to move forward agriculture, on a fast track. So, with this background, let me just welcome on board Shri Dilip Chenoy, who is the Secretary General of FICCI. Mr. Dilip Chenoy is sorry.
It's okay, Raju. Thank you very much. Very good morning to everybody. Of course, Mr. Tomar is yet to join, but Professor Ramesh Chand, Mr. R.G. Agarwal, Mr. Vikram Shroff, Mr. Rajan Gajaria, Ms. Todd, Mr. Gunwant Patel, esteemed speakers, distinguished participants, friends from the media, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, good evening, as Raju said, to the friends from the far east, and good morning to everyone from India. I have pleasure in welcoming you all on behalf of FICCI to the 9th Agrochemicals Conference with the theme Role of Agrochemicals Achieving Vision of 5 trillion economy by 2025. The moderator has really talked about the importance of the agrochemical sector and India as a global agricultural powerhouse. In fact, in this period of COVID lockdown, one of the sectors that has been doing well is agriculture. It is also a primary source of livelihood, and we as a country are blessed with rich resources for agriculture, both in terms of size and diversity. Agrochemicals are one of the key inputs in agriculture, and it helps in crop protection and better yield during pre-harvest stage. Judicious use of crop production chemical supports sustainable farm management and delivers socio-economic benefits to meet the challenges of feeding an ever-growing population. India can become the granary of the world if we look at harnessing our agricultural sector and the inputs and all the other ecosystem in the agricultural sector. This seminar and conference is very timely. I'm sure the deliberations in this conference will be immensely helpful to industry. I hope that industry, along with government, will join in the efforts to strengthen and make the agrochemicals industry self-sufficient and out of the current pandemic hazards. I look forward to the deliberations of this conference and then taking it forward collectively to the different stakeholders to transform the agriculture sector through an active role of the agrochemicals sector in achieving this vision of the $5 trillion economy. So once again, keep well, keep safe, and thank you very much to all the speakers for joining, all the people who have supported this conference, and to the session chairs, and of course to the moderator, Mr. Raju Kapoor, who I hand back this session to.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shenoy. I think very timely. So, as we move over, let me just invite the chairman of FICCI subcommittee on crop protection chemicals and group chairman of group, Shri R.G. Agrawal, to put up his opening comments on the session. May I request other speakers, other panelists, if you're not speaking, you could kindly keep yourself on mute mode, please. Thank you so very much. Mr. R.G. Agrawal.
Thank you, Raju Kapoor. Good morning, our friends from India and international participants. Especially, I am seeing Mr. Rajan Gajeria and other friends. Before I start, I would like to salute our farmers. Due to their hard work, today our country has reached not only self-sufficiency, but the olden days when we were begging under PL 480, that time has reversed by the farmers. So I would like to applaud for our farmers' hard work. I welcome on this session Mr. Rajan Gajeria, Beth Van Todd, Vikram Shah, Professor Ramechan, who joining little late. Our Shri Tomar Saab, he may also join late. Our farmer leader, Gunwant Patil, media persons, colleagues from my industry, colleagues from the government department, scientists from the various universities who are also playing the key role. And I welcome this morning on this 9th Agrochemical Conference on the role of agrochemicals achieving vision of $5 trillion economy. So I will request to start my presentation. Till my slides comes, I will continue.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. So this is just to welcome again all the participants in this International Year of Plant Health as declared by UN, and 2020 becomes more important that UN also realized the importance of plant health for our food security. So I hope all the participants, especially related stakeholders, will be keeping in mind the recommendation of UN General Assembly to celebrate this year as Plant Health Year. Next slide, please. This is COVID time and a very tough time, and this COVID-19 is going to change the total business scenario and of course economic scenario, which has already changed. But of course bad times will not be there always. So I am starting with the praying to Almighty God for the welfare of all beings. Om Krishnaya Vasudevaya हर हे परमात्मने प्रणत क्लेश नाशाय गोविंदाय namo name means praying to Lord Krishna that the three type of klesh means bhautik, dehic and sansaric. All three type of troubles to human being are taken care. Next, please. Next slide, please. First of all, I would like to appreciate our Honorable Prime Minister, under whose leadership our dynamic agriculture minister and government has taken very dynamic steps. The decision to refer the PMB to standing committee, for which my all industry colleagues were requesting, and we are very much thankful to Honorable Agriculture Minister for accepting our request and referring it to standing committee. Today, the three new dynamic laws which are passed by government, which is going to make farmers serve saksham. But unfortunately, our agriculture minister Shri Tomar Sahab has not joined so far. As all of us know, that instead of farmer agitation, a political agitation is going, especially by Punjab politicians. And when some such disturb comes, then of course the concerned minister has to attend. And these three laws everybody knows, so I need not discuss. But there was a meeting with at home of Shri Rajnath Singh ji, and where our Tomar Saab and other experts were also there. And there also I said these laws are going to make chamatkar in Indian farmers and rural life. Next, please. Friends, to prove what are the advantage of pesticides. So in this slide, I'm talking the crop losses which may be possible. As per IRI study, 8 to 90% crop losses in various crops, as shown by them in this slide, may be possible depending upon the intensity of attack and climatic condition. In 2007 also, a standing committee under Ministry of Chemical Fertilizer estimated 90,000 crore rupees crop loss, and in present MSP this loss will be more than 4 lakh crore of rupees. Can a poor country like India can afford this? Next slide, please. This is again a study by PAU, which has estimated in 2015 loss of around 2.65 lakh crores due to pest. Next slide, please. Friends, in this slide, I'm trying to compare India versus world and China. Our pesticide consumption is one of the lowest in the world. In the right side, if you will see, our agriculture area is 142 million hectare, while China is 128 million hectare, while our average rainfall is 1085 millimeter and China is 645. And if you see the GDP, while China is 991 and ours is 401, just 1/3 of China. And if you see pesticide consumption, China consumes more than 13 kilo per hectare, while our consumption is just 310 gram. Our fertilizer consumption is 98 kilo, while China is more than 255 kilo. And you will see this. The consumption of pesticide and fertilizer has a direct impact on the GDP. It does not mean that we should increase the use of pesticides or fertilizer blindly. We must promote their judicious use, which industry is doing. Next slide, please. Now I come to crop protection challenges which our farmers are facing. Next, please. In this slide, क्योंकि हमारे फार्मर्स के बारे में बात है तो मैं थोड़ा हिंदी में भी बात करना चाहूंगा, एंड आई विल बी एक्सक्यूज माय इंटरनेशनल गेस्ट, and if they want this, my presentation can be shared with them. हमारे देश में पेस्टिसाइड्स के ऊपर कोई ओरिजिनल रिसर्च नहीं है, और जो भी रिसर्च हो रही है वो आज विदेशों में मल्टीनेशनल कंपनी और जापानीज कंपनीज के द्वारा हो रही है। और जैसा मुझे पता लगा है कि एक पेस्टिसाइड की रिसर्च पर 2000 करोड़ रुपए की लागत और 10 से 12 साल का समय लग जाता है। उसी से पिछले 2 साल में इंडस्ट्री में बड़े बड़े कंसोलिडेशन, ड्यूपॉन्ट, मोन्सेंटो, बायर, एफएमसी, केमिनोवा, कितने ही उदाहरण हैं। इंडिया में भी रजिस्ट्रेशन कराएं तो 5 से 7 साल का समय लगता है और 30 से 50 करोड़ की इन्वेस्टमेंट होती है, और उसके बाद उस प्रोडक्ट को किसानों तक पहुंचाने के लिए, उसकी स्टूवर्डशिप के लिए, जैसा प्रोडक्ट हो उसके ऊपर 50, 60, 70 करोड़ रुपया और खर्च हो जाता है, तब कहीं जाके एक नए प्रोडक्ट का जन्म होता है। मित्रों, एक बच्चे का भी जन्म 9-10 साल में 9-10 महीने में हो जाता है, लेकिन एक पेस्टिसाइड को इंटरनेशनल से इंडिया तक आने में रिसर्च के बाद कितनी बड़ी जर्नी 18 से 20 साल की तय करनी पड़ती है, ये एक समझने का प्रश्न है। हमारे देश में नए प्रोडक्ट, लोग कहते हैं कि हमारे ये पुराने प्रोडक्ट हैं, विदेशों में बहुत साल पहले से है, लेकिन हमारे लोग, उनको ये डिफरेंस करना चाहिए, पेटेंट और डेटा प्रोटेक्शन दोनों में फर्क है। पेटेंट वर्ड के लिए होता है और डेटा प्रोटेक्शन एक पर्टिकुलर कंट्री के लिए होता है। आज आपका पेटेंट रजिस्टर्ड हो गया पेस्टिसाइड का, लेकिन किसी भी कंट्री में आप बेचना चाहते हैं तो अगर उसका डेटा आप जनरेट नहीं करते और उस कंट्री को अगर वो डेटा मान्य नहीं है तो आप उस देश में नहीं बेच सकते। आज जो हमारा रजिस्ट्रेशन प्रोसेस है उससे काफी लंबा समय लग जाता है। आज एक प्रपोजल चल रहा है केमिकल मिनिस्ट्री में, जो नई टेक्नोलॉजी के प्रोडक्ट्स हैं जो जापान, यूएसए और यूरोप से इंपोर्ट होते हैं, आज तक कोई फॉर्मुलेशन प्रोडक्ट इंपोर्ट चाइना से नहीं होता, उसके ऊपर भी एक मूव चलाया गया है कि 10 से 20% इंपोर्ट ड्यूटी कर दी जाए। मुझे नहीं पता ये कितना जस्टिफाइड है कि हम अपने किसानों को नई टेक्नोलॉजी अवेलेबल कराना चाहते हैं या उसकी कीमत बढ़ाना चाहते हैं। आज नतीजा क्या है कि जहां चाइना में 950, अमेरिका में 800, हमारे पड़ोसी छोटे छोटे मुल्क पाकिस्तान, वियतनाम में, वहां भी किसानों को 450 से ज्यादा प्रोडक्ट अवेलेबल है, जबकि हमारे देश में 292 ही प्रोडक्ट रजिस्टर्ड है, और जिसमें कितने बैन हो गए और आउटडेटेड हो गए। आज उसमें से सिर्फ लिमिटेड प्रोडक्ट्स ही कमर्शियल यूज में है। नेक्स्ट। मित्रों, ये सारी इंडस्ट्री और सरकार के लोगों को गौर करने की जरूरत है कि हमारी इंडस्ट्री के बारे में बहुत ज्यादा कंफ्यूजन है कि क्या है। CIBRC की वेबसाइट से देखें तो 5772 कंपनियों का रजिस्ट्रेशन है। पीछे पार्लियामेंट के क्वेश्चन आंसर में कृषि मंत्री जी ने बताया कि 2403 कंपनियों को लाइसेंस इशू किए गए हैं, और हमारे एडिशनल सेक्रेटरी साहब ने, सरकार ने अलग अलग पब्लिक नोटिस इशू करके जिनको भी रजिस्ट्रेशन है सबसे इंपोर्ट, एक्सपोर्ट, प्रोडक्शन, सेल, परचेज का डेटा मांगा था, जो सिर्फ 314 कंपनियों ने दिया। ये फिगर गौर करने लायक है सबके लिए। और आज प्रश्न उठता कि जिन लोगों ने डेटा नहीं दिया, जो 5458 कंपनियां हैं, वो क्या कर रही है? क्या रजिस्ट्रेशन उन्होंने और लाइसेंस चाटने के लिए रखे हैं, या वो नकली माल बना के किसानों को धोखा दे रहे हैं? ये एक प्रश्न है जो सरकार को और किसान को देखने का है। मैं यहां ध्यान दिलाना चाहता हूं कि RC की हर महीने मीटिंग होती है। 261वीं मीटिंग में एक फैसला लिया गया था कि उन्हीं लोगों को लाइसेंस दिए जाएंगे जिनके पास मिनिमम मैन्युफैक्चरिंग फैसिलिटीज होगी। लेकिन अफसोस, आज इंसेक्टिसाइड एक्ट 1968 और रूल 71 को वायलेशन करके रजिस्ट्रेशन और लाइसेंस इशू किए जा रहे हैं। सन 2010 में भारत सरकार का एक नोटिफिकेशन आया था। उस समय 2 फैक्ट्रियों के लाइसेंस और रजिस्ट्रेशन कैंसिल किए गए थे, लेकिन 2010 के बाद आज तक किसी फैक्ट्री के खिलाफ कोई एक्शन नहीं लिया गया। नेक्स्ट, इम्पैक्ट ऑफ दिस अनरेगुलेटेड प्लेयर्स, इलीगल प्लेयर्स। क्या हो रहा है? चाइना से लार्ज स्केल इलीगल इंपोर्ट्स, ऐसे प्रोडक्ट का इंपोर्ट। नितिन पायरन, जो कर्नाटक गवर्नमेंट ने अभी 250 बायो पेस्टिसाइड के सैंपल टेस्ट किए, उन सब में केमिकल पेस्टिसाइड पाए गए, जैसे रेनेक्सिपायर, एमएमएक्टिन। नितिन पायरम जो हमारे यहाँ रजिस्टर्ड भी नहीं है। अगर एक स्टेट की 250 कंपनियों के बायो पेस्टिसाइड में केमिकल पेस्टिसाइड है, तो पूरे देश में अगर ये सर्वे कराया जाए तो ये सामने आएगा कि हमारे देश में कितनी बड़ी धोखाधड़ी और चोर बाजारी किसानों के साथ हो रही है। आज सरकार का कितना बड़ा लॉस है, कस्टम ड्यूटी का, जीएसटी का, इनकम टैक्स का, और ट्रेड चैनल और लॉस्ट एम्प्लॉयमेंट जेन्युइन कंपनीज का। मैं यहां तक कहता हूं कि किसी समय हमारा देश, इट वाज नोन एज पैराडाइज ऑफ गोल्ड स्मगलर्स, बट टुडे आई एम सॉरी टू से आवर कंट्री हैज बिकम पैराडाइज फॉर पेस्टिसाइड स्मगलर्स। इस पूरे पेस्टिसाइड्स के बारे में कुछ लोग अपोज करते हैं, लेकिन मैं कहता हूं कि भारतीय कृषि और किसानों के लिए कैंसर है। मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ कंज्यूमर के अफेयर्स के हिसाब से 58% पेस्टिसाइड्स नहीं, टोटल एग्री इनपुट चाहे फर्टिलाइजर या सीड है, जो गांव में रूरल एरिया में बिकते हैं, वो नकली है। ये सर्वे 9 स्टेट्स में इंडियन एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सर्विस अकादमी द्वारा किया गया था। एक तरफ हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने यूएसए जैसे देश में न्यूयॉर्क में जो फंक्शन किया था, उसमें उनकी परफॉर्मेंस को रॉक स्टार परफॉर्मेंस घोषित किया गया था। लेकिन आज ये जो गलत काम हो रहे हैं हमारे देश में, जिसको हम नहीं रोक रहे हैं, उससे हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी की क्रिएट की हुई रेपुटेशन खराब हो रही है। ये सबको मिलकर सोचने की आवश्यकता है। नेक्स्ट, क्या फार्मर आज जो हमारा प्रेजेंट सिस्टम है उसके ऊपर विश्वास कर सकते हैं? भारत सरकार ने क्वालिटी कंट्रोल के लिए 70 एसपीटीएल, 2 आरपीटीएल और 1 सीआईएल बनाई हुई है, लेकिन उसमें से हार्डली कोई लैब एनएबीएल है। सिर्फ एक रेफरी लैब है जो कंपटीशन एक्ट के भी खिलाफ है। नो प्राइवेट एनएबीएल लैब आज तक अप्रूव की गई, जबकि इंसेक्टिसाइड एक्ट के सेक्शन 16 में क्लियर प्रोविजन है प्राइवेट लेबोरेटरीज को एससीआईएल ऑपरेट करने की इजाजत दी जा सकती है। मुझे नहीं पता कि क्यों मोनोपोली ये रखी गई है। आज कंपटीशन का अभाव है, और जहां कंपटीशन नहीं होता वहां इसी किस्म के हालात होते हैं। 50% से ज्यादा सैंपल्स जो आरपीटीएल और एसपीटीएल में फेल किए गए हैं वो सीआईएल में पास होते हैं। तो ये क्या है? क्या हमारे आरपीटीएल एसपीटीएल में प्रॉपर मैन पावर है, स्टैंडर्ड्स हैं, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है? नहीं है। तो जब तक लैब एनएबीएल एक्रेडिटेड ना हो तो सरकार को उनको कोई भी स्टैट्यूटरी सैंपल टेस्टिंग की इजाजत नहीं देनी चाहिए। आरटीआई की इंफॉर्मेशन जो मिली है वो कहती है कि ये हमारा फॉल्टी सिस्टम है। जिन कंपनीज को लाइसेंस मिले हैं उनको पिछले 5 साल में 50% कंपनियां ऐसी है जिनका एक भी सैंपल टेस्ट नहीं किया गया। मित्रों, गौर करने की बात है, 50% कंपनियों का जिनको लाइसेंस है मैन्युफैक्चरिंग स्टेट के द्वारा, एक भी सैंपल नहीं लेना। ये क्या दिखलाता हमारे सिस्टम के बारे में? कितनी बड़ी करप्शन है, कितनी बड़ी हेराफेरी है। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। नेक्स्ट, मित्रों, ये कुछ स्टेट्स का जो आरटीआई में डेटा मिला है उसको मैंने यहां दिखाने की कोशिश करी है। हमारा सैंपलिंग सिस्टम के ऊपर एक क्वेश्चन मार्क है, जिसमें टोटल जैसे इनकम टैक्स में आज बदलाव हुए हैं उसी तरह हमारा सैंपलिंग सिस्टम होना चाहिए। सेलेक्टेड कंपनियों की बार बार सैंपलिंग के बजाय जिन जिन कंपनियों को लाइसेंस है सबके सैंपल होने चाहिए। इंस्पेक्शन सिस्टम फैक्ट्री का देखने की जरूरत है। What is the reports? It is also a question mark. Analysis of sampling data of 73 government labs. Corrupt system. I watch to senior authorities and wastage of taxpayers' money, which need total change. Next, please. Next. अब मैं आ जाता हूं आखिर में कि भाई ये बातें तो बहुत हो गई, ये समस्याएं हैं, लेकिन इनका हल क्या है, आगे रास्ता क्या है। आज फार्मर को क्वालिटी एग्रोकेमिकल्स मिले और उससे जो उसका क्रॉप का बड़ा भारी नुकसान हो रहा है, हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जो विजन है
थोड़ा कंस्ट्रेंट है प्लीज सर।
अग्रवाल
ओके,
साहब, अग्रवाल साहब थोड़ा सा एक्सपेडाइट करेंगे प्लीज।
थैंक यू सर, आई एम डूइंग।
थोड़ा
नेक्स्ट।
एक्सपेडाइट प्लीज, या
ओके, थैंक यू, आई एम डूइंग। नेक्स्ट प्लीज, नेक्स्ट। मैं इस पे ज्यादा नहीं चर्चा करना चाहूंगा। लैब्स जो हैं वो पहली लाइन है डिफेंस की फार्मर्स के लिए क्वालिटी कंट्रोल चेक करने के लिए, लेकिन वो प्रॉपर फंक्शनिंग नहीं है। और 2010 के नोटिफिकेशन के बारे में जिसका मैंने पहले जिक्र किया है, सरकार ने नोटिफिकेशन निकाला है, गलत कंपनियों के लाइसेंस और रजिस्ट्रेशन कैंसिल करने की सरकार के पास पावर है, लेकिन फिर भी ये पावर क्यों इस्तेमाल नहीं हो रही ये मैं नहीं जानता। नेक्स्ट। हाँ, यह हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अभी आईआईटी के एक प्रोग्राम 51st कन्वोकेशन में दो बातें रखी थी इंपॉर्टेंट, कि पिछले शताब्दी के कानूनों से इस शताब्दी में काम नहीं हो सकता। तो मैं चाहूंगा कि ये 1 मिनट की वीडियो आप लोग भी सुने, प्लीज वीडियो चलाएं।
अग्रवाल साहब, if you can close it within 2 minutes please.
मैं इस वीडियो के बाद क्लोज कर दूंगा,
थैंक यू सर।
क्योंकि ये प्रधानमंत्री जी के खुद के मुंह से है कि भाई भारत के कृषि में और भारत के एग्रोकेमिकल के पूरे सेक्टर के अंदर क्या होना चाहिए।
भविष्य की आवश्यकताओं को समझते हुए एक के बाद एक निर्णय लिए जा रहे हैं, पुराने नियम बदले जा रहे हैं। और मेरी ये सोच है कि पिछली शताब्दी के नियम कानूनों से अगली शताब्दी का भविष्य तय नहीं हो सकता। नई शताब्दी, नए संकल्प, नई शताब्दी, नए रीति रिवाज, नई शताब्दी, नए कानून। आज भारत उन देशों में है जहां कॉरपोरेट टैक्स सबसे कम है। भविष्य की आवश्यकता।
तो मित्रों, ये आपने देखा कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने क्या कहा। अब मैं, जैसे कपूर साहब ने कहा, अपनी आगे की स्लाइड फटाफट रन करके क्लोज करने जाऊंगा। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। नेक्स्ट प्लीज। मैं इसके बारे में चर्चा नहीं करना चाहूंगा, ये प्रपोजल है सीआईबीआरसी के लिए। सिर्फ ये न्यू टेक्नोलॉजी को लाने के बारे में मैं जरूर कहना चाहूंगा कि हमारे देश में आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, ड्रोन्स के बारे में अभी तक नीतियां नहीं है। तो इंटरनेट ऑफ थिंग्स, इसके बारे में जल्द से जल्द सरकार को फैसला लेना चाहिए। नेक्स्ट, नेक्स्ट स्लाइड प्लीज। हाँ, जो अभी पीएमबी 2020 बना है, इसके अंदर हमारे साइंटिफिक जो हाईएस्ट बॉडी है, नेशनल अकेडमी ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर साइंस, टास और दूसरे फार्मर एसोसिएशन और इंडस्ट्रीज के सजेशन लेकर, और जो देश के और किसानों के हित में हो उस प्रकार के इसमें अमेंडमेंट किए जाने चाहिए। और जो डीक्रिमिनलाइजेशन की हमारी ईज ऑफ डूइंग गवर्नमेंट की पॉलिसी है, उसको लागू करते हुए जो हमारी फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर ने बजट स्पीच में अपने 82 पॉइंट में कहा था, हम सारे कमर्शियल आज में डीक्रिमिनलाइजेशन कर रहे हैं। तो इस पीएमबी में 5 साल की सजा और 50 साल का जुर्माना अगर होगा, तो जो भी विदेशी कंपनी हमारे आना चाहती हैं, शायद वो इन्वेस्ट ना करें। नेक्स्ट। मेक चाइना इंडिया गेन, ये बहुत बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी है और इसके बारे में हम सब जानते हैं। नेक्स्ट, इस स्लाइड के माध्यम से सिर्फ ये दिखाने की कोशिश है कि जहां एग्रीकल्चर से चाइना की इनकम 57 लाख करोड़ डॉलर है, वहां हमारी नहीं रुपए है, वहां हमारी 20 लाख करोड़, मतलब करीबन करीबन 3 गुना का फर्क। नेक्स्ट, आत्मनिर्भर भारत, मेरा ख्याल है ऐसा कोई हिंदुस्तानी नहीं होगा जो भारत माता की जय ना बोले। अगर जो भारत माता की जय नहीं बोले तो मेरे हिसाब से वो हिंदुस्तानी कहलाने के लायक नहीं है। हम अपने प्राइम मिनिस्टर की मेक इन इंडिया की पॉलिसी को पूरा सपोर्ट करते हैं, जो चाइना ने बहुत पहले शुरू कर दी थी, वो हमारी प्रेजेंट गवर्नमेंट ने 2014 में शुरू किया। एक ग्रुप, स्मॉल ग्रुप इज मिस रिप्रेजेंटिंग आत्मनिर्भरता। क्या आज हमको लग्जरी गुड्स इंपोर्ट करने की जरूरत है?
Agarwal sir, sorry for
लास्ट प्लीज,
let's complete, sir,
आज
please.
जहां हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने अपने बॉर्डर फोर्सेस के लिए राफेल जैसे जेट लाके चाइना और पाकिस्तान के साथ चैलेंज को बियर कर रहे हैं, तो मैं ऐसे ही निवेदन करूंगा। ये लास्ट स्लाइड, इसके बाद माय प्रेजेंटेशन इज क्लोज। क्यों नहीं अपने किसानों को भी लेटेस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी और टूल्स देकर, हमारे गुणवंत पाटिल जी मौजूद हैं, अशोक दलवई साहब मौजूद हैं, जिन्होंने डबलिंग ऑफ फार्मर्स के इनकम के ऊपर बहुत बड़ा काम किया है। तो मेरा यही निवेदन होगा और इसी के बाद से मैं अपनी प्रेजेंटेशन को समाप्त कर रहा हूं कि हमें गलत नहीं समझना चाहिए अपने देश के बारे में। जहां नए ज्ञान की, नई तकनीक की जरूरत है, वो हमारी पहली आवश्यकता है और हमको अपने किसानों को नई तकनीक से वंचित तक हमने रखा है, उनके साथ बहुत बड़ा अन्याय था और अब हमें उस अन्याय को ठीक करना है।
Thank you, sir.
$1 ट्रिलियन की इकोनॉमी बनाना है। आपने मुझे मौका दिया फिक्की का, और आप सबका धन्यवाद। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much. So just a brief recap. He has highlighted very clearly that there's a significant scope when we learn from countries like China on how do we enhance the agricultural productivity and how do we rationalize the input utilization in doing so while being judicious in the use of agri inputs. He has highlighted the cost of bringing a new molecule to the market is about $286 million, and how enabling policies would be able to help that better. He has definitely talked about expanding the existing solutions that farmers have on the crop protection area. That would go a long way to meet the challenges, whether they are because of climate change or environmental factors, etc. And also for a need for a better administrative system, which whether it pertains to quality infrastructure, quality control, or regulatory, etc. He has highlighted the need for the country to hasten up introduction of new means of controlling new methods of application technology, which can help achieve better productivity for the country. Thank you so much, Agrawal sir. He is always very inspiring. So let me just move on next to Ms. Bethan Todd. She's the Asia Pacific President for FMC Corporation, highly experienced global business executive. She has a good 25 years career to her credit, where in the leadership positions, and I think with the significant commitment from her side onto sustainability and technology, we would request Bethwen to now put up her own presentation, and may I request if the presentation could be kept within the time limits prescribed, please. Can you put up the presentation for her, please? Welcome, Bethan.
Thank you, Raju. So while the presentation's coming up, first of all, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all of you, Dr. Reddy, Professor Ramesh Chan, and all of my colleagues from the industry. Greetings to all of you, and thank you especially to Vicky for inviting me to participate in what is a very important session today. And clearly this forum is taking place in very disruptive times, very challenging times. But I'm a firm believer that it's times of disruption that throw up the best opportunities for us. For those who are smart, for those who are proactive and determined to capitalise on these opportunities. So Indian agriculture and the Indian agrochemical industry stands at a juncture today. And for India to really capitalise and for India to be able to become that global hub of the agrochemical industry, it means embracing new generation agriculture. It means embracing new technologies, and it means creating a business environment that spurs innovation, that spurs investment, and that's the opportunity before us all today. So if we look at this slide here, I'm sure we all consistently hear about the driving force of population growth, the increasing demand for food, for feed, for fuel, the diminishing arable land around the world. But I think what's most interesting to me when we look at this slide is that when the World Economic Forum prepared their global risk report this year, look at what bubbled up to the top, that top right-hand corner: climate action, extreme weather, biodiversity loss, water crisis, natural disasters. Of all of the risks facing this planet, these risks are risks that can potentially have a profound impact on our industry. But more importantly than that, each one of these risks is an area that we as an industry can be a part of the solution, a really significant part of the solution. So for us, I see this as a call for urgent action. We must step up as an industry and we must accelerate the pace of bringing forward new technologies, new solutions to these challenges. And let's face it, at the heart of the solution is new technologies, new agrochemical technologies for agriculture and for which India will benefit. So next slide, please. And there are many ways that agrochemical companies or crop protection companies can really step up to the plate. Obviously, the new active ingredients, particularly new modes of action, are important as sustainable long-term solutions. Precision agriculture, biologicals, biopesticides, new application technologies, for example, new formulations which are softer, safer for the environment. All these are parts of the solution. And at FMC, we are 100% focused today on sustainable agriculture. So we are now 100% focused on discovering and developing new innovations that allow farmers to benefit in a sustainable way into the future. We've had a very diversified and long history, but today we're 100% an agricultural sciences, pure focused R&D company. And we're deeply committed to sustainability, as you can see on this slide. And it covers many dimensions, from our innovation program, of course, but also broader business practices. Things, for example, like safety, where we place a lot of focus, and all the activities around the world to reduce our environmental footprint. But beyond, I mean, ESG is beyond environmental, right? So social aspects, gender equality, right to education, and all of the various governance principles which are consistent with that philosophy. So next slide, please. And, you know, it's all very well to talk about sustainability and to talk about targets and goals, but you need to have tools to deliver them. And this is just one example of a tool that we use at FMC that allows us to focus all of our R&D spending now on sustainable projects. So toxic chemistries won't pass the grade in future. It's a new benchmark, and it's a benchmark that guides R&D to ensure that all new projects are addressing those global challenges that I spoke about earlier. Next slide, please. So the output of this is a very strong innovation pipeline for FMC. We're very proud of the fact that we won recently the best pipeline in the Global Crop Sciences Awards. We have more than 25 new AIs in the discovery pipeline, and we have around 11 active ingredients in development. So these ones are closest to launch. And these are both synthetic chemicals as well as biologicals. And amongst these, there's more than 20 that are new modes of action, which are particularly important, as we know, in developing sustainable solutions, particularly around managing resistance and so forth. But most importantly of all these active ingredients, new molecules, we want to be able to bring to India and to the Indian farmers and to the Indian agrochemical industry. And I think that's the most important piece of all. If you just, next slide, please. In addition to new AIs, we also have broader innovation focus. We've just established a new business unit called FMC Ventures, which is focused on pursuing investment opportunities in a range of areas, for example, artificial intelligence, biopesticides, biologicals, robotics and precision ag, business models like the whole area around digital agriculture. And in recent times, we've formed partnerships. We will continue to increase this list in the weeks and months to come as we look at partnering with organisations and investing in this space. And this is another area of opportunity for India, where we will be very open to exploring partnerships or investing in Indian companies who are setting the pace in this area. And on the precision ag space in particular, we have a global farm intelligence platform called ARC, which is basically using predictive modelling to help more precise application of crop protection products. And it's a platform that we are piloting in India as we speak. Next slide, please. So our technology capabilities at FMC have come a long way, I have to say, in the last 10 years. And we're on the cusp of launching our first new AI for a very long time. And this is a wheat herbicide which will be launched in Australia next year and proudly made in India. And it's a good example, though, of, in Australia, a regulatory system that has been able to facilitate a timely launch. This molecule, this wheat herbicide, has a tremendous fit for India. And so we look for the opportunity for progressive change in the regulatory regime, which will allow us and allow Indian farmers to access this new technology sooner rather than later. But beyond that one active ingredient, we want to see all of the new technologies, the new AIs, to be able to come to India into the hands of farmers and, again, the broader agrochemical industry, whether it's synthetics or biologicals, and of course the broader precision ag opportunities as well. Next slide, please. And to that end, our investment in India is gathering pace. India today for FMC is the third biggest business globally, and with the right investment climate, I have no doubt that it will be the country that we grow the fastest and the most significantly because of all the opportunities that we hear about for India. Our focus is squarely on supporting Indian farmers and Indian agriculture, drawing from the innovation centres that we have around the country, drawing from the manufacturing assets, but also our partners in manufacturing, and of course the large group of technical experts that we have in the field all around the country. These are men and women who are supporting farmers to get the best value possible out of the crop inputs that they buy, to help them best control their pests and to help them best improve their profitability. Next slide, please. It's also very important to FMC that we play a role in supporting the communities where we live and we work. Under Project Samarth, FMC India commissioned a number of community water filtration plants in 15 villages in Andhra Pradesh to increase access to clean, potable water for those communities. And we're also serious about bringing more young people into agricultural sciences, and especially women. Not just empowering women farmers, that's important, but challenging norms that would allow us to unleash the full potential for young women to pursue careers in agriculture. I actually think this is a huge opportunity for India to capitalise on. It's all untapped potential, and I think it's an important area where could be a very important part of helping to realise a self-sufficient and self-reliant India in the future. One of the, you'll see on the slide, one of the more significant initiatives we've done in recent years is Project SAFL, and this stands for Safeguarding Agriculture and Farmers Against Fall Armyworm. We've partnered with a great organisation in South Asia, Biotechnology Centre, and they do tremendous work in being able to support the knowledge transfer of innovative technologies to farmers in India. And this particular initiative is focused, of course, on controlling fall armyworm with a whole range of extension activities to support the control of this pest and support farmers in the process. So next slide, please. As with any global company, we make choices on where we invest. Some countries, over time, we may reduce our investment. Other countries, we increase our investment, depending on what makes business sense. There's a lot of innovation, as you've heard, that we want to bring to Indian farmers, to the Indian agrochemical industry in the future. And to do this, this is where government policies do play a very important role in our decision-making process as we make these decisions. As an R&D focused company, and as one that is focused on new innovative technologies, we look for science-based, predictable, timely regulatory processes and regulatory approvals. We look for data protection because of the enormous cost involved in discovering and developing new molecules, especially new modes of action and new technologies. We look for protection of intellectual property more broadly, again, because of the enormous cost of bringing these new technologies to market. We see an opportunity for bringing biologicals, safer biologicals, to Indian farmers, which involves taking compounds from soil outside of India and being able to give Indian farmers access to these new biological compounds. All of these are examples of policy enhancements that, if these are done, I can say I have no doubt whatsoever that India will attract investment dollars away from other countries for the benefit of the Indian agriculture and the Indian agrochemical industry. So you have enormous opportunity ahead of you in Indian agriculture. These are disruptive times, yes, and these are challenging times, but sometimes disruption is needed to force change, and sometimes change is needed to allow us to really unleash our growth potential and the opportunities for the future. By creating the right business environment, the right regulatory environment that will really spur innovation, that will spur investment, then I believe that India will benefit not just from FMC's pipeline, but from the innovations and the investments of all like-minded, esteemed, innovative crop science companies who see great potential in the Indian market. So as you tackle these important challenges and important topics, and as you're working to create a self-reliant India, myself, FMC, we are very supportive of your journey. We want to be a partner in the journey. We wish you all great success. And again, I want to thank you for the opportunity to share with you today. Thank you. Thank you, Roger.
Thank you very much, Bethan. I think, thank you so much for very putting down what is required of a corporate sector. And I think you have very clearly identified what are the global challenges and how agrochemical industry needs to be a part of a solution rather than the problem itself. And that part has to be technology driven, which would drive sustainability moving forward. And you have also highlighted through the example of FMC on how companies need to be invested not only in the science, but also in developing the communities around wherever we do business. And the mode has to be partnership mode And I think you have highlighted a lot of new technologies that will be brought in. And for them to be introduced in India, there are certain enabling environments will have to happen, certain policy decisions will have to happen. And I think we have the Vaisab in here, so he'll definitely take a note of all what is required to be done, and we sure that you will take the message to the government also, sir. So thank you so very much, Catherine. Appreciate your time. And let me now bring in the man whom I am a big fan of, Rajan Gajaria. Rajan, Rajan is the Executive Vice President for Kotava Agri Sciences. He is somebody who has who truly represents the potential and the performance that an Indian talent can deliver on a global scale. So, he has a huge experience across this entire spectrum, and I've had a great chance to be working with him in the past. But let me just hand it over to him. Rajan, over to you.
Yeah, Raju, thank you so very much for the kind words, and it's a pleasure and a privilege to see you here on stage. So thank you so very much. Maniniya Mantri Ji, Narendra Tomar Ji, Professor Ramesh Chand, Adarniya Agarwal Ji, and all my industry colleagues. It's a privilege and a matter of pride. Every chance I get to talk to FICCI about the progress that Indian agriculture is making, that the crop protection business is doing, and to share some thoughts and some perspectives. It's truly a privilege to see the progress and to play a small part in that. So with that, I had three main thoughts that I was looking to share with this esteemed forum. The first one I wanted to talk about is, as we think about 2020, one of the things which has happened in the crop protection industry worldwide is there is a clear recognition that crop protection is an essential industry. It might seem strange to many people here that that was debated, but pesticide is not always a positive word. There is usually a negative connotation associated with it. And so when we think about essential industries in the world, when the pandemic hit and we had challenges in China, but very soon it morphed into Europe. These were areas where you would say what factories can operate, where does a lockdown need to happen? How do you think about which industries would be allowed to be able to operate, whether it is in Italy or in Switzerland, in France, around the world? And in Corteva, we have sites in many of those places, and crop protection industry was seen as an essential industry around the world and in India during the time when the world was going through an unprecedented crisis and when all of us wanted to make sure that the food supply chains are not disrupted. And I think it is a matter of pride that all of us who are working in this industry should feel that, yes, it is truly positive that governments and people around the world recognize the importance of what we do. And it was no different than the rest of the world, what we were seeing in India. So I think that truly is the first message that I wanted to leave with you, one of pride, that crop protection is an essential industry. Nothing is more powerful than an idea whose time has come. And crop protection is an idea whose time has come because we have a big role to play when it comes to ensuring that global food supply chains are not disrupted. When we talk about global food supply chains, that's one thing which I did want to reinforce. And I'm absolutely aware and proud of the fact that India is on the Atmanirbhar journey. We want to talk about how India can be self-reliant. But when it comes to crop protection, I think India has to take one step more than Atmanirbhar. India has to be self-reliant, but the world is reliant on India. When you think about the global chemical supply chains, India has to be a seamless partner. We as companies in the industry invest millions of dollars in India to establish parallel supply chain products which can be made in India using Indian technology, Indian engineering, Indian innovation, which can be accessing products for us, whether it is in Latin America, in Brazil, or in Russia, in the US, you name it. So India has a crop protection side of the business. We have already established that crop protection is an essential industry. The point I'm trying to make here is that India is a very strong source of products in the supply chain from crop protection and truly in the food supply chains that we are talking about. It's fascinating. When you think about agriculture as one big supply chain, on one side, you have got 7+ billion mouths to feed. And on the other, you've got a few countries, of which India is one, where you have surplus opportunity. We are blessed by Mother Nature by having natural resources so that you can grow enough food to feed the growing populations and in parts of the world which might not be as fortunate. So India has a very important role to play in the seamless supply chain for the chemical, but also in the export of foods. And watching from a distance, I'm absolutely energized and passionate to see the difference that India is getting ready. So that really was the first of the three messages that I wanted to leave with you. That is the essential part of crop protection and the role that India can play in the industry. The second part I wanted to talk about, this is around sustainability. It is fascinating to me. I've been growing up, all the things which I have learned in life, you can pick up from Bollywood movies. So there is nothing which you need in life, but Bollywood can't teach you. But when you think about sustainability, forever, the Indian farmer has been saying, "Dharti Ma." हम किसान धरती को माँ क्यों बोलते हैं? Because we know that mother cares for us. And in return, the least we need to do is to take care of your mother. And that is really what sustainability is about. Because you take care of your land, whether it is the nutrients you provide, how you farm, what farming practices you have, what innovation you use, you take care of your mother, and she very selflessly is going to continue to provide for you for generations to come. And that very simple concept is what sustainability is all about. This is not new. This has been practiced in India for, I would say, as long as agriculture has been there, and the Indian farmer knows this absolutely well. In today's context, what companies like ours and many others are doing is making sure that we go back to the basics. You do the right thing when it comes to natural products. You come back to sustainability of new products which have got very limited use rates across the globe, and come back with a way that a farmer can treat the land with a lot of love, lot of care, and make sure that you provide for the land in a way that the land can continue to provide back to us. And that message of sustainability, which I think in some ways might have been born in India, is now resonating around the world. And companies like ours are definitely committed to following through on that. But I also want to take this one step further. Is sustainability a nice to do or a need? And I would say that it is definitely in the need to do, not from a we need to take care of a land perspective only, but who is the final customer of the agricultural supply chain? It is the consumer. The question we have to ask is, do consumers truly trust our industry? Do consumers look at a product and say, I wonder how this was grown? Is there chemicals used on it? Is there a negative connotation to that? Why is that? Because we as an industry have got to do a much better job of educating the consumer. And this has to be done in partnership with the government. This is not something that the industry alone can do, because education of the consumer of where the food comes from is such an important part for the consumer to get confidence that the farming and the products that are used are safe for consumption, and that's where it has been used. When a mother is feeding a child, the mother is worried, is this food processed? Are there chemicals used on this? Is this going to be safe? we have got to be able to deal with those challenges, which are emotional challenges coming out of fear, sometimes coming out of ignorance, to answer them at the heart and not at the head level. We cannot show books of science and innovation, but we need to be able to establish trust with the consumer. And the one way to do that is to make sure that we use best agricultural practices that are truly sustainable to elicit a positive response from the consumers who can trust our industry. So as we think about this from a global perspective, the first thought I wanted to share was how this is an essential part and India has a big role to play. The second message I wanted to leave with each and every one of you in this August audience is sustainability, the role that India has played in that, and the trust that we want to make sure that consumers have of our industry. The last and the third message I wanted to talk about was the spirit of collaboration. None of us is as powerful as all of us together. Whether it is my colleagues in the industry, whether it is partnering with the government, this is a spirit that we can truly find a way to get together. And I'm going to give you an example. I'm going to give you this example of what I remember as a child growing up in India. I used to live in a small city outside of Mumbai. Now it's a big city. It's called Thane. It's a big city now, but it is right outside Mumbai. And when you would come out of where I lived, you would never fail to see a polio poster on the wall. And it would have a picture of parent, father and mother, a healthy baby in hand, and in the background there was a picture of a small boy who had a crutch. And it was about vaccination. That how do you truly use vaccines to protect your child from polio? It was an effort that was taken by the government. It was an effort that was supported by the industry. It was an effort that doctors, medical practitioners all around the world work together in India to make a difference. And we can see that is a battle that India won. We eradicated polio. But if it was only the industry talking about the vaccination, it would have seen as a profit-driven objective. If it was only the government talking about it without backing from the industry, you would never have the technology. If you did not have the doctors, the nurses, and the medical support staff to administer and go through the program, you would miss a trusted intermediary. So when we have a challenge like that, which we have gotten together to fix, I think food is in a similar situation. Where does my nutrition come from? How does food grow? How this can become a part of a thriving $5 trillion economy that we are talking about here in India? Agriculture has a big role to play, but a lot of that starts with food, the trust and partnership between the public and the private enterprise is a big part of it. My colleague before, Ms. Todd, articulated some wonderful thoughts on the regulatory process, on some of the things on data protection. Yeah, we are willing to innovate. We are willing to bring technology to India. It's something which, for me personally, it's a matter of pride to be able to do that, bring a lot of new technologies to the Indian farmer so that we can make a difference locally there. But all that has to be done in a spirit of collaboration with the government, because at the end of the day, all of us want the same thing. We all want a thriving India, a thriving agriculture, and a thriving world in which we can all look at with pride and leave that in our next generation's hand. So, Raju, those were the few thoughts that I just wanted to share. Once again, thank you for the opportunity to share a few of the thoughts and a privilege to be on this esteemed panel with everybody else on the industry. So I'll turn it back to you, Raju.
Thank you, Rajan. As usual, the most complex things in the easiest possible manner. That's what Rajan is for all of you. Thank you, Rajan. Yeah. I think the message is very clear and loud and clear, is that we are looking at a world which is requiring a new way of thought process. And I think it's important that people recognize that crop protection is essential. it is important that a trust is going to the end consumer, that the product that he is consuming comes with the intervention and help of a responsible industry, and also that we as an industry have a big role to play, but we will need the government, we will need to work with the government in making sure that there's a right spirit of collaboration, as the word that you use, that we are able to create a perception that here is a responsible, sustainable solution being delivered by a responsible and sustainable industry to farmer to make him more sustainable. Rajan, thank you so very much. Really, one could hear you out for the whole day, but then let's cut it short here. Thank you so much, Al. So let's welcome the most dynamic man here, Vikram Shroff. So welcome, morning, Vikram. So I think all of you know him. He leads the UPL group. UPL has been a true sign of what Indian enterprise can achieve globally. And I think one can always be very, very proud of where UPL has taken the image of India too. So great to have you on board, Vikram. And I think I'll hand it over to you for your comments, please. Thank you so very much.
Thank you, Raju. Regards to all the dignitaries. Let's start with the slide presentation, please. We can go to the next slide, please. So today we are at a juncture where we need to look at what is happening around the globe on food security. On the left side, if we look, there are invasive pests, locusts, climate change causing huge disruption. The FAO has said food inflation is 5%. We have advanced countries. A very interesting controversy took place in UK, where a Treasury advisor actually said that UK doesn't need to look at its agriculture in a very strategic way. This was a very controversial statement where he got a lot of backlash. But the argument is that some of these countries have only 1% of their GDP related to agriculture, and in some cases only 1% of their population or so related in agriculture, and they see themselves being able to import food. Can we afford this thought process in India? No, we can't. Our people involved in agriculture is a far higher percentage, and food inflation can be very, very disruptive to our economy. Let's look at what other countries have done. China, which has a huge population like us, very proactively over the last few years spent $55 billion buying Syngenta and Adama and having access for their agrochemicals, seed, and biotech. Recently, there's been further consolidation in Europe with Bayer picking up Monsanto for $72 billion, again, for access and efficiencies. On the other front, countries like Jordan, Egypt, China, Taiwan, and the list goes on, are importing wheat. And our country has had, yesterday's figures were slightly different. They're far higher. I think the number has now gone up to 60% more rice has been exported year on year to West Africa and other countries. Let's go to the next slide, please. So where does India rank? Bayer, German, Europe, China, Syngenta, BASF, again German, America with Corteva, and India with UPL and the other industry players. So UPL, actually, people are not aware, is actually the global leader in organic, biological, and natural products, as well as conventional agrochemicals. And in India, we are the largest chemical company outside of agrochemicals. Also, just building on what my other dignitaries shared, UPL has also won 2 distinguished awards, one by Sustainalytics, which has rated it as the top sustainable company in our sector, and even the Dow Jones sustainability rating has rated us as a leader. I thought I'd just add that, wasn't on my slide. Let's go next. India's agrochemical consumption, and we have talked about this, and is actually very, very low for the amount of food that we produce. And let me, in the interest of time, say that data firmly shows that Indian farmers use least pesticide most optimally and efficiently. On the last, you will see that I've also put the source of all the data. Let's move to the next slide, just in the interest of time, and I want to focus on a few more slides in heavily. We in India have, as an industry, and my other colleagues also spoke about this, we are sometimes perceived as a negative industry. We are not respected as much as we are. Here is data that shows our cancer rating, because this is something that comes up a lot, showing that cancer rate in India is less than half of a global average. Again, I have put the source of the data. Next slide, please. Well, India also imports a lot of fruits and vegetables, and we import these from countries that actually use more agricultural input. And here is the point. India imports nearly 14,000 crores of fresh fruit annually. Where is the opportunity? Can we substitute this? Let's go to the next slide. How can we double farmer income? This is the main question. And Professor Dalwai is here, and his documents have been fantastic. And actually, we got this, a lot of this data I am stealing from his research. So if India focuses on post-harvest treatment, cold chain, packing houses, we can really do a lot more. Let's look at the left side. We had 3.5% growth in the last 20 years in food production self-sufficiency, whether it's food grains, horticulture, milk, and eggs. But if you look at the right side, Indian agri-commodities are price competitive, but we are not trade competitive. Unless we make our farmers trade competitive, unless we are able to give them export markets and international growth, we will not see a good doubling of farmer income. Let's go to the next slide, please. Once again, I just come back to, there is a concerted effort which we feel that Indian agricultural industry, agrochemical and farmer industry has been tarnished by a lot of negative reports. Recent was the one on the milk, which we as a industry and some of our groups are helping advocate. In 2016, there was on basmati rice, and it goes back to 2006 and 2008. We need, as an industry, to come together. We need to give the right data and correct the wrong science in some cases where it is, and in other areas, work together with our regulators, with the government, and improve our overall image. Next slide, please. Potential to reduce agrochemical imports. As we talk about Atmanirbhar Bharat, it's important that we talk about this. Presently, if you look at whenever a proprietary molecule which has enjoyed the patent protection and the patent regime, after that, when it becomes generic, look at the amount of price reduction that has taken place. These are live examples of what took place in India, and their average of 15% and highest as much as 80%. This is a huge potential to make our farmers competitive, to make the products available at a cheaper price, and having more access to more farmers. Next slide, please. Role of agrochemicals in doubling farmer income. So here are some simple statistics, and RJ Agarwalji talked about a higher number from Punjab, and I'm very happy that the annual crop loss data is updated. What I had was about 1.5 lakh crores. Crop losses due to pest and disease between 15 to 25%. Vegetable oil imports. Now, here is another fantastic thing. If we want to become Atmanirbhar, we can produce our own vegetable seeds and have our own vegetable oil. This would require seeds, crop technologies, agrochemicals, the whole input regime. And lastly, we talked about this earlier, it is the fresh fruit imports that we can take. And let me refer to the last line. The import, sorry, just go back one slide, please. Sorry, go back. These imports can be substituted by making a separate post-harvest category. Proudly, we would like to share that UPL is the second largest company in post-harvest technologies globally. And once India has a better framework, we can bring all those technologies, and the other panelists and their companies can also bring in the new products and their products that are in the post-harvest technology. And this, I think, would be the biggest value addition for the amount of investment that we can give to farmers. Next slide, please. So, Atmanirbhar Agrochemicals, India should be a market for the world, and we should produce and export all over the world. In the last 15 years, because of the proactive policies of the government, India from a 3% market share has reached 9%. We would see a very good opportunity. And again, my colleagues talked about it. India has a fantastic chemical manufacturing ecosystem, amazing scientists, and beautiful location to ship all over the world. And we see that this is a huge opportunity for India to take up. We can also like to add that our credibility as a global supplier, because of Honorable Prime Minister's supplying pharmaceutical for COVID, PPEs for COVID, has taken India's credibility internationally to higher levels than ever before. And people are looking at India as a strategic supply base. We can move to the next slide. Smaller points can be read later. So we are now coming to an end. So economic impact of agrochemical sector through key policy changes. We think that our exports can go up to 8 billion from the present 3.4. And I talked earlier about a potential of reducing prices of generics. Next slide, please. With that, I'd like to say thank you. And Raju, I hope I stuck to my time.
Vikram is known for precision. So absolutely precise. Thank you so very much for articulating. I think what you're putting on the table is clearly a dream for India, a vision for India. And I think that's so very important to identify that we need to have national priorities and work towards them, whether it be in the area of import substitution of fruits or oil seeds, where we are highly dependent on imports, or we're talking about making our farmers more competitive. Also, a very important element that you have highlighted is how do you work at the perception of the industry? That's very crucial. And I think that's one point which everybody is highlighting. Rajan also talked about trust element. And I think that's where we all possibly need to work together with the government on making sure, giving the trust to the consumers that we are here. You have also articulated very well the opportunity that forces India today, that we have this interesting geopolitical conditions which are offering great opportunity for India to be a base for global, to be a part of the integrated global supply chain for agrochemicals. I think all very, very relevant and very important elements that would go a long way in making India the preferred global partner, if I may call that way. So thank you so much, Vikram, and really appreciate that. So let's now. Do we have Professor Ramesh Chandji already joined in? Am I seeing him here?
No, sorry, he's not in position to join. He's with Minister for Farm Negotiation. So I got his message. He's unable to join to this farmers' problem.
Right. In that case, I think while we're talking about farming problem, we have a farmers problem as well. So no problem. That's what India is for you: democratic and wonderful. So in that case, how do we, Manojji, how do you want to take forward?
So we would request now. Now we can release the knowledge paper. We have a knowledge paper prepared by PwC. In case we have a slide of a knowledge paper, and then we will request Mr. Govind Patil to speak.
Can we have the slide of the knowledge paper, please? So this is the
yes, please.
Yeah, this is the knowledge paper which has been published this year for release this year. And Ajay, I can see Ajay already there. Welcome, Ajay. And so,
if you would like to say a few words about the knowledge, Ajay, so that then after that we'll go to the next speaker.
Yeah, sure. So this knowledge paper basically, and first of all, thanks for inviting me here. And I was really happy to hear the views of other participants. And this knowledge paper is looking and taking care of some of those views which has been presented. It's looking at the industry, how the industry is performing as of now. What are the key levers in the industry? How it can actually grow and contribute to the 5 billion economy that is slated for India. How agrochemical or the industry itself would play as a catalyst for bringing that development and that growth push through participation with the farmers, through initiatives that has been taken across the industry, and through tools and technologies which Mr. Shroff also mentioned here in his speech, how that can actually leverage, and what are the other policy as well as industry parameters that needs to be looked at when we are looking at a growth trajectory for the agriculture sector. And it's also looking at what kind of GVA can agriculture contribute, something in form of direct and also indirect form. Direct would be like direct export from India and also growth of industry. And indirect would be how it can actually help farmers to increase productivity, reduce the losses that we were being talked about, and also in terms of bringing more sustainability across the industry practices and trade, which happens in this industry. Other part that it covers is also about the awareness creation programs, how awareness towards the industry and also towards usage of chemicals and its benefits can be created in a more robust way, how it can make more inclusive roadways, headways into the farming community by use of digital technologies like digital apps and other things, platforms. And ultimately, a few takeaways of what should be taken up to the government, and also what kind of policy changes we should be doing. And it also covers the last part is the investment into the industry. How India can look at, again, coming back to Mr. Shroff's point, is that can India play a global hub for the agrochemical industry, which very comfortably placed, and we can actually look at exporting or becoming a hub for Southeast Asian market as well as the African market. So that perspective is also covered, and how we can facilitate investment into the industry, because there are many global players who want to enter into this industry. We have very good domestic players. Can there be tie-ups with them, and also can the new molecules, how the companies can actually enter into India? So broadly covering all these areas. Over to you, Raju sir.
Thank you, Ajay. Thank you so very much. I think this is going to be a very important and very interesting document for all of us in the industry to have a look at, and also government get the direction that they should be taking moving forward. So thank you so much, Ajay, and I really appreciate the kind of effort that has gone into it. So all hats off to all your team and yourself. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So like all good things come to an end, let me just get in the most important element of the entire farming value chain, which is the farmer. So let me just welcome on board Shri Gunwant Patilji, who's the General Secretary of All India. He has also been the past president of Shetkari Sangatana. Shetkari Sangatana, as many of us remember, is one of those largest farmer associations, which was founded by late Shri Joshiji. He's also a Paul Harris Fellow, and also pretty accomplished. What I like about him is what he likes to be known as. He is engineer by trade and philanthropist by. So without taking much time, let me just invite Shri Gunan Patilji for your comments. Gunanji, over to you.
राजू कपूर का मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं और मैं सभी का आभारी हूं इसलिए कि फिक्की और एग्रो इंडस्ट्री चेयरमैन से लेके पूरी इंडस्ट्री, इसलिए कि आप जो भी ये बड़ी कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहे हो और जिसके ऊपर ये कॉन्फ्रेंस चल रही है उसको वोट ऑफ थैंक तो करते हुए इमीडिएट मैं आपको इफेक्ट देता हूं कि आपके किसान जैसे मोदी जी कहते हैं कि मेक इंडिया, मैं बोलता हूं इसमें थोड़ा ऐड करना चाहिए ग्लोबल सबको इनवाइट कर रहे हैं मोदी जी एंड बोल रहे हैं कि मेक इन इंडिया, सब आ जाइए और इंडिया में बनाइए, मेक इन इंडिया। ऐसा अगर तरीका रहा तो सब बड़े तरीके से हम चाहिए। जैसे इंपोर्ट एक्सपोर्ट के बारे में, ड्यूटीज के बारे में हम लोग बात करते हैं कि ड्यूटीज होनी चाहिए नहीं होनी चाहिए। अगर ये खुला हो जाए तो ड्यूटीज को डर के कोई अच्छा प्रोडक्ट बाहर से आने वाला ऊपर किसानों के ऊपर बहुत बड़ा अन्याय हो रहा है। इसलिए ड्यूटीज को मत डरिए, जो अच्छा प्रोडक्ट है उसको आने दीजिए, ये हम कहते हैं। और दूसरा है कि हम इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी राइट्स में भी किसान संगठन ने, मतलब शेतकरी संगठन शरद जोशी के कारण इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी राइट्स के ऊपर भी हमने बहुत काम किया है। इसमें इंटेलेक्चुअल प्रॉपर्टी राइट आपकी इंडस्ट्री बुरी तरह से गुजर रही है वो है कि डाटा प्रोटेक्शन। अगर डाटा प्रोटेक्शन नहीं मिलेगा तो इंडस्ट्री को बहुत बड़ा लॉस होगा, क्योंकि जो रिसर्च करने वाले लोग हैं, जो पैसा इन्वेस्ट करने वाले लोग हैं, वो अगर उनको अगर डाटा प्रोटेक्शन नहीं होगा, वो अपना प्रोजेक्ट सरकार के पास देता है और सरकार के पास से कोई कॉपी करके उसका डाटा चुराया जाता है तो उसको बहुत बड़ा लॉस होता है और अच्छे लोग, ऐसे पैसे वाले लोग सरकार में नहीं आएंगे। इस देश की दुर्दशा ये है कि हम थोड़ा सा व्यापार विरोधी है। हिंदुस्तान को कितना भी आप महान के कहिए, लेकिन हम लोग व्यापार विरोधी है। व्यापार का डर क्यों है? इवोल्यूशन थियरी अगर देखते हैं तो व्यापार के कारण ही हम लोग इवोल्यूट हुए हैं और पूरे विश्व में बढ़े हुए हैं। इसलिए व्यापार को विरोध न करते हुए, इंडस्ट्री को विरोध नहीं करते हुए और कॉर्पोरेट को भी विरोध नहीं करते हुए, जैसे डर बताया जाता कि मल्टीनेशनल बोले तो कोई ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी, ईस्ट इंडिया कंपनी तो कोई राजा की कंपनी थी, कोई व्यापारियों की कंपनी नहीं थी। इसलिए इसको नहीं डरते हुए हम अगर आगे बढ़ते हैं तो बहुत बड़ा काम हमारे से हो जाएगा। ऐसा मैं शेतकरी संगठन की तरफ से और किसान कोऑर्डिनेशन कमेटी की तरफ से भी कहता हूं। जैसे दिलीप जी ने शुरुआत किया इस कॉन्फ्रेंस की और अग्रवाल साहब ने विजन ऑन पर फोकस किया। अग्रवाल साहब ने कहा ये जो मोर्चे के लिए हमारे मिनिस्टर गए हैं या जी भी वहां पे जो गए हैं नीति आयोग से, तो मोर्चा जो मत कीजिए, क्योंकि लोकतंत्र है, लोकतंत्र में सबको अपना अधिकार रखने की ये है। लेकिन हम इस 3 ही कानून को स्वागत करते हैं, इसलिए कि कानून जो शेड्यूल 9 में 286 की में से 3 कानून को ढीला कर दिया गया और खुला, हमारे लिए बहुत अच्छी स्वागत करते हैं। हम कोई सरकार के ये कि आलोचक नहीं और ये भी नहीं है, लेकिन हम चाहते हैं कि किसान को जितना लिबरेट किया जाए इस या मिनिस्टर बड़ा स्वागत करता कि उन्होंने शरद जोशी के हुए कानून का और बहुत सारी बातें उन्होंने कही है। हम 98% 98 केजी ही फर्टिलाइजर यहाँ पे यूज करते हैं और चाइना 255 केजी, जैसे उन्होंने ग्राफ दी। हमारे पास और हम सामने टेक्नोलॉजी भी और पर्याय भी कम, हमारे अगर पर्याय ज्यादा भी जाना चाहिए और भी ज्यादा के लिए क्योंकि देश इन्वेस्टमेंट करता है वगैरह वगैरह बहुत सारी बातें होने गई। नकली दावों के बारे में उन्होंने कहा कि हाँ, नकली दावों का तो हम तो बहुत बड़ा विरोध करते हैं, हमको जेन्युइन और ओरिजिनल दवाएं चाहिए। अब जैसे सॉफ्टवेयर की कंपनियां हर दुकान में जाके चेक करती है कि भाई हमारा सॉफ्टवेयर कहीं उसका प्रोवाइड करते हैं, वैसे आप भी हर दुकान में जाके आपके ओरिजिनल कंपनी क्या है और डुप्लीकेट आपके नाम से कोई बेचती नहीं रहा है, उसके लिए भी आप एज ए कंपनी की तरफ से टास्क फोर्स आप निकालते हैं तो किसानों के लिए फायदा होगा, मुझे ऐसा लगता है। और थैंक यू अग्रवाल साहब, आप कॉन्फ्रेंस को एडवाइस किए और हिंदी में किए, उसके लिए भी धन्यवाद, क्योंकि किसान तो हिंदी जानता है, इंग्लिश कम जानता है, इसलिए धन्यवाद। बाद में मिस बोथिन टॉड ने बहुत अच्छी तरीके से एफएमसी का उन्होंने एक्सप्लेनेशन दिया, टेक्नोलॉजी के बारे में उन्होंने बहुत सारी बातें बताई और आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस के बारे में भी उन्होंने किया। डिजिटल एग्रो एक नया शब्द मुझे मिला, डिजिटल एग्रो करने के उनके जो प्रयास है, उनके कंपनी के जो प्रयास है, उसका भी मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं। और उनका इन्वेस्टमेंट इंडिया में 3rd नंबर पे है, मैं चाहता हूं कि 1 नंबर पे आए और यहाँ पते खुले, उनका इन्वेस्टमेंट बढ़े। और उन्होंने करना चाहते हैं, हम तो चाहते हैं कि वो यंगस्टर ज्यादा है और वुमेन्स भी 50% है और वो काम करना चाहती है, और जो भी खेती में 60% वुमेन तो खेती में है, उनके लिए अगर मर्द 50% है तो औरतें वुमेन्स 60% उनका पसीना वहां बहता है, उनके लिए भी मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं कि वो इस चीज को फोकस करते हैं। आईपी के बारे में भी उन्होंने कहा और बहुत बहुत बड़ा धन्यवाद। बहुत आप वेलकम टू इंडिया और इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए आपका वेलकम है। राजन गजारिया ने बहुत अच्छी बातें कही। उन्होंने कही कोई चीज प्रोडक्ट है तो वो ग्रो करते टाइम वो कोई प्लांट को लेके खींचता नहीं कि बाहर निकलो बाहर निकलो, उसमें जो उसको जो तो पानी डालता है और प्रोटेक्शन करता है, इतना ही होगा तो उसका क्रॉप ऑटोमेटिक बढ़ता है। क्रॉप प्रोटेक्शन बहुत बड़ी बात है किसानों के लिए, उसके लिए भी धन्यवाद, क्योंकि क्रॉप प्रोटेक्शन बहुत बड़ी चीज है और वो अगर हो रही है तो जो भी नॉर्म्स है उसके तहत अगर हमको मिलती है तो हमको उतना नॉलेज नहीं है, आज हमारे सामने रखी उसमें से हम यूज करने वाले हैं। उसमें जो डुप्लीकेट है, घोस्ट इंडस्ट्रीज है, उसको आपको निकालना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि उससे क्या होगा, केवल इंपोर्ट हमारे ऊपर होगा, क्योंकि उसमें कोई नेचुरल पाई जाती है तो एक्सपोर्ट डाउन हो जाएगा हमारा। इसलिए उसके ऊपर हम बहुत बड़ी ध्यान देना चाहिए। आपने बहुत अच्छी तरीके से अपने गाइड किया हमको। बाद में विक्रम शराफ जी ने बहुत सारी डेटा उन्होंने दिखाया, उन्होंने अलग अलग देशों का डेटा दिखाया, उस पर मैं एक कमेंट भी करना चाहता हूं। जिस देश में ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोग खेती के ऊपर निर्भर है वो देश गरीब है, ये मेरा कहना है और किसान संगठन का कहना है। इस लोक संख्या को टेक्नोलॉजी यूज करके किसानों के प्रोसेसिंग इंडस्ट्रीज में लेके आके किसान के ऊपर धरती के ऊपर या खेती के ऊपर जो बोझा हो गया है उसको कम करने का प्रयास किसान संगठन कर रही है। उन्होंने जो ग्राफ दिखाया और उन्होंने जो एग्जाम्पल दिया यूके का, बहुत अच्छा रहा, क्योंकि जिस जिस देश में ज्यादा से ज्यादा लोग किसानियत के ऊपर निर्भर है वो देश गरीब है। हमको ये पता है। हमें चाहिए कि हम कम से कम लोग खेती में रहे, टेक्नोलॉजी का यूज करें और खेती से बाहर निकलकर कुछ नया करने की कोशिश करें, ये भी हम चाहते हैं। और इस नए कानून में जो ज्वाइंट फार्मिंग का फार्मूला दिया गया है, वो फार्मूला इसके लिए, हमारे जो सोच के लिए वो मददगार हो सकता है। इसलिए मैं विक्रम जी का बहुत बड़ा धन्यवाद। उन्होंने बहुत सारी बातें और ही कही है। कॉन्फ्रेंस में भी गया हूं, तो 75% हम ऑयल इंपोर्ट करते हैं। हम क्यों ना हम ऑयल सीड्स को अगर इंकरेज करें, उस खेती को इंकरेज करें, तो हम आत्मनिर्भर हो सकते हैं पूरा। आज बहुत बड़े पैमाने पे आगे बढ़ सकती है। और जो उन्होंने दूसरा जो डेटा दिया पेस्टिसाइड्स और फर्टिलाइजर का यूज में, हम गरीब और हमारे सामने जो रैक में रखे हुए अल्टरनेटिव्स रखे हैं वो इतने कम हैं कि हम कम यूज करते हैं, और हमारे सामने अल्टरनेटिव्स भी कम है। उन्होंने जो डेटा दिया वो उससे ये पता चलता है कि हम उसमें बढ़ने के लिए तैयार है। इसका मतलब केमिकल इंडस्ट्रीज के इन्वेस्टमेंट के लिए दुगना आपको चांस है कि उसमें बढ़ोतरी होने के लिए। हमारी कैपेसिटी बहुत है यूज करने की, लेकिन इसमें अगर इन्वेस्टमेंट बढ़ती है, केमिकल इंडस्ट्री अगर बढ़ती है, तो किसानों के लिए बहुत अच्छा फायदा होगा। बड़ी इन्वेस्टमेंट आ जाएगी और सुजलाम सफलाम वो हम कर सकते कि हमको कुछ छूट नहीं चाहिए, सब्सिडी नहीं चाहिए, हमें डिस्काउंट नहीं चाहिए, सब्सिडी नहीं चाहिए, हमें फ्रीडम चाहिए। और हमें अगर फ्रीडम मिलता है, हमें चूज करने का फ्रीडम मिलता है, तो हम अच्छी तरीके से हिंदुस्तान की खेती को नंबर 1 बना सकते हैं, वर्ल्ड किचन बना सकते हैं हिंदुस्तान को। हम पूरे हिंदुस्तान ग्लोब को खाना खिला सकता है, लेकिन इतने ऑब्स्टेकल्स है, इतने इंटरवेंशंस है, इसके कारण हम रुके हुए हैं। इसलिए मैं सभी फिक्की के लोगों को, केमिकल इंडस्ट्री के लोगों को, सबको धन्यवाद देता हूं। मिनिस्टर जो आज नहीं है, लेकिन मेरा धन्यवाद उन तक जाएगा, नीति आयोग को भी जाएगा। मैंने नीति आयोग में भी बहुत उनके बारे में बिफोर रखी थी, तो आज वो अगर यहाँ आते तो वो मुझे, रमेश जी भी मुझे पहचानते हैं, वो भी बोलते थे कि भाई आपने जो रखा था कानून सरकार ने लाया है। तो बहुत बड़ा धन्यवाद देते हुए मैं कंक्लूड करता हूं। धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू पाटिल साहब। I think he's very clearly articulated the expectations from the farming community. So,
yes.
The entire panel. Let me thank Dilip Shenoyji for helping out. Agrawal Saab, Ms. Bethan Todd, Rajan Karia, Vikram Trophy, and the most important, Gunwan Patroji. Thank you so very much for your active participation. We are happy that despite the delayed start, we are able to closer to this one, thanks to the Minister and the Niti Ayog for that. But thank you so very much for all of you, and really appreciate. And I'm very sure, Manojji, when FICCI compiles the recommendations, some significant recommendations from this panel would be going to the government for further action. With this, let me just hand it back to you, and thank you all over to all the participants and who have logged in for attending this session. Thank you.
So thank you, Rajuji. Thank you all these speakers who are joining me from different parts of the world, all the delegates joining us for the inaugural session. Thank you, Mr. Patil. Thank you, Mr. Shroff, Mr. Gaderia, Mr. Todd, and Mr. Agrawal. And with this, we conclude this session. And now all the delegates who is watching us live, that we will break for 10 minutes. It is 11:50 right now, and we will start in 10 minutes. 12 o'clock, we'll start our next session. So we'll just take a break for 15 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
I can speak.
Good afternoon, delegates and all the speakers. I welcome you back on this 9th Agrochemical Conference. And now we'll start with a new session, which is panel discussion on the role on agrochemicals, achieving the vision of 5 trillion economy by 2025. We have an eminent speaker, Dr. Ashok Dalwai, who doesn't need any introduction for the agrochemical industry in India. We have Mr. Ajay Kakra, Dr. R.S. Baroda, Mr. Jayanti Bhai Patel, Mr. Simon, and Dr. Ravi Prakash. Ravi Prakash ji will be joining us shortly. We are apparently in a meeting. But without wasting any time, let me introduce today's moderator, Mr. Rajveer Rathi, Head Public Affairs, Science and Sustainability, Bayer Crop Life Limited. So now I request Mr. Rathi to kindly please start the formal proceeding. Mr. Rathi, please.
Thank you, Mr. Manoj, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. And with the permission of Chair Dr. Ashok Dalwai, I would like to, begin this important session. And I think it's the right time. We heard, a lot of speakers in the previous session, which has set the tone. And maybe I'll just begin with inviting, or maybe let me introduce first Dr. Ashok Dalwai. He's the Chief Executive Officer and RAA, and I think everyone knows him really well. And we must have been, read it, and we all benefited from the volumes of the information generated on how to double the farmer's income. So that's a really useful document, which is the basis. And let me begin the session by inviting Mr. Ajay Kakra, who is Chief Executive Director with Agriculture and Natural Resources with PricewaterhouseCoopers. And he has 19 years of consulting and industry experience, created value for public and private sector organizations. And Mr. Ajay Kakra, over to you for your points and your presentation.
Sure. Thanks. Can you hear me, please?
Yeah, we can hear.
All right, that's very good. So I have a short presentation that we had prepared. I briefed about the white paper contents. Yeah, thanks for presenting it. That's really good. So the white paper basically looks at what's the kind of challenges that the industry faces and how it can contribute to the 5 trillion economy. That is the agenda for it. It's a very short presentation, 10-11 slides. I won't take much of your time. And basically looks at the industry, how the industry is performing, and what kind of economic reforms it can contribute to. Can you go to the next slide, please? Next one, please. This is more about an overview of the Indian sector. In the morning, we heard about how agriculture is performing. So I won't get into those details, but the point here that we are saying is that we, being the largest producer of a lot of agri-commodities, our contribution to the global export is just minuscule. It's only a few 114,000 crores is what we are exporting. And there's a huge upside potential for the export. And export will definitely be driven by quality. And one can bring a quality perspective that we definitely look at how we are the crop quality, the output stage. And that's what one main key point for this slide. The getting exported, maybe it is basmati meat and non-basmati rice, which is contributing to or export from India. Nation, Iran, Saudi Arabia, and also next slide. Can you please change to the next slide? So this next slide will be looking at what are the key challenges. Not this one. Back, please. It's challenges we all know. It's in terms of yields. We have lesser than average global average yields in almost all the crops, be it soybean or rice or maize or wheat. I mean, India is lagging behind the global averages. Loss of produce, which we have discussed, I mean, my figures is 92,560 crores. And I think it varies from person, I mean, the estimate which is being made. But yes, that is a huge loss which is happening, the post-harvest loss. Small and decreasing land holdings, and that's also becoming even more smaller. So that's one concern which we all know, but yes, we have to deal with it. Climate risk and low investment in R&D. So I'll particularly focus on the investment part. R&D investment, if you look at India, we are having very less investment in R&D. It's only 0.62% of the GDP, which is having being invested into R&D for agriculture. And this is really less as compared to China or US, which is having 2.06 and 7 their GDP. So, and also their GDP is higher than India's. So there's a substantial investment which is happening in the R&D part of it to industry. That's where I mean we probably need to spruce up. Next slide, please. Yep. Next one. This is about the Indian industry. Yeah. In case of the industry, I mean we are somewhere 42,000 crores. Digital-led enterprises who are actually looking to infiltrate the market through digital technologies. That's one trend which is coming up. We're also looking at direct marketing. That's another trend which is coming up, where the companies are directly approaching to FPOs, farmer producer organizations, or direct to consumers, which is direct farmers, direct to consumers through platforms, which would be looking at organized retail kind of platforms. That's one trend. The other trend is in terms of diversification towards specialty nutrients. Now, specialty nutrients is a growing segment. If you see globally the specialty nutrient is somewhere around it's $21 billion, while in India it is $1.1 billion. And the growth rate for specialty nutrient, which will cover your specialty nutrients plus micronutrients and organic and biofertilizer segment. So that's somewhere around 8 to 9% CAGR. Sorry, 10 to 12% CAGR for India. And that's a very niche segment which is now growing, and with the quality and also sustainability factors coming into agriculture is becoming more important. The next part is about monetization of farming as services. So we are finding more and more companies getting into the monetization of services, be it farm equipments or direct supply to farmers and other trends. Next slide, please. These are the challenges in the industry. I'll focus on few of them. Rest of it, I think it's from perspective. We have 273 molecules which are registered in India, as compared to 473 molecules in EU and 527 molecules in Japan. So that's one big void, and our process for getting a molecule registered and also commercially viable, that's little complicated, and that needs to be looked at. So that's one part, and even the IPR part of it. The other part is the consumption part. We are quite low on average. We are only 0.6 kg per hectare, whereas the global averages and countries like Japan and China are having as high as 11 to 13. Next slide, please. Now, economic growth. How does the industry? How can we support at an economic growth level? Now, if we look at GVA, the the total GVA is like 183 lakh crores, which is being contributed by agriculture. And out of that, somewhere around 32 is being contributed by the agriculture sector. Now, if we are looking at growth to a level of 5 trillion, which would be somewhere around 319 lakh crores, this GVA should be increasing to 56, which will mean that we should be growing at a CAGR of around 9.3%. Now, bringing that kind of growth, we need to structure and give a directional input to that growth. Now, the growth would come from three major segments. One is the yield growth, which is basically the yield output, which is there. The second part is the value growth, which is basically the value of the produce that we are making, and also the export part. These are the three major components. If you look at yield growth, that would contribute to 4 to 4.5%. Yield growth would be 3 to 3.5%, and agriculture growth, export would be like 2 to 2.5%. So that's how these three components should. At agrochemical per se in the agriculture industry, we believe that there's a major scope for export part which can be increased. Right now, it is at 22,000 crores. We believe that with a focused market intervention and also expansion, we can actually increase about 16,500 crores in that segment. While it can also look at the domestic market growth, which is again another 16,000 crores. So bringing to the industry to somewhere around 60,000 crores from a level of 42,000 crores. And this in turn would actually help the agriculture growth to develop, which would be another 14 lakh crores. How that will happen, which is again the breakup was in terms of yield, value, and also export. So that's how agri export can be supported by the agrochemical industry, and it will aid both from creation of value and also substantiate growth in the agriculture sector. So that's a major hypothesis on which we are looking at, that how agrochemical industry can support the economic growth for agriculture sector in India. Go to the next slide, please. Yeah. So this is the last slide. Now, what is the growth levers or the growth driver that should be driving this growth? First part is in terms of policy environment. We all know that, yes, there is a huge scope for policy environment, how we can look at easing out of foreign investments. I'll particularly focus on that part. The second part we also talked in the discussion earlier was the Make in India part. So small and players, how they can be supported, the MSME particularly. And the third part is in terms of what R&D activities, how that can be supported into the policy environment. So we are having issues in terms of investment. An investor who wants to get into India has to wait for, say, around 3 years, at least 3 years before he can actually commercialize his product, bring it into India. Part can be looked at. The SME part is again something which we need to look how we can foster a growth environment for SMEs, so that the domestic market also grows at a healthy rate. The next part is the production part. I mean, India is a global production hub. We already discussed this in the earlier discussion. India can play a global hub for agrochemical trade and production. And that is a dominating position and a leadership position which India should look at, which will substantiate both your domestic as well as export markets. Looking at supply to Southeast Asian countries as well as the African market, which is also growing at a good and healthy rate. The second part is again in terms of production is the R&D. Can there be some PPP in R&D? Can there be certain government push for R&D in agrochemical sector? That needs to be looked at, and also some bit of investment into R&D through private sector place. So that's areas of production. The last part is about trade and marketing part. This will definitely look at the technology initiatives that we were talking, which was in terms of digital technologies or agro technologies, like what UPL had talked initially. Otherwise, it can also be looked at awareness creation. That's also one very important segment. The kind of changes the industry is going, there is a lot of scope for creation of awareness and building a strong extension towards the farming community if you are looking at direct sales or direct farmer interaction. And the last part would be in terms of the trade can be facilitated. Single window clearances, facilitation of trade or investment. So those areas would be looking at facilitation of trade and marketing part in the industry. So that's my view. I will pause here. This is the end of my presentation. And this would be somewhat what is coming in the white paper also.
Thanks, Mr. Ajay, for comprehensively putting the data around the agriculture, the fundamentals, and I think you have rightly described the overview of Indian agriculture, the current challenges, and then what's the status of agrochemicals and the role they can play and the key drivers. And I think that's their useful summary for that. Now, moving on, I would like to introduce Dr. R.S. Baroda. Hope everyone knows him, but still I thought for the benefit of the participants who has logged in, he is former Director General, Indian Council of Agriculture Research and Secretary there, Government of India, who is known for modernizing Indian National Agriculture Research System. He had been the past president of Indian Science Congress and the National Academy of Agricultural Sciences. He also served as founder chairman of Global Forum on Agriculture Research, FAO, and executive secretary of Asia Pacific Association of Agricultural Research Institution. 19 universities have awarded him a DSc degree. Besides being fellow of most Indian science academies, he is a fellow of TWAS and academies of Russia, Armenia, Georgia, Tajikistan, just to name a few. He is also recipient of numerous awards, including Padma Bhushan in 1998, and currently he is the chairman of Trust for Advancement of Agricultural Sciences, New Delhi. Dr. Baroda, over to you, and we are eager to hear you. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Rajveer, for very generous introduction. First of all, I would like to compliment FICCI for organizing this dialogue on a very important subject at a very critical time in terms of future expectations of progressing through agriculture and contributing to 5 trillion economy. I do presume that agriculture sector would continue playing its important role that it has played in the past and would contribute at least 1 trillion out of 5 trillion in the next 5 years as is expected in terms of Indian economy. Because currently it is still contributing 17% to agricultural GDP and all other marketing and trade and value addition around agriculture would certainly, if taken together, would be more than 25%. So in that context, I have no doubt that role of Indian agriculture would be much, much greater even in future national targets. Having said this, I would also like to say that during the COVID-19, we have learned many lessons. And the first important lesson is that we have to conserve on our natural resources and also use the agrochemicals more judiciously, more efficiently, and more economically, so as to increase the income of the farmers. Farmers, you know, are already agitating. I myself these days busy in some kind of agriculture and find that MSP is there, but in the market the price is half of what is otherwise announced and there is no procurement around. So there are difficulties and problems. But having said this, being associated with the Green Revolution right from beginning and also being associated with FICCI since my beginning of the career, when I got among the first few national awards, FICCI award was one of them. And therefore I appreciate this particular opportunity, and I would thank Mr. R.G. Agarwal especially for having invited me to share some of my views. I would like to say that Indian agriculture has come a long way, and this would have not been possible had there not been hurdles of success that we have been able to create. In the words of Dr. Borlaug, he used to say that if there had not been policy support, not there been institutions, not there been technologies, which came of course at that time through partnership, but otherwise also through Indian national system, and had there not been also the human resource of the kind to not only generate new technology, but also to translate it in the farmer's field, would have not been otherwise possible to achieve these successes. Thanks to all the leaders who supported right from beginning till today. starting from everything else can wait, but not agriculture, to now doubling farmers' income, and also thinking in the context of providing direct access to farmers to link to the market. In the process, in case of agrochemicals, we have progressed much faster. The previous session has given us quite good background in terms of what has been accomplished, and this 6 billion industry in the agrochemical sector, which can further be doubled in say next 5 to 7 years, is quite a positive scenario. But when we look at, compared to many other countries, some figures were also cited that we are lagging behind in terms of productivity. Of course, I would differ on that, because they are mostly, they have one crop entire year, but we raise generally 2 to 3 crops in a year. And if you take the total productivity, these are much, much higher in many cases. And our Punjab productivity of rice, wheat competes with any best in the world. But we have now come to a level of, say, in case of fertilizers, 135 kg of nutrients used. In case of pesticides, it is around 60,000 tons of pesticides, which I think is quite a remarkable achievement. And no doubt we import about 1.2 billion US dollars of pesticides, but we have also started exporting. So there are opportunities of made in India as well in that context. And we are aware that our pesticide use is more in terms of insecticides than fungicides and then herbicides. But globally it is reverse. It is more for herbicides. And in India, there would be more demand in future, and I see greater scope for better crop yield increases through better control of weeds, so as to go in for good agronomic practices. So I do see that there is an opportunity. There is also opportunity for greater export, and we have to, in fact, now take care of the second generation problems of green revolution, climate change, and also that of now what we are facing, that of COVID-19. Let me say briefly about COVID-19. We, about 200 eminent people all around the globe, had written recently to UN, G20 and the national leaders, saying that COVID-19 has to be taken in a holistic manner in terms of future progress of agriculture to ensure food and health security. And it is not only food, but agriculture provides health. And therefore, this concept of one health, soil, plant, animal, human, is becoming now globally an important slogan, and we have to think it in a holistic manner. So when we come to the use efficiency, much has been said. We had been seeing that our nitrogen use or nutrient use in general, efficiency is much, much lower. How can we increase it? How can we improve efficiency is a matter of challenge. It is not using more of these agrochemicals, but it is bringing in efficiency, which is more important and critical. So how do you link the soil test through the soil health cards with that of the use, and you convert your subsidy, which is more than 70,000 crores in case of fertilizers, to that of incentives and rewards for environmental services, using conservation agriculture, going in for better efficiency, using decision support systems, and so on. So there are issues which require attention, and certainly we have to also see that in case of agrochemicals, presently globally about more than 1,170 molecules are being used, but in India only 270 have been registered. I have myself been the chairman of Pesticide Registration Committee for more than 7 years while being in ICR. I can tell you that we need a lot of improvement in terms of our regulatory system, digitization, also one line clearance system, and in the context of protection of data, which was talked about, and intellectual property. Most of the molecules which we are using today in case of agrochemicals, particularly pesticides, are from abroad. Our R&D base will have to be strengthened. I think we have, in this context, not encouraged private sector to the level we should have. Most of the agrochemical aspects have been regulated, whether it is use of fertilizer, distribution of fertilizers, allocation of fertilizers. Maybe it was right at one time, but now the time is changing, and we must change with those times and try to bring in these reforms. So change is a must, and that change would require much greater role of the private sector. And in that context, I would like to say that we had organized a dialogue. Maybe probably you are all having a copy of this. If not, it would be made available to you by Mr. Rajveer Rathi, who was directly associated. It has discussed all issues relating to Pesticide Act and its amendment, also banning of 27 pesticides being proposed now, irrespective of whether they are even in green or blue triangle, whereas the target should have been on red and yellow triangles. And in that context, we also see that we need to spend more. So we require more investment, higher investment on agriculture research for development in the area of agrochemicals. We require a national policy paper on agriculture, agrochemicals, which was one of the important recommendations. There has to be also shift in the direction of biopesticides and biofertilizers. And we seem to have, though started even when I was with pesticide committee, started registering biopesticides, still only 14 biopesticides have been registered. And use is only up to 2 to 3%, whereas target had been 10%. So will it take us 2 more decades to achieve these targets? And whether industry is not finding the biopesticide area more lucrative and attractive. And also there is the scope of make in India and exporting these outside. And for that, we have the capacity, and we must provide the enabling environment. Enabling policy environment is very much needed. We seem to be more regulated. That regulation needs to be overcome, and we have to also see that our focus is on integrated nutrient efficiency and integrated pesticide use efficiency, whether it is through use of chemical pesticides, and there is no question of any debate between organic and inorganic. Inorganic would be needed, is important, but we are using much less than many other countries. It was very clearly indicated. So there is greater scope to increase that as well. And we would certainly then require subsidies to be changed into incentives. That's what in my report to the government submitted last year. And that's where we want that farmers be supported as incentives for environmental services rather than subsidy given, which is skewed and tries to create more problem. It is nitrogen favoring policy, whereas we also have to see balanced use and use of micronutrients as well. And the last part I would like to say while concluding that we need to embrace private sector. Government cannot do everything. There was time when we started with National Seed Corporation because seed was not available. But now our private seed sector has become very robust. There was time when we didn't have any fertilizer companies, so cooperative fertilizer sector was encouraged. But now there is private sector, but private sector doesn't find favorable environment. We need to have new molecules. We have to also change our regulations. We have to provide environment for new molecules, also for custom based fertilizers for different crops and whatnot. I mean, more can be said, but we even don't have any important national institute for research on agrochemicals, and this council on fertilizer, which has now been created in the Ministry of Pesticides and Chemicals, or rather fertilizer and chemicals, has just now been established. It should have been established long back, and we need this council to be further strengthened. We need partnership with international centers like we had earlier with IRI and CEMET. So time is short. I would not like to come in the way of other panelists in this session, but I would like to say that we need to take this more holistically and understand and try to see where the reforms are needed, and reforms for future growth and progress. As Salil Singhal says, we can be a greater hub for export of agrochemicals. Can we do that? I think we can do that. I have no doubt about it, about our private sector's capability, but they need an enabling environment. We cannot continue in government considering private sector as an alien. And in that respect, time is ripe. Perhaps now we have to be more aggressive in letting our voice known and try to bring in better public awareness in terms of using safer and much better and green pesticides in future. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Dr. Paroda. It's always inspiring, to hear and to, these suggestions which are really, are useful and impactful. And as you rightly described, that there is a need to take a holistic view to embrace everyone in the entire, value chain, including the private sector, at least to, make available those technologies to the farmers at faster pace. We also talked about need for revisiting the current policy environment, which can embrace, which can encourage introduction of new innovative technologies, which I think farmer should get it, it should not be devoid of that. You also, mentioned about judicious and economical use of or efficient use of all agri inputs, and especially the agrochemicals, we mentioned about organic and inorganic, but I think it's important that how we use it so that we can produce safe food, and that's where it will provide definitely more income to the farmers, and I must congratulate you along with 200 international scientists, reaching out and taking that step to all national leaders to have the holistic view, not just agriculture or not just food safety or food security, but also the health component, also to have the holistic view. With your permission, maybe I can forward the copy of task roadmap recommendation of the agrochemicals to Mr. Manoj Mehta, where he can circulate to the wider FICCI membership, and we completely agree that now this is a time to have a national policy position on agrochemicals. So Dr. Paroda, thank you so much for your time and highlighting the key aspects, which will definitely take us into the future for the progress of not only the agriculture but country as a whole. So thank you so much, sir. Now moving on, I'd like to invite Mr. Jayanti Meghji Bhai Patel, who is Executive Chairman, Meghmani Organics Limited. He has a vast chemical business experience of more than 45 years. Wow, what a long experience. He holds a degree of Bachelor of Chemical Engineering from Maharaja Sayaji Rao University of Baroda. As Chairman and Managing Director, he oversees the function of the business expansion, designing strategic business plans, shaping corporate growth plans, and so and so. And of course, keen interest in the policy decisions. He has created a strong network for international marketing of niche products for his company. Now, Jindi Bhai, over to you, and we are eager to hear from you.
Thank you for kind introduction. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all. We had a very meaningful presentation raising several pertinent issue related to our industry. I will try to avoid repetition as much as I can, because Mr. R.G. Agrawal, Mr. Vikram Shroff, Mr. Gajeria, and Ms. Todd has covered most of the agrochemical companies' issues and how we can make a role of chemicals in 5 trillion economy in India. Our Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi sir, vision is to make farmers' income double. How we can make farmers' income double, and what is the role of agrochemicals? For that, we in industry there are many roadblocks that we have to address, and government can help in addressing these roadblocks. If farmers' productivity will increase, then also we can make a farmers' income double. How to increase farmers' income? Then consumption pattern of agrochemicals in India, as everybody has told, is very low. That we have to address, and we have to educate our farmers. So our productivity of rice, wheat, cotton will increase once we will increase the pesticides consumption in scientific way. Second point, generally globally we are using 60% generic products, pesticides, and the Indian government has taken step for this banning 27 products. I think when we are thinking for making the 5 trillion economy, and there should be a real study before banning the products, and this will also create a issue in nowadays. So government should address this point, and association have done representation also. Second most important point, off-patent molecule and their formulation should not be given data protection. If there is a off-patent, then and then Indian manufacturers will come in their product, because we have not that much capability for R&D to have a new molecule. Because to have R&D for a new product, it costs 2,000 crores for one molecule. So once it is off patent, then Indian manufacturers can go for manufacturing. So that is very, very important issues, and we are struggling as a manufacturers. So once we want to import less from China, so this should be given address. And many intermediates from China we are importing. So now in pharma, government of India has given PLI scheme. Like PLI scheme, if they link with the agrochemicals, then many manufacturers of agrochemicals will think to manufacturers many intermediates we are importing from China. So this is the right time for that. And government in Gujarat, many chemical zones are ready for that. Industrialists are ready to invest. Environment is also very conducive. So this is time how we can encourage industries to come with the import substitute. Because Modi sir is telling the Atmanirbhar Bharat. For Atmanirbhar Bharat, only pharmaceutical in the agrochemical industries cannot be isolated. I had gone to Israel. I'm a son of farmers. I'm telling you very bluntly, we have a land block of very 2 acre, 3 acre. So cooperative farming concept we have to bring, and our new government, our government has bring this APMC Act. It's a game changer, I will say. Farmers will give a better price of their product. So this is a government has initiated so many steps, but this is the best step. I want to congratulate government of India making such a big reforms in that. In Israel, the cooperative farms and the logistic costs of fruits and vegetables and perishable goods, because we are not well equipped for in that way. So whenever we want to export our mango, like Gujarat Kesar mango, on bringing mango to the airport. So that logistic cost is very much, and individual facility for each airport, we should have a structured way for export. So that will encourage exports of fruits, vegetables also, and perishable goods. One roadblock for industries is environment clearance. Because in environment clearance, we need reforms. It takes too much time to give 2 years time it takes for environment clearance. If we make 5 trillion economy in 2000 by 2025, we have to make reforms like this. Because government is thinking sometimes for zero discharge. So everybody will have to put multiple effect evaporators, spreaders. It will be a waste of energy, and it will create against climate change. It will create more emissions. I don't think this simple logic why our scientists cannot understand, because this is a very technically they should invite American scientists also. At sea discharge in USA, they are giving 4,000 COD. So if at least we adopt an American standard at sea discharge, deep sea discharge, then and then many industrial chemical zones are to be developed at the coastal point, and so we can protect climate change, and we cannot waste the energy. So the cost of product will be low, and we can give farmers also at a low price. So because today farmers are not getting better prices for their finished product. So how we can give them cheaper their raw materials? So government should address their issues, like manufacturers should give them pesticides at a concessional prices, and there should not be GST or other taxes of their raw materials on pesticides also. And then manufacturers of agrochemical will give at a better price to these farmers. Because if you can see, farmers' income will be double, then it is roti, kapda, makan. My village, 3,000 population, from Ahmedabad, it is 70 kilometers away. I will give you a simple example. Before 20 years, in my village, there was no tractor, no scooter, no motorcycle, no air conditions at home, no fridge at home. In 20 years, farmers' life has changed a lot. And in my village, there are more than 100 cars today. Many houses are well equipped with air condition and fridge today. No ox. Everybody is having a tractors. So we can invite such things, then farmers' income can definitely. Only Narmada River Dam can change the future of Gujarat. Now Gujarat will take 3 times the productivity. Rabi Pak, and one more Pak season also. So if we can address the irrigation issues of the farmers, check dams, or if we can bring the water level up, then also productivity of will increase, and the consumption of pesticides will increase. And then Indian GDP in agriculture also will increase. So this is a high time to address such issue, because for doubling the income, we have to address such issue. If I address the crop protection regulation reforms, because in CIB registration it takes too much time. Once environment clearance takes too much time, in CIB registration takes too much time. So this is, everybody had talked, again I am repeating this sentence, this will change a game changer. And my previous speaker also, in his recommendation to government, also he was once upon a chairman of the pesticide committee. He himself told now time has come to make reforms in CIB registration. So everybody can get a registration very fast, and they can put the product as early as possible. Now, and we must ban the import registrations actually. It should be very standard. Many generic products we are importing from China. I think that is the time this is time government should address this point. Because whenever there is a good capacity in India for products, why Indian manufacturers should be discouraged? They should be encouraged by not importing products from China. So if there is an anti-dumping procedure, should be very smooth. Then and then this we can address against China. Making India concept. This, if we address Make in India concept, we have to address so many things. Better infrastructure for industries.
Jayanti bhai, can you just conclude in 2 more minutes, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
So, definitely. So, I think I have addressed most of the points, and my colleagues, Vikram Sop, has given wonderful presentation. I must congratulate. He has covered most of the points. So I will not repeat again. Thank you very much for giving me a chance. Thank you.
Thanks, Jayanti bhai, for reiterating the importance and the role agrochemicals can play in the 5 trillion economy and helping the farmers. And I completely agree with you that if we have to take a leapfrogging steps, we need to consider what best can be done in terms of improving the policy environment, the infrastructure you rightly talked about, creating the right environment to promote introduction of new chemistries, new innovative solutions. So thank you so much. Now, moving on to the next speaker, I'd like to invite Mr. Simon Thorsten Vibhues, who is Chief Operating Officer with Bayer Crop Science Limited for India, Bangladesh, and Sri Lanka. Simon has more than 2 decades of wonderful experience, and he's worked in the field of agriculture across the globe. He's very much passionate about the fundamentals that are needed to produce sufficient food, and of course, improving agriculture at the same time. He is also a strong supporter of sustainable agriculture and believes that technology and digital farming tools can really improve the quality of food. It can reduce efforts needed to farm, ensure traceability, and help farmers earn better livelihoods. Customer focused and motivational, Simon's key strength includes unlocking business growth, redefining distribution strategies, driving change management, and building diverse teams that drive market share and create business values. Mr. Simon, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Ashok Dalbaiji, my co-panelists, and all delegates, namaskar. Thank you for the opportunity. Being a foreigner, let me use the opportunity to approach this a little bit from a different angle, and I think it's pretty well known. Many of the topics which have been discussed so far, either I am 100%, let's say, aligned. I personally also believe we know in India what needs to be done. Though sometimes feel that individual interests potentially might avoid us taking the necessary and right decisions. But let me dwell a little bit on how I see agriculture and the 5 trillion economy, and why I believe actually India is in a very good place. One, I think Mr. Vikram Shroff correctly said, agriculture is important to India from a GDP perspective, and that is a starting point to even be able to have this discussion. And the realization that it has a role to play, to my mind, is the first step in getting there. Now, PwC was talking of a 9.3% CAGR that we would have to have in agriculture going forward to achieve that vision of the government. And this is not going to come just by chance. I personally believe when I look at India, we have all the opportunities in front of us. We have the vast geography, we have growing areas. Ultimately, we have the natural resources, which many a country is envious of. And be it brain power, but also innovative spirit, it is all here. Sometimes a bit too much in pockets, and sometimes maybe not applied in a coordinated enough manner, if I may call it so. I think we have achieved quantity, especially on the basic grains, and let's not forget that. And that puts us into the let's say, advantageous situation to be discussing quality, and literally where we really have an issue in the country still, which is on the side of nutrition. So one of the things for me always is, how can we become a little bit more, may I call it, efficient on land usage to produce grains, to then potentially invest more into fruit and vegetables, which I believe all of us have learned during COVID. Nutrition is going to be super essential going forward to manage this health crisis that we're in. To achieve this, we need to look at upgraded value chains, and we need to look outside of our individual, and I take myself and Bayer here clearly also as one of the culprits, silos of optimizing our own business. We need to sit here and literally build a coalition, which I would call pro-agriculture or pro-India, and upgrade value chains, look at where can we excel, be it in fodder production, processing. I mean, many of you are aware potato processing facilities just being put up in Gujarat. I think, again, also Vikram mentioning the whole topic of edible oils. And this leads us to a discussion around crop systems. It is not that we need even more acres of soybean production, but we probably need to sit back and say, what are we lacking in India to be producing at a level that is at least somewhat globally competitive? And as Dr. Baroda was saying, and I tend to be very keen on this, we need to be careful with averages. On every single average, you're going to be finding India probably underperforming the rest of the world. But we have areas in Bihar where we do produce maize at comparable yields as other countries or even the leading countries in the world. And we similarly have these pockets of excellence in the Punjab with wheat, or be it also with rice. So to a certain degree, there's a question of understanding where do we have the areas where you can really drive almost world competitive yield levels, but where's areas where we can use land also more effectively to solve the issues that we're facing in the country, as I was saying, specifically also around nutrition. The whole topic of post-harvest losses, I think, is well understood and is one where, again, if we don't get value chains, cold storages, logistics into a better context, we can produce as much as we want, but the waste will only go up. I think what we've seen during COVID clearly also was a strengthening of rural economies, and it starts with agriculture. I don't know the exact statistics, but I believe in June, we would have been hearing from tractor producers that they'd have the highest sales of tractors ever. Now, that is somewhat counterindicative when you think we were in the COVID crisis, but it clearly shows that farmers do know there is an alternative to manual labor. They have just potentially not had the incentive before because it was easier to hire a guy. It's flexible. Now, with higher mechanization coming in, I believe we need to use this opportunity and really drive also on the basis of government decisions, which I think everybody in this group more or less endorses, to say, how do we make it work now? Yeah, so it is absolutely essential to my mind that be it FPOs, but the whole value chain really thinks of how do we ensure offtake, because the Mandi system, good or bad, being in place, actually was a certain degree of security, as we can hear right now also from some of the discussions in the news. So how do we as an agricultural community ensure also that the offtake takes place and farmers really benefit out of these decisions? I think it was mentioned specifically also by the colleague from FMC. We are not alone. So wherever we're talking about exports, tradability, it goes in line with traceability, it goes in line with modern technologies, and it goes in line with accepting that unfortunately some countries have different views of what is the standards that they want to impose than you might deem sensible at whatever table you're sitting. So it is essential, again, to have the value chain in place and say, okay, we need to be producing certain gradings almost to different needs of the export markets. And I personally believe one of the biggest strengths of India is that we have a large domestic market. So are we able to upgrade quality in the domestic market? Are we able to put a certain traceability and grading system into the domestic market that will also then allow us to be, in that sense, more tradable when we want to go into export businesses? Basically, my conviction is that if all the people that are sitting together here start building this coalition for agriculture, start looking at what is technologies which are readily available in the world and could be easily applied also to India to sometimes even, may I say, leapfrog us from manual weeding to potentially more modern technologies, which to my mind should also include the discussion around, does biotechnology fit into India? Aji Agrawal had a very, very nice opening slide picture. And I would like us to really think about this a little bit. India is leading in IT. India is one of the countries where most digitization is taking place, where we're doing most of the leapfrogging, but we're lacking opportunities like drone technology, which so nicely fits with smallholder farmers, because we are, I don't know, maybe not ready to take the necessary leaps. And this would fit so well also into Dr. Peroda's agenda of saying we need to apply the products more precisely. We need to know what is happening. All this can nicely be done with drones. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Rajveer, and I wish us all a very, very good venture towards that 5 trillion economy. And I am sure if we all hold together, agriculture will do its part and deliver to the vision of the country. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Simon. It's always good to have the outside view in, because, and you have rightly provided a different perspective. And let me, reiterate some of the point you mentioned about when we talk about taking the average, and you mentioned about the sweet spot, like corn productivity in Bihar, wheat and rice, average yield, which we see in the other thing which you mentioned, I think rightly, goes back into what other eminent speakers have mentioned about is that how we strengthen the value chain, which can bring an element of traceability, and also it help moving from quantity production achievement, which we have done, into the quality, which not only help provide more opportunities for the export, but also for the domestic consumption, moving from the quantity side also to the high quality produce. I would also like to reiterate, I think you brought in a very valid point, that what are the different other options which India can take advantage, in terms of leapfrogging from the current status to achieve doubling the farmer incomes, and especially the coming back to your point that how we can embrace the more new technologies, including biotech, genome editing, digital, especially the drone, and we have seen that Ministry of Civil Aviation and Ministry of Agriculture is heavily promoting that how can they best they deploy, which goes back to Dr. Peroda's point of precision, efficient application of the right inputs. So Simon, thank you so much, and I think it will be useful to look at from the different perspectives. Thank you so much. Now moving on to the next speaker, Dr. Ravi Prakash, who is Plant Protection Advisor, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. Dr. Ravi Prakash has worked in the field of agriculture for more than 36 years. He has obtained his master's and doctorate degree with a specialization in plant pathology from University of Allahabad, now Prayagraj. He has demonstrated leadership in the implementation of development of schemes, establishment of demonstration comes production farms, farmer awareness programs, implementation of IPM, which is I think important, and it's going to gain more importance as we move forward into the future and in key crops across India. He has various publications to his credit and was involved in bilateral negotiations with various countries on plant protection and quarantine matters, and he was associated with drafting the agriculture biosecurity reports of the country. Dr. Ravi Prakash, over to you. Dr. Ravi Prakash, you are on mute. Can you please unmute yourself?
Yeah, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Ratti. On respected chairman of the session, Dr. Ashok Dalwai Sahab, Chief Executive Officer, National Rainfed Area Authority, Honorable former Director General Paroda Sahab, and eminent scientist. First of all, I would like to thank FICCI, especially Mr. R.C. Agrawal, Chairman of this subcommittee on crop protection and chemicals group, group chairman of the Dhanuka Agritech Limited, for giving me the opportunity to just deliver a few thoughts or share my thoughts with the audience linked with this webinar. Dear participants, and all you know the importance of this role of agrochemicals in agriculture, and this importance in food security and sustainable agriculture is well known to all of you participating in this conference. As you know that India is the fourth largest producer of agrochemicals after USA, Japan and China. And Indian exports of agrochemicals have shown an impressive growth over the last 5 years. The agrochemical industry is net export earning and contributes significantly to the foreign exchange basket of the country. India is the world's largest producer of many fruits, vegetables, spices, pulses, fiber crops, and second largest producer of the wheat and rice, and many more agri-commodities. And we export more than 250 lakh metric tons of agri-produce to the other part of the world. And it is possible only because of important inputs like agrochemicals. And our industry deserve all sort of supports from the government side for achieving this goal. Though I recently joined as a plant protection advisor, but I worked earlier as an expert plant pathology in the CIB NRC and as a head of plant quarantine division of the DPPQS for more than 7 years. And I'm aware of the importance and the importance of the industry and challenges faced by the pesticide industry in India. Our government is keeping in view of the importance of the pesticide sector for the crop production and enhancing the farmers' income by contributing with effective pesticides to control the harmful insects, plant pathogens. You all know that roughly India is now Indian crop is threat of more than 4,800 pests, mainly the fungus, more than 2,000 plus 2,800 fungus and more than 1,200 insects, 352 weeds species. All these things are damaging the crops. So who is helping us to protect the crop from this thing is the only agrochemicals industry. So the importance is well known to all, and keeping in view, the government of India is always coming ahead to resolve the problems of the industry and to help the farmers to doubling the farmers' income. Mainly recently, since I just taken over recently, but the few things what government of India is taking reforms, you can say, in the policy to registration of the pesticides. One importance is the registration of new molecules. I reviewed these things, and every week I am reviewing it. We have at least more than 40 plus application of new molecules with us in the CIB NRC. And government is now working on to have an action plan to register these all molecules in a faster mode. And that is the one of the very important decision of the government to make action plan for registration of the new molecule, so that these new molecules, effective molecules, quickly made available to the farmers, which can help the combat of disease and pest, and increasing the income of the farmers. Now, another thing is that priority of the level expansion for other crops. always industry has submitted a data of many application for expansion of the crops. So we have taken it on faster mode so that more crops are added, and then use of non-recommended pesticide on the crop is reduced to save these farmers in rejection of their consignment. Because many farmers sometimes they use pesticides which is not recommended for the particular crops, and which result sometimes even a net loss in a way of when our consignment is stopped in other country saying that such pesticide is found which was not recommended for that particular crops or crops commodity which was exported. So this is another very important issue what we are working so that quickly we can provide this label expansion to the industry. Another important issue is that what is in my knowledge now is that the strengthening of our central insecticide lab or regional pesticide laboratories, SPTLs, because many times we get the referral pesticides for testing. Unless these labs are upgraded from NABL to GLP labs, the quick and transparent and exact result can be enhanced by enhancing the capacity, by modernizing the lab, and by making it from NABL to GLP labs. Another most important issue is that the transparency in these things. What we experienced and industry knows is that a large number of CR, this certificate has been given. But if you see the practically the use of manufacturing of the pesticides are very in compared to that very less. So what is happening with this large number of certificates? So this needs to be reviewed to make it a more transparent systems. Now we are encouraging the applicant to provide the some minimum details which is required in such a like a area and building available with the applicants, then the equipment and machinery, and then how many they have taken already registration certificate and how much they are using it. And then some other their manufacturing details, the total quantity and what they have imported it. All this will have a very good data with this EIB and RC to review what is happening so that we are well aware and we can have more clear-cut picture in terms of the number of certificate issued and the companies are producing. Because many times we have come across that there is a some cases are there which is not appreciable. So that those things are there, and it is for the industry, it is for the all who are engaged in this. This will give a more transparency to the system. So these are the few points which we are working now on the fast track 3-4 points. So with these few words, I once again thanks this Dr. R.G. Agrawal for giving me the opportunity to share all these things, which is very important for the farmers of the country and as well as for the pesticide industry and agrochemical industries. With these few words, thank you very much.
Thanks, Dr. Ravi Prakash, and we are really delighted to know that how the government is seriously, acknowledging and appreciating the effort of agrochemical industry. And as you rightly mentioned, close to 4,800 pests which are there, and we have seen the invasive and migratory pest also, like locust, and currently the fall armyworm. Like the way different companies are working in a very collaborative manner by taking help of NGOs like South Asia Biotechnology Center, where FMC has collaborated. The other point you highlighted, I think that's really important, not from the perspective of minimizing the off-label use, but it also, help, rejections of the export related commodities, like, and the initiative of, granting the label expansion or covering more crops as per the data generation will definitely help in more, better efficient, usage and the managements and other thing. The other thing, I think it's really good to know that the government is working on creating transparency in terms of number of certificates being issued, the companies who are operating. I think that will raise the image and profile and the image of the agrochemical industry per se, putting it together. So thank you so much. And once again, thanks to all panelists. And before I hand over to Dr. Ashok Dalwai, Chairman for this session, for his concluding remarks and his own, remarks and suggestions, which are always good to hear from him. I want to just share one information which Dr. Proda has requested me to share with the panelists and the participants on this webinar. Trust for Advancement of Agriculture Sciences has organized a stakeholders dialogue on strategies for safe and sustainable weed management, a way forward, and that is being scheduled on 9th of December. So that's again in line with, and we have seen that during COVID time, how the labor availability has become a really a big issue, where the role of herbicides has come into play. So please do attend that, and maybe we can share the details with Manoj, who can circulate to the participants on this. Yeah. So Dr. Ashok Dalwai, over to you, sir.
Good afternoon, everyone. Rajveer, thank you so much. You have been conducting this particular panel of highly knowledgeable and experienced members. And thank you for giving me this opportunity. I've benefited immensely from all the talks that I've been hearing from the inaugural session. The role of to $5 trillion economy in 2024 obviously begin from the role of agriculture. We in the Committee for Doubling Farmers' Income were very clear that agriculture, as Mr. Simon spoke, is the present and the future. Unlike in the Western societies, in India and other Asian as well as African, agriculture will continue to play a fulcrum role in terms of generating the much needed employment for the teeming population, in contributing to the nation's value added, and thirdly, in ensuring the welfare of the large society and possible increasing purchasing power or income. Not only committed to doubling farmers' income by 2022, are looking at and should be looking at will count for at least 20% GVA by 2020, which only means that from the current 3.2 million GVA from agriculture, we should be doubling it to 7 micro by 2024. Only for GVA. Agriculture to transform itself as an agriculture business. That is to be done. The role of science and technology, business management principles, and knowledge, information, and skills of the people, including the farmers, say, has to all undergo a radical shift. We need science and technology at pre-production and post-production stages. We need agri-logistics and business management principles, particularly at the post-production stage. If this is to be done, what we can look at is how the input management, including agrochemical role in boosting the total volume of production, in ensuring that that entire production is monetized, and then the farmers are incentivized with increasing share in the consumer's rupee. So we look at an ecosystem. Now, talking about production itself, the agrochemical industry or the sector, which comprises both fertilizers as well as the pesticides, they must look at the kind of agriculture structure India has got. We are today aware that of the around 585 crop groups that India boasts thanks to
I think there is I think there is some network issue at Dr. Dalwai's level. So maybe we can wait till he resumes and joins back.
अभी दलवे साहब से मेरा बात हुआ, उनकी पावर चली गई थी, वो 1 मिनट में फिर ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं.
Right, sir. Right, sir. Thanks everyone for having patience.
Yeah, 1 minute, 1 minute. Oh, can you hear me now?
Yeah, Dr. We can hear, sir. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I lost power and I'm extremely sorry. Yeah, let me begin where I had left. I was just saying that we have not looked, the agrochemical industry has not looked at the crop cafeteria in a wholesome manner. We should realize that when we talk about the impact on agriculture, both biotic and abiotic stress are important. And we should be looking at both biotic and abiotic stress in an integrated manner, particularly in the context of climate change and the implications that it's having on temperature, humidity, carbon dioxide. And particularly with reference to biotic stress, we must look at the entire cafeteria that includes insects and nematodes, avians and mammals, fungi and microbes, both symbiotic and pathogens, bacteria and virus, pathogens in particular, weeds, parasites, and vectors, possibly at both the research and development stage, as well as its conversion into technology and further at the extension level, reaching out to the farmers. We have not looked in India at all this entire cafeteria that consists of pest management or biotic stress management on the agriculture sector. And then when we are talking about this, we have been particularly neglecting non-vertebrates, vertebrates, which are actually becoming a menace today on account of the human and animal interface due to receding forest areas in our country. So we need to look at this particular aspect. And then we're talking about the technology per se. Yes, going forward, we certainly need to focus more on technology, because the technology will ensure that we are going to use our agrochemicals in a precise manner, in an efficient manner, and in an effective manner. To illustrate, let's take the case of drones. Yes, India today has a drone policy, but then we do not have adequate number of ultra high, ultra low volume formulations so that the drones can actually start using the agrochemicals at the farm level. This is just an illustration I'm trying to give. There are many other examples today where we need to get more precise in use of agrochemicals, whether it is the fertilizers or the pesticides, and that includes, of course, herbicides and fungicides and insecticides. Okay, now if we have all this properly, now how do we ensure that agrochemical industry can actually contribute to the growth of, all of us agreed that agriculture will continue to play a critical role, and we therefore need to focus on increasing the output via the yield level and ensure that it gets monetized in favor of the farmers, because once monetized and the farmers see increase in income, they get incentivized for the markets, and therefore they'll continue to invest capital, technology, management, and without that, no growth can actually happen. But more importantly, it is that if we want the farmers to be having access to the latest technology, extension has been a bane of our system. After 1996, till when we had the T&B system, I think the agriculture extension has in a way taken a back seat. When we talk of agriculture extension, we should be looking not at the crop segment alone, but more importantly, we should be looking at horticulture segment, the dairy sector, the fishery sector, and all other high value agriculture, which actually will contribute to both nutrition security as well as the food security of the country, apart from the income security of the farmers. So friends, what we should be talking about today is how do we strengthen agriculture extension so that the technology is actually reaching out to the farmers? Given the fact that manpower-based extension is costly, and given the fact that today we have access to modern technology, including emerging technology based on artificial intelligence, sensors, and space technology, geospatial technology, blockchain technology, and of course the mobile applications, we should be looking at an optimal blend of the technology-based and manpower-based extension so that we are able to reach out to the farmers, spread out across the length and breadth of this country in a quick speed and a real-time manner. Now, in the absence of proper information, knowledge, skills of the farmers, we are seeing that agrochemicals have become the enemy. I mean, the perception is that agrochemicals are an enemy, which is not true. We should never be treating any person, any product, any activity as an enemy. It is seen, something is perceived as an enemy only because we are not taught the farmers how to use it properly. Let me give you two particular examples. One is with reference to the 2015 whitefly attack on cotton in Punjab. Punjab is supposed to be the land of the most progressive farmers. Unfortunately, the farmers there did not know where that particular pesticide spray should happen, while the underneath of the undersurface of the plant should have been sprayed. They were spraying it on the upper surface. Second, they were relying on the retailers who were giving them a mocktail of various pesticides, which was against the recommendation of ICAR or even the State Agricultural University. And second example I would like to cite is about the 2017 Yavatmal case, where you had large number of pest attack and pesticide related deaths only because the people did not know how to use pesticides properly. So what does this show? That the pesticide or agrochemicals, including fertilizers, if they're not used efficiently, effectively in a precise manner as per the dosage recommended, in a right manner, right time, and a right dosage, then it is bound to become unsustainable. It is bound to create toxicity in the soil, toxicity in the fruits, in the grains, in the vegetables. And then it gets a negative perception and people start talking against that. As all of you have said, the per hectare consumption in India is still much lower than what it is in advanced countries. It's not that we should be increasing at any cost. No, we should be increasing it in a sustainable manner, at cost efficiency, in a rational manner. However, what is most critical is that how to educate the farmers and other stakeholders to use these agrochemicals in a systematic manner, in an efficient and rational manner. If that is to happen, I would say that we need to focus on skills development, information generation, knowledge transmission, and of course the technology so that it is precise. So this actually brings us to the issue of four factors. One is how to ensure the quality of pesticides and other agrochemicals is maintained. How do we ensure that the optimal application happens? And how to ensure that we follow what is called an ecosystem approach or integrated nutrient management, integrated pest management approach. And then, of course, how do we regulate the prices so that the the access is affordable. If four things are to be looked at, then we certainly need to look at both inorganic and organic, that is biological as well as chemical based products, in a more wholesome manner. We cannot put one against the other. I guess if we are looking at the farmers' problems, if you're looking at sustainability, if you're looking at the consumer's interest for pesticide residue-free products, then we should be really looking at how do you blend both biological and inorganic-based products in a safe and secure manner. Now, we are aware, if we want this to happen, ultimately the agrochemical industry needs to be incentivized. I am personally, and most of you I'm sure will agree, and most people in the country today agree, that we cannot have a regulated regime. We cannot have a control mechanism. The days of control and regulation are over. These are the days of promotion and facilitation. If you have seen all our new acts that government of India has brought out related to marketing, contract farming, or Essential Commodities Act, they all now have given up that word regulation and development, and it is substituted by promotion and facilitation, which means that we enable both government and non-government sector, the private sector, the MNCs, the corporate sector. We facilitate them first by lifting the trade barriers, and then we promote them by incentivizing them through policy framework. So I strongly believe that the agrochemical industry too has got that much needed possibility of contributing directly to creating jobs and creating the much needed products for the agriculture, and then incentivizing agriculture to achieve higher yields. We are aware that though in India, unfortunately, till date, we do not have an accurate assessment or estimate of the loss in agriculture production, agriculture produce, and the value thereof on account of pest management. It is believed that it is rather guesstimated that it is around 20 to 25%. That itself is a very huge sum for a country like India. So we need to first have a database where then we are able to take a specific policy decision, design programs and schemes for intervention. So friends, what I would like to say is that we must go back to the TRIPS agreement, the trade-related intellectual property rights, because that is what I think enables all the countries across the world to look at their health, look at their plant health, human health, animal health, and design their programs and policies. So it enables India also, based on Article 39.2 and 39.3, to adopt proper intellectual property right regime for agrochemicals, apart from, of course, medicinal and pharmaceuticals. Now, confining ourselves to agrochemicals, we are all aware that Article 39.2 and 39.3 give us enough latitude to offer required intellectual property rights to our agrochemical industry, to the research and development related thereof. When we talk about intellectual property rights, as Agrawal Sahib in his inaugural address rightly said, there is a distinction between patents and the data protection. Now, patents refers to the produce, the product proper, and gives exclusive right to the proprietor to either stop somebody from producing it or using it or selling it, etc. But what we are talking about here in respect of agrochemicals, particularly with reference to the registration at the CIBRC level, is what kind of data protection can be offered so that the research and development is incentivized, the molecule generation is incentivized, and formulations are also equally incentivized. If we want to do that, I think generally there's an understanding that when we talk about data protection, a minimum of 3 years can be offered to the proprietor at the R&D level. And when we offer that kind of a data protection, then what happens to the second and the subsequent applications in respect of data reliability? As far as when you give a data protection, it becomes a data exclusivity to the proprietor, the first applicant, or the first registrant. But then I think for the second and the subsequent registrants, we can have reliance on the data, but only allow him to enter the market after the completion of the first 3 years of data protection offered to the first registrant. Then what this will enable is that even as we have given the first registrant the clearance to enter the market based on his product, we can simultaneously start looking at the data sets with reference to the second applicant, but then he gets the actual registration only at the end of the 3 years. And this way, he'll be able to enter the market immediately without any loss of time. Today, if we need not have sequential way of looking at things, we can have concurrent ways of looking at things. And then given the information technology today that we have, we can ensure that the second man does not enter the market during the period of the data protection that the first registrant enjoys. So I think we should really look at now more closely at offering data protection. We are aware that in countries like USA and China and most Southeast Asian countries, there is already a data protection. I understand it is about 10 years in case of USA for pharmaceuticals, and agrochemical get that extra data protection beyond the 10 years. Of course, in India, it can consider its own environment, and we need not give that kind of an data protection. But I think generally there's a consensus that we can think of 3 years. Of course, I can see Mr. Samir here from the Ministry of Petrochemicals. Possibly he'll be able to apply his mind better than what I'm saying here. But certainly we need to look at, then only R&D will be encouraged. Today, the annual turnover of agrochemical industry in India is about $6 billion US. We should be targeting at least 12 billion US dollars if India agrochemical industry is supposed to contribute to the economic growth, and if it is supposed to contribute to the generation of employment. And simultaneously, the export, as we saw the data, we are doing well, but we can actually double the exports of even agrochemicals. That means India under Atmanirbhar Bharat can become a producer for itself and simultaneously also the export of the generic agrochemicals to other countries, particularly Africa, where the climate and the pest load is similar. Pest load is exactly similar. So I think there's a lot of scope that we can actually look at. So I would say that lastly, let me cover by saying that apart from this policy issue, we need to look at the governance issue. In matters of governance, I think we need a greater coordination between the states and the central government, because ultimately agriculture constitutionally is the subject of the state governments. It is the states who need to have a very strong enforcement regime. And the data that Agarwal Sahab was showing shows that I'm also aware personally that while large number of registrations happen, they all do not convert into proper licenses, and licenses do not convert into actual production at the field level. So what has happened to these thousands of registrations that have actually happened? So we need to ensure that if they are not going to convert that into actual performance at the field level, they need to be cancelled. And simultaneously, how do we control the misbranded products, the use of non-labeled products and spurious products? So we need a stronger enforcement. And just as an industry, particularly with reference to MSME sector, all the state governments have adopted technology-based solutions. For example, earlier the industry inspector could go and inspect any industry he wanted and exploit them. But today it is computer generated, random number, centrally generated and given to the inspector to go and actually test. Likewise, for testing the agrochemical products, we can have random computer generated numbers so that the discretion that our inspector enjoys at the field level is removed, and it is at the central level, and he's simply told, go and test this particular thing. Otherwise, we are aware that he's going and checking the same industry again and again and again, while others are being left out. So we need to bring in, using technology, computer technology, information technology, transparency, objectivity, and kind of honesty into the whole system. And further, that has to be supported by a larger number of state pesticide testing labs, regional testing labs, as also the national testing labs. And we do not even have enough number of referral labs. We only have 2 referral labs, one at Mau and one at Nagpur. So I guess we need to really look at this infrastructure also in a much more wholesome manner. As Dr. Ravi Prakash was saying, not only the current infrastructure is inadequate, they're also all of them not NABL accredited. And in fact, we should need to progress into the good practices. So we need to further progress into higher standards. And then last point is that if we want India to enter into the agricultural export market, including agrochemicals, then our plant quarantine facilities must get further strengthened. Today, our plant quarantine facilities, as per the IPCC convention, are not in good shape. We need to also bring in their proper technology. We, for example, we have developed standards. For example, our Indian Institute of Wheat Research, Karnal, has developed standards for wheat, but it has not been able to develop for other crops. So why not all our ICR institutes develop norms for all the crops? India, as one of you said in the morning, is so blessed with diverse climate, diverse agroecology, that anything that can be grown on earth can be grown in India. So we need to move away from wheat and paddy and a few crops to the wide diversity of crops that India is capable of, wide diversity of animal husbandry we are capable of, wide diversity of fishery that we are capable of, and of course also aquaculture. So I think agriculture has got too fragmented, too compartmentalized. If we want to support agrochemical industry, both fertilizers as well as pesticides, both under organic and inorganic segment, we certainly need to further broad-base agriculture according to agroecologies. And then I'm sure agriculture per se will contribute alongside that agrochemical industry will contribute. And apart from the policy that we talked about at the registration stage, the ease of doing business itself is very important, because agrochemical industry is a industry like any other industry, whether it's in the small scale sector, medium scale sector, or large scale sector. Though a lot of progress has happened since 1991, there has been the license Raj has been lifted. There has been further simplification, but I think we are seeing the present government further simplifying it. Honorable Prime Minister himself is focusing on how to improve the ranking in the ease of doing business. We have come down, we have moved up from the low rank of 100 to now 51st, and I'm sure further will improve our position. So as ease of doing improves, the recent reforms on related to land, relating to the labor, all these things are going to help in ease of doing business for all industry, including agrochemicals. So I would stop here. There's so much to say, but I would like to reiterate, emphasize that agriculture is not just only the present, but is also the future, because it is now diversifying to bioeconomy. And when you talk about bioeconomy, not just food and nutrition related agriculture, but industry related agriculture will take a big shape, just as it is happening in Europe, as it has happened in America. So Indian agriculture, from the farmer's perspective, from the sustainability perspective, from the climate change perspective, we need to diversify, move away from food and nutrition security alone to industrial produce and adopt bioeconomy. If we adopt bioeconomy, then agrochemical industry has to really have new perception, new research and development, new products. And simultaneously, you have to become not just deliverer of goods and products, but deliverer of services. And the new Farmers Contract Act, the Services Act, enables you to become a service provider, farming as a service, not just the chemical products, but the devices, technology, applications, and also counseling. And that means you take up servicing the farmers as your final output. That itself will increase your broad base, your business, and actually enable agrochemical industry to become one of the important segments of the manufacturing and industry sector of our country. So I would stop here. Thank you very much. Thank you, Vicky, for giving me this opportunity. Thank you, Rajveer, for conducting this session very well. Thank you, Agarwal Sahab. You are such a passionate and a professional person. It's always a pleasure to listen to you. And thanks, everybody. Thank you, Manoj. Good day.
Thanks, Manoj. Over to you.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for your presence, Mr. Rathi, and all the eminent speakers who participated in the session. We have already overshooted our time, so now all the panel esteemed speakers for the next sessions are already here. We have Samir Kumar Bishwas, sir, our Additional Secretary, Department of Chemicals, Mr. Mohanty, Mr. Rafael, Mr. Puneet, Mr. Vijay Saldana, Kaushik, and Abhishek Agarwalji. Without wasting any time, our next session, which is building a robust agrochemical industry, we'll start with the new session. I request our moderator, Mr. Kaushik Bhattacharya, to kindly please start the formal proceeding. Kaushik, over to you, please.
Thank you. Thanks, Manoj. It's a pleasure to be a part of such an illustrious panel, diversified and representing various facets of the Indian agrochem system. We have just about an hour and a lot of topics to cover. So I would request the speakers to limit their speeches and presentations to 8 to 10 minutes. Without any further ado, let me dive straight into the discussion. First up, I would like to introduce the chairperson of the session, Shri Samir Kumar Biswas, Additional Secretary, Chemicals, Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals, Government of India. Welcome, sir. Samir Kumar Biswas is an IAS of 1990 batch and is presently Additional Secretary of Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals. He completed his Master of Financial Management from Jamnalal Bajaj Institute of Management Studies. He has Tech in Electrical Engineering from the prestigious IIT Madras and a postgraduate diploma in Public Policy and Management from IIM Bangalore. Mr. Biswas has been spearheading several positive changes in the chemical industry in India, including driving the recent policies around the PLI schemes, which have been lauded by policymakers and industry participants alike. Sir, it would be good to have some inputs from you before we dive into the discussions with our other panelists.
Very good afternoon to all the panelists as well as the participants. I don't know really how many participants are present because in the video we see it's very difficult to make out what's happening around.
Sir, 600. 635 to be precise.
Okay, they're all online.
Sir.
Okay, so thank you. So thank you very much. Instead of really taking time because we are already quite late, so we'll straight away go into the main theme of the this talk. Okay.
Sure.
You can go ahead straight away. Yeah.
Sure. Thank you so much, sir. First off, I would like to introduce Mr. Rafael Del Rio. Mr. Del Rio is currently the Managing Director of Syngenta India Limited. Mr. Del Rio has had several decades of rich and varied experience in the agribusiness space. He has a strategic point of view on how the agrochemical sector has developed, having held leadership positions like the member of Syngenta Latin America and the board of directors and president of Syngenta Latin America North. Mr. Del Rio would speak on mitigation strategies to move towards building a robust industry, increasing production and availability of resources to the end consumers. Before handing it over to Mr. Del Rio, I would request all the other participants to put themselves on mute so that we can hear Mr. Del Rio loud and clear.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good afternoon. I'm currently in Chile. It's almost 5 in the morning, but I didn't want to miss the opportunity to participate in this important conference of the role of agrochemicals in achieving the vision of the 5 trillion economy by 2025. Having spent a good 3 decades in the crop science industry, I have seen the growth of the industry, the tremendous contribution that it has made in not only enhancing the productivity of farmers around the world, but also helping in increasing their profitability. I addressed the 7th FICCI conference with the theme of the role agrochemicals in doubling farmers' income. After having interacted with key players, ministers and bureaucrats of various forums, I'm convinced that agrochemicals can play a significant role in making India a 5 trillion economy by 2025, provided an enabling environment is created in this sector, which is theme of this year's conference. I have been following the government's intention to promote India as an agrochemical hub, especially when we are facing this unprecedented COVID pandemic. The pandemic has once again reminded the vulnerability of supply chains and brought the focus back to making India manufacturing robust. The government has identified agrochemical sector as one of the champion sectors. Building a robust agrochemical industry is even more important because of the additional responsibility of helping farmers and tackling the multifarious challenges that Indian agriculture faces. We need the industry to provide all kinds of technologies, solutions, and practices to overcome the challenges and increase the productivity and profitability of the farming community. Challenges facing agriculture in the world. In my opinion, the first and the foremost challenge we face today is in keeping farmers in the field and stopping the migration to the cities. And this can only happen if the farmers are provided with the latest and wider range of technologies to tackle the ever-increasing pests and diseases and climate change challenges. Crop protection products protects products from diseases, insects, and weeds. The widespread use of newer and more effective products since the middle of the 20th century has increased food security and improved the standards of living around the world. Weeds, insects, and diseases have affected food supply throughout human history. Only very recently, however, has modern science discovered effective ways of controlling these threats to crop yield. After 30 years of rapid growth in agricultural production, the world can currently produce enough food to provide every person with more than 2,700 kilocalories per day. This level would ensure adequate food for all of us if distribution distortion did not exist. Without crop protection, more than 40% of the world's food would not exist. I will repeat, without crop protection, more than 40% of the world's food would not exist. Since 1975, when the population was 4 billion people, crop protection products has been essential in order to produce enough to feed the global population. Crop productivity improvements since 1961 have forestalled habitat conversion to farmland of some 908 million hectares globally, an area roughly the size of the total land area of the United States. Crop protection products are absolutely essential for raising yields and keeping pace with rising demands without encroaching on the environment. I will now like to look at opportunities that India has to make India an agrochemical manufacturing hub. Building a robust crop protection industry in India. The agrochemical industry in India, comprising of domestic and international companies, has grown to around 5.9 billion and has the potential to double the next 5 years. The multinational companies like Syngenta has been operating in India for over 92 years and collaborating with many Indian partners in bringing in quality and effective technologies for the millions of farmers across the length and breadth of India. The R&D-based crop science industry, with R&D spend of close of 10 to 12% of its turnovers, has been launching molecules that has over time led to reduced application rates. These were as high as 1,000 to 3,000 grams of active ingredients per hectare in the case of molecules such as organosulfates and carbamates during the 1960s and 1970s. By the 80s, with the advent of cartap and synthetic pyrethroids, the dosages had come down to 50 to 500 grams per hectare. From the 90s, the early 90s and the early 20s, there was further advancement giving way of triazoles and neonicotinoids, having dosages of 25 to 200 grams per hectare. Since the mid-2000s, the active ingredients application has fallen to less than 100 grams per hectare, such as sulfonylureas and diamides, even as small as 4 grams per hectare. The pursuit towards greener chemistry continues. That pursuit needs encouragement to make our agriculture both economically viable and more sustainable. It calls for the creation of a policy environment that incentivizes a steady flow of the latest and safer products. I would like to bring out another important aspect. There is an unfounded perception that India already uses large amounts of crop protection products. In reality, according to the available data per hectare, consumption of pesticides in India is mere 290 grams per hectare. I will repeat, 290 grams per hectare, compared with other countries like China at 30 kilos per hectare, Japan 11.85 kilos per hectare is almost 12, and Brazil with almost 5 kilos per hectare. Sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, because I had a message. I had a message here that is okay. Sorry, I will continue.
We can hear you. Yeah.
Yet another facet to this number and nature of pesticides being used in India, at present, 1,175 molecules are available globally, but only 270 are registered in India. A further breakdown reveals that only about 75 molecules and their combinations are being used to protect 140 million hectares of diverse Indian agricultural crops. In contrast, much smaller countries like Vietnam, Pakistan have over 500 registered molecules. US, Europe, and Brazil have around 750 approved molecules on their farmers. It is therefore absolutely necessary that Indian farmers need far greater range of newer molecules to fight the battle against pests, diseases, weeds, and other attacks. The limited number of molecules also lead to unintended consequences of spurious and fake products in the market, compounding the problem further. All this points to one direction, and that is the need to create a policy, regulatory and infrastructure environment.
Rafael, you are on mute.
Hello? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Sorry, there's a message that is coming from Google Chrome, and I don't know what is happening. Okay, where did you lost me? Hello?
We lost you in the last 15 seconds, Rafael. Before that, we could.
Okay. I will start at all these points to one direction, and that is the need to create a policy, regulatory and infrastructure environment that encourage greater value addition in the country and encourage manufacturing. First, there's a need for a predictable science-based policy and regulatory regimes for building a robust manufacturing base in the country. A. Registration timelines. Internationally, it takes less than half the time to register products as compared in India. There is an imminent need to look at the registration timelines and bringing it in line with international norms without, of course, compromising of the safety and efficacy aspect. B. A core priority to molecules to be introduced first time in the country to separate cells. All registration categories under Section 9.3 for molecules to be introduced first time in the country should be given priority. New molecules introduction need to be encouraged and facilitated. C. Adoption of global best practices. Minor changes legislation. At present, any minor change to a recipe is like a new registration and leads to enormous delays. International minor changes are allowed without the need for elaborate data requirements all over again. The Ministry of Agriculture has constituted a committee to look into this issue in 2014. India should also allow minor changes without the requirements of large amount of data. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can, Rafael.
Okay.
Loud and clear.
I will. Legislation for biostimulants and biologicals. We need necessary guidelines to biostimulant and biological products in India that can address complex problems, biotic and abiotic stresses for the farming community. This will also enable replacement all chemistry with safer intermediates, both synthetics and natural, with easy. Upgradation labs. India should implement Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development requirements in letter and spirit, and encourage data generation under good laboratory practices. Peer review on toxicological data should be adopted by India, similar to the pattern adopted by the OECD members country. Second, any hasty decision to ban or a policy environment restricting use and introduction of new molecules will be like throwing the baby along with the bathwater. Industry and government should work towards ensuring that the farmers are equipped with the best technologies to produce more from less in an environmentally sustainable manner. Third, the Pesticide Management Bill 2020 is also another opportunity to bring in a predictable, progressive science-based legislation in place of the age-old Insecticide Act of 1968. Provisions like criminalization of offense in the Pesticide Management Bill of 2020 does not augur well and vitiates the atmosphere. The offenders need to be dealt, but the genuine players should not suffer. Similarly, some of the regulatory provisions like registrations and certain provisions will affect ease of doing business. And more importantly, will restrict new molecules introduction so necessary for farmers in the extremely complex environment and pest pressure. It is also needs to ensure that there is adequate duration of protection of regulatory data for the first time registration. I will repeat, it also needs to ensure that there is adequate duration of protection of regulatory data for the first time registration. This will enable them not only to recoup some of the investment, but also steward the products properly. A period of exclusivity is granted by countries across the world for the first time registration in accordance with the WTO and TRIPS guidelines. In fact, this, in my opinion, would ensure innovation protection. We need to understand that we are talking about innovation protection. I would encourage more discoveries in India, leading to creating a robust manufacturing base. Fourth, artificial intelligence is the future of agriculture and would help growers in making the right decision with respect to spraying technologies, product usage, and help in identifying deficiencies and interventions for soil. All avenues to enable penetration of new and scale-neutral technologies should be explored for making farming sustainable. Fifth, manufacturing and logistics infrastructure. It goes without saying that we need to create a world-class manufacturing and logistic infrastructure by way of industrial parks, easy environment clearances, centralized pollution treatment plants, power, water, and other infrastructures. State-of-the-art infrastructure in roads and port facility would also help reduce time and cost besides boosting competitiveness. Six.
Rafael, I'm sorry to interrupt. Rafael, we are running a little short of time.
This is my last point.
Great. Okay.
Sixth, and most important, is a need for private sector and government to work towards bringing in newer and safer technology through public-private partnerships. The government is taking the agrochemical as champion sectors, and a blueprint has to be designed for making the sector more robust. Both domestic and multinational companies have helped the sector grow tremendously in India. The strengths of both can be harnessed to take in India agriculture, the Indian farmers, to greater heights. Thank you very much again for providing me this opportunity to share my perspective today. Thanks you all.
Thank you so much, Rafael, for those interesting insights. Good to hear about your optimistic views about agrochem being a key enabler to the Indian economy reaching $5 trillion, and extremely sharp pointers around an action plan to enable India to become a global agrochemicals hub. Thank you so much. Next up, we have with us Mr. Puneet Thind, who is a National Director, Vegetable Growers Association of India. Puneet works actively towards the betterment of the farmer community in India. He's a master's in international business, having worked in international marketing for 2 years before he moved into the farming business. He moved to Africa at the age of 28 and promoted a farm management company there, where he managed a 5,000-acre farm in Ethiopia. He has promoted more than 50 farmer produce organizations, FPOs in Maharashtra, Punjab, and Haryana. He was selected by the US Department of State as a participant from India for International Visitor Leadership Program in 2017. And in 2019, University of Cambridge, UK selected him for a flagship program on agriculture. He is the founder director of the Northern Farmers Mega FPO. Today, he would give us the farmer's perspective on agriculture and agrochem space in India. Welcome, Puneet, over to you.
Thank you, Kaushik. I hope voice is clear. I'm audible?
Yes, you are. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. First of all, I thank FICCI for organizing yet another program on agrochemical. It has been a very good journey, and we are very delighted to be part of this program. On today's the theme of the program on robust role of agrochemicals in 5 trillion economy. At the outset, I admit that I am not competent and experienced enough to guide or to share anything about the industry. But at the ground level, with my experience, my hand-on experience of farming and working with nearly 12,000 farmers in India, various parts of India, and our experience of working East of Africa, I would like to share some of the gray areas which I think can be helpful for the industry to make a roadmap about the future. First is when we talk about agrochemical industry and our projection for the future, I think agriculture should keep in mind. And the farm economy is something which is at a very difficult stage. Farmers, they are at the crossroad. So farming, agricultural economy and the agrochemical industry, I think they should go hand to hand. We should keep in mind both the aspect, how much farmer we are making farmer capable of earning per acre with our new technology, with our new molecules, new agrochemicals. We should ensure that these agrochemical and the solution, they should reach to the farmers and making farmers capable of earning more per acre. This is our target should be like this. I was listening to Dr. Dalwai just in the last session, at the end of last session, where he mentioned there are a lot of things which are not in a good shape. And I would like to reiterate the same points and the same gray areas. There are certain things which are not in a good shape, and these things are not in a good shape for quite a long time. He talked about the fake, unregistered, counterfeit agro products, and we have conducted a study with the FICCI, and FICCI hosted actually that study about the fake product. For last 4 to 5 years, we are talking about this aspect in every meeting, and still what is happening at ground zero, the fake and non-registered and spurious product, They are in sale, they are in practice, and their sale is, unfortunately, I would say, all-time high. Industry should think about this situation where a sale of counterfeit is increasing, and the farmer, this is something which I'm sharing with the industry, with the based on my own experience, that farmers experience and the farmers confidence on fake product is increasing day by day. We are not able to make farmers educated that counterfeit is bad. Farmers, they have been practicing, they are using a fake product with a confidence, because they are not able to make out the difference between using a fake product and a genuine product. Extension system has a lot to do with this situation, because of our extension system, we need to look at our extension system, how to bring it up, because retailer and the vendor or the commission agent, those who are responsible for selling of product, they are not able to provide the actual agronomy and the technical solution to the farmer. So extension system need to have a close look, and we should try to revive this with a joint effort. And that's why I remember in the last meeting which we attended in the FICCI almost a year back, we have called for a collaboration between the farmer and the industry. Unfortunately, we can't progress much due to our constraint of this COVID situation over the last 8 to 9 months. But in the future, we should look at this opportunity, that how we can collaborate. Now we have organized a farmer producer organization, then we have promoted a federation of FPOs. And I'm very happy that I am in touch with a few of our industry personalities who are participating in this session. Especially, I would like to name Sagar Kaushik. He especially visited us from UPL, and he has shared we have shared our concept note with UPL, and Sagarji, he was very kind to take it up, and I hope in future we will be in a position to make a collaboration between industry and the farmer producer organization, where at least we can address these challenges and these problems. I would request other industry stakeholders, including research institutes and farmer organization as well, to come together and make an ecosystem, because we have lost faith on industry. If we talk about the farmer, majority of the farmer, they have lost trust on companies, they have lost trust on politicians, they have lost trust on even on bureaucrats, and result we are witnessing in Delhi border. So farmer, we need to gain trust on each other, and it is possible only through collaborative efforts. If we are able to show some result on the field, we talk a lot about various plan and various program, but unless we actually convert them into reality and something good is not happening at ground zero, I think talk will remain the talk, and we won't be able to progress much. So the need of the hour is to create an ecosystem, and ecosystem will develop through hello, sorry, there was some network issue. So this is what I want to share on this program. I congratulate FICCI for organizing this program. Thank you. This is all from my side.
Thank you, Puneet, for your views. It's always enriching to get hands-on views of a person working at the grassroots level. I hope some of the issues that you highlighted, including concerns around counterfeit products, etc., would be noted by the industry, and as a whole, they should work towards mitigating them. Thank you so much. Next up, we have with us Mr. Vijay Sardana, who's a well-known and experienced techno-legal expert for food, consumer products, agri-commodities, and an independent director on various boards and members of expert committees. He's a well-known speaker, writer, corporate trainer, a well-known TV panelist on techno-economic and techno-legal matters, including public policies, bioeconomy, and consumer markets on issues impacting global and national trade and rural economy, including food, agriculture, and consumer issues. Mr. Sadana is an alumnus of IIM Ahmedabad. Today, he will speak on resolving challenges faced by the industry, recognition and acceptance of the industry for sustainable agriculture safety of applications. Over to you, Mr. Sadana.
Thank you very much, and good morning, and now hopefully good afternoon to all of you. Thanks to FICCI for organizing this very vital issue. And we all know that agriculture is lifeline for society. And we have seen that the society actually survives when agriculture survives. But at the same time, in last couple of years, we have seen a lot of issues emerging in agriculture. I also sit on the board of financial companies. I sit with various policymakers in various committees. Various stakeholders are raising many issues. And as society, as policymakers, all should be addressed. And I think that is why all the fellow panelists, those who spoke earlier, Dalwai Saab and other Puneet and many other industry representatives, I think they were highlighting many issues, which all are now common knowledge among all. On the other side, when I meet people in TV forums, in public forums, farmers have different issues, NGOs are raising different issues. So, कुल मिला के बात इतनी सी है कि agriculture is important for food and agrochemicals are vital to ensure food security. But when we are talking about food security and when we are talking of highly scientific area like agrochemicals, we do not see a consistency at various levels. In my next 5 to 7 minutes time which is allocated to me, I will not go into problems because if I list the problems related or issues related to agrochemicals, they run into actually 27 in numbers. And we can go into each one of them. I don't want to spend time there. But issues which is very important, and I'm not going to discuss the problems, I'm going to look at how we can address those problems and what should be the approach. These, my views, will be starting point for all of you to start discussion, because the same points I'm requesting policymakers to look at it. My paper, which you can see on the screen, is in front of you. It has highlighted all the major issues which industry and various stakeholders are facing. The problem here comes up is there is a contest between science and politics. One side there is a votary of science, on the other side there is a politics that what should be promoted and what should not be promoted. And obviously this happens in a chess game when we are talking about business. So everybody is trying to use legal environment to settle their business scores, or I will say business rivalry. And in this process, everybody loses. Because when we look into, I sit on various policy making committees also, whether it is a financial markets or other technical committees, we find that yes, there are different stakeholders come with a different agenda, not because they are scientifically prudent, but to settle their business scores or to one up in the marketplace with the use of regulatory arbitrage. Let me put that way. And I think time has come when we have to address what is good for society, what is good for India, because end of the day, what is good will survive. I can also get away with crime for a certain time or for certain short duration, but end of the day, the truth has to prevail. If we are not clear of this agenda, we will continue to face the controversies, whether in the form of a, I will say that NGOs protest, farmers protest, litigations in the court, or even delayed time when it comes to policy making. Classic example is almost 15 or 12 to 15 years delay in revising our Pesticide Act. This is all because of politics, not because of science. And that we have to be very clear now. Even today's farmers' agenda is also politics. It is not science, it is not economics. And that is what we have to be very clear. And you have seen that Honorable Prime Minister has took a very clear stand that what is right we have to do and what is not right, there will be some form of a political consideration. And I do interact with various ministers and policymakers. And let me tell you, people are getting sensitive to all these matters because it is not the education of farmers. Capacity building is also required for policymakers. Capacity building is also required for politicians. Capacity building is also required for media people. Because unless they know the fact, they will not be able to raise the right questions in public forum. With this background, I'm not going to all of them. I'm just highlighting 5 points and what is the way forward. And these are vital, these are controversial. Let me be very clear. My statement may not be pleasing to someone in the group, but I'm not here to please people. I'm going to say that these are controversial subjects. We have to have a serious debate. My suggestion may not be suitable to you, but that is one of the options. You may have a better option. Please bring on the table and we can discuss that. One of the issue comes up is very, very clear about perception about agrochemical industry. In the morning session, everybody was saying that perception about agrochemical is not very positive in society. My point is what action we are doing. What steps we have taken to change the perception. We are only doing lip service. Can I say that the products which are bad for society, we are willing to ban? Can we take a stand as an industry? That if there is a controversial subject, if there is a controversial product, the world is banning certain things, NGOs are shouting against it, civil society is up in arms, these things are controversial. Can industries sit together and take a policy decision? If things are bad for society and environment, can we ban? It's a hard decision. It's a business interest involved. But do we have guts to take a call? If not, perception challenge you will continue to face. You cannot wish away that action speaks louder than the words. Please appreciate this. You continue to say that we are doing something great for society, but I don't want to ban something which is considered bad by the society. You cannot have both things parallel. Somewhere you have to take a decision, and this is where the mature industry comes in. When we have taken a whole controversial decision like banning Freon to protect the ozone layer, we banned the asbestos to protect the cancerous products. Can we take certain hard decision at industry level that yes, in the interest of society, we want to ban these products? Do we have that much guts as an industry to take that challenge? If we do it, people will start looking at us differently. But for that, there are different approaches: short-term commercial interest versus long-term sustainable business and better image. You all have to choose what is the right way forward. Second issue comes up is spurious products. Puneet has very rightly said that people are becoming more and more dependent on spurious products. Sale of spurious products are going up. Point here is that today we have technologies. In food industry, with my clients, in my own factory, when I was MD CEO, we had even on every box there was a traceability factor. That was my law in the company. That any retailer in any remote area of the country calls and says, there is a problem with the product. And I used to say, tell me the number which one you are doing it. If it is a spurious product, it will not tally with my number. Because there is a coding in every box technically, and it is not difficult. You simply need one bar coding machine. You just need one printer. But what is required is a mindset to address the problem. Money is never an issue in addressing these issues. It is the mindset. Are we willing to do it or not? And sitting in 1,000 kilometers away from the retail shop in my office, I can say whether it is my product or someone else's product or it is a duplicate product for you. You can do it. It's all possible in today's technology. And it is not expensive. Maybe 5 paisa per box, maybe 10 paisa per box. That's all in a box of 2,000 rupees. And if we cannot do it, then something is wrong with us in our thinking. Money is not an issue. Once again, I'm saying it is a management issue. It is a planning issue. If we want to save our industry from spurious products, adopt technologies which can ensure you traceability and security of supply chain. Beauty today is that even you have a mobile, you can have your database linked to your server And consumer sitting in remote area in a village, if do a barcoding scanning, he knows whether this product is from the company or it is a spurious product. He will not pick up from the retail shelf. And that will also reduce your inspector's problem. Because if you have a wrong barcode on the product, how you can say that this is my product? It is a spurious product. It gives you security. It gives you credibility in the market. Farmers are happy. You are safe. Less litigation, less hassle. And you will be able to shrink the spurious industry. But are we willing to take that stand? And that is, we have to seriously look at it. Coming back to the whole issue of import versus domestic manufacturing. I am a votary of domestic manufacturing. Out of 1090 products, which was mentioned by our friend from Syngenta, the MD of Syngenta, and today, even Dr. Paroda, and we have 273 products. Should we manufacture every product? In India, we are one of the second largest or maybe the largest mobile market in the world today. Are we manufacturing LED screens? We are assembling a phone. On the other side, we are importing many things and we don't manufacture anything in certain products. But on the other side, we manufacture 100% and we export also. My request is that do not take a political call like a black and white. This is dangerous because everything may not be sensible to manufacture in India. Either product may be very expensive in production. There may be issues related to purity. There may be cost of production issue. Even there are technological issues and maybe there are pollution and permission issues. My request is for every molecule, please do the SWOT analysis. You will realize that what we have to do in India, what I can outsource, and why simply ignore. And all three are important business decisions. What to make and what to buy is very important business decision which all of you do every day as a CEO. Because you don't manufacture even in your company everything. Packaging material you outsource. Maybe some components you buy in-house. And that is what I'm saying. Every element and every molecule should be done in a SWOT analysis because you can take the right decision once you have facts with us. Third area comes up is, and it is raised in the morning session also very, very clearly, investments. Why should invest when my investment is not protected? Why all of us are not investing in different parts of the world? Because we know that my money will not be protected or it is not profitable to invest in those countries. Why you are not investing in every molecule? Because you find that it is not profitable to invest in every molecule. It's a business call. When it comes to investment in R&D, if that investment does not have a payback period, why should invest in R&D? It's a pure commercial kill. Now, in this case, what policy environment we are creating to ensure that investment comes into India and people, those who are investing in India, have enough ecosystem and bandwidth so that they can feel comfortable that their investments will be recovered. The whole dispute of China-America is basically IPR. That we invest in R&D, you simply copy. And today China is actually blamed for as a copying nation of the world. Do we want India to be the same? Or we want sensible players to come in? Otherwise, what will happen if we don't respect IPR in India? People will migrate out of India and they will settle themselves in Singapore or America or Europe or somewhere else where their knowledge is respected. So we respect in this country the material. Actually, as a country, we are traders' country. We are not an investors' country. Because in investment, you have a long-term vision. Traders have a transaction-to-transaction relationship. So if you want India to become an investors' country, you have to respect IPR. If you are not respecting IPR, you are nothing but a trader. As simple as that. And this is the difference between an investor and a trader. Trader has no IPR. He buys something, whether it's a mobile or iPhone, for him it doesn't matter. What he looks at is a margin. But iPhone is not a trader made by trader. It is made by an investor and an R&D company. So we have to learn a difference between whether we want India as a trader's country or we want an investor's destination. And policymakers, those who are watching this point, they have to be very, very clear. Politicians may not appreciate this because of their short-term interest. They don't have a long-term vision because what their target is next election. But for India, you have to have a long-term vision. And my last point, because of paucity of time, I will not go into detail. And my point here comes up is, we all are talking about digital agriculture, database of agriculture. We are talking of industrial 4.0. The world will be full of sensors. Every mobile has many sensors. How many companies have started actually collating their own data created by their sales team in the form of a big data analysis? How many of us actually analyze the invoices and the trends of sales and the insect attack in different parts of the world or the country, and so that we have a better forecasting in coming season? What type of services are required other than the product? So in order to improve and in order to have an affinity or a loyalty program, product with service is the way forward. And for that, digital agriculture is going to be very, very important aspect. But how many pesticide companies hire managers, those who understand digital technology? We still hire salesmen, BSc AG. But BSc AGs minus digital technology, we are talking of 1980s, not 21st century. And how many training programs we have to improve the digitization technology or digitization mindset of our employees? Unless we have a database, you cannot have a better forecasting. You will have a wrong approach, wrong modeling, wrong product, high inventory cost, more wastage, high cost of operation, low margin, and then you will do politics, not business. Because if I am expensive, let me kill my competition instead of supporting the growth. So I will say that all other issues are very, very clearly explained. There is a complete blog on series of food laws in India required. You can visit their law notes by Vijay Sardana on Google. You will find a whole lot of things which I'm writing there. Good part is all policymakers are reading it because I'm getting comments on that, all of them. I will continue to do what I'm observing. I'll continue to share my experiences which I'm learning. And I wish you all the best, because we need better crop protection technologies, but we need a better, good science. We are talking of drone era. We are talking of digital era. We are talking of remote sensing era. We are not talking of historical of the world. So we are talking of future. We have to think what India needs in future, not what was right in 19th century or 20th century. Let's plan for 21st century and beyond. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sardana, for effectively prioritizing the issues in the Indian agrochem space and also presenting an action plan to tackle those issues. Very, very thought-provoking. Thanks so much. Next up, I would like to hand it over to Dr. S.P. Mohanty, CMD of Hindustan Insecticides Limited. Dr. Mohanty carries more than 30 years of rich and diverse experience, primarily in marketing of agri-inputs. He also worked with Agrochemicals and Fertilizers in Mumbai in different capacities from 1989 to 2015. Dr. Mohanty is the recipient of Marketing Man of the Year Award during 1995 and Best Employee Award during 2012 in RCF. Under the chairmanship of Dr. Mohanty, HIL has been awarded with several prestigious awards by renowned institutions. These include the CSR Excellence Award by Bureaucracy Today, Innovative HR Practices by Times Ascent, and awards from FICCI. He has been awarded Udyog Ratan Award and Excellence Award by the Institute of Economic Studies, Hindi Occasion of Hindi Divas 2016 by Shri Kiran Rijiju, Minister of State for Home Affairs, Government of India, and several other awards. Today, Dr. Mohanty will be presenting on making India an investment destination and becoming Atmanirbhar. Over to you, Dr. Mohanty.
Thank you, Kaushik. Respected Chairman, Sri Additional Secretary, Sri Samir Biswasji, esteemed panelist, Sri R.G. Agrawal. HIL being the only public sector in this agrochemical industry, yes, now the need of hour is how to make India a robust agrochemical business hub, because in past also we have seen so many, the agrochemical industry has had a good journey during those periods, but a lot of things needs to be done in this regard. Next, please. Due to paucity of time, I will be just going through some of my slides. As you know very well that in Syngenta also there were, Mr. Rafael was telling that there is a guesstimate of around 1.40 lakh crore annual loss due to this crop damage. Reduction in this agrochemical cost will help the farmers' income, which is the doubling of farmers' income is the motto of this government. And it is the need of the hour that this industry particularly be strengthened, and the India should be a destination for this. Next, please. As you know that yes, the industry is growing in average 9% compound average growth, and the export is also good in 14%. Now, as per estimates, this is 21,400 crore we have already exported in 2019. This includes all the segments of insecticide, fungicide, herbicide, etc. Next. Yes, as we have seen that agrochemical exports are growing very well in this country, and it is expected that lot of things will change the dynamics of this industry. So we have to diverse ourselves towards a robust industry in this country. Next, please. Yes, there is a requirement as Mr. Rafael was telling, though India is a less utilization of pesticides in the per hectare, but we have to manage the perception. Now, Mr. Vijay Sardana was telling that, yes, what you are doing, a lot of things has to be done because the perception change is not only at the government level, but also in the farmer level it has to be done. So there is a requirement of well education of farmers, skill development of the farmer, and you must be, HIL is a part of stakeholder in this line. We are continuously since last 3 years, we are continuously training the farmers how to do the safe and judicious use of pesticides. Our ministry, DCPC, is also a co-partner in this program, and we are organizing this farm. Till now, we have already done this program through around 80,000 farmers has been given this type of training. Mr. Puneet was also there in the last speaker. He was telling to associated with some of the organization like this. I will invite him to come and we can take this mission go ahead so that all everywhere it can reach to the nooks and corner of India for the perception can be changed about the agrochemical industry. Until unless we change this perception, we cannot have a robust hub, manufacturing hub for this particular agrochemical industry. Next, please. Yes, now this post-COVID, the entire strategy, what I have seen that now we are looking towards inwards because our previously there were a lot of imports were being done to this country, but now in this period, COVID period, we have seen that agrochemical industry, particularly which is more dependent on the import, is a feel about the import substitution. Until unless go for import substitution, we cannot do our entire value chain cannot be until unless we manufacture our entire value chain in this country, we cannot be a robust industry in that case, and India, the next agrochemical hub cannot become in that way, because we have to look inwards that how from the starting from the key starting material till to the final products, the industry grows in the manufacturing inside the country itself. Backward integration, yes, backward integration is a major part. We have to look after the background. All the industry has already started. I think in this respect, all big industries, they have gone ahead with their raw material, manufacturing of their raw material through backward integration, which will really make this industry Atmanirbhar inside the country. And we have to have a large capacity, not the scattered capacity of small capacities scattered here and there. Now the time has come that industry should go for manufacturing of large capacity at one place, so that we can, that capacity may be bigger than China also, world capacity also. Then only we can become a manufacturer of the, we can export the our market, we can become world exporter for this particular product. So we have to look after that. Capacity enhancement is the need of the hour, and now we should go ahead for the capacity enhancement in a bigger way. Lot of JVs are required in this country, or through public-private partnership like HIL. As a public sector, we are open to this idea. We have already in the line of discussion with so many private players also to have a public-private partnership to encourage this manufacturing through either through backward integration or making new plants, new molecules, manufacturing of new molecules in this country, so that this industry can be encouraged in that way. Next, please. Now this need of the strengthening R&D facilities required. Yes, past so many speakers have emphasized on this R&D facilities. Now this NABL, GLP laboratories, it has to be, number of NABL and GLP accredited laboratories has to be increased, because we have got only some limited laboratories where our industry is not able to go ahead without any proper GLP standard. So that is required, that is the need of the hour. But again, here I would like to talk about one topic that was a lot of speaker has emphasized on data protection. Yes, R&D always require a data protection, and it is required for the R&D part of the industry. But again, we have to see that data protection at what cost? Because my farmer should not be either exploited through the data protection clause, or the cost of the farmer should not be exorbitant high for that particular pesticides in the name of data protection. So that industry has to introspect and look after that. Yes, when we are having this data protection, we have to safeguard farmers' economy also and country's economy also. So this particular subject has to be very cautiously dealt, and this particular subject has to be addressed in a very, very judicious manner. Now, need of pro-industry and transparent regulatory mechanism is required. We have seen a lot of speakers has talked about this CIBRC registration. Yes, I have seen so many of my private sector friends also that for one license, one registration certificate, we have to wait till 7 years. Somebody was telling yesterday that he has applied 7 years back. So until unless this process is made transparent and very industry friendly, we cannot able to have a manufacturing hub here, because it may be the lifetime of a molecule may be around 10 years. So if a registration process itself takes 4 to 5 years, then automatically who will invest in this country, and this atmosphere will not be a conducive atmosphere for industry to investment. So we have to rethink about our policy. Like Dr. Ravi Prakash has already emphasized that they are going to transparent system. It has to be transparent, mostly digitalized, and 100% it should be a industry friendly policy. Then only we can have some investment and robust investment in this sector. Second is environmental clearances. Yes, we are also part of that, and like we have seen in past, this China, they have gone ahead with lot of relaxations. Again, now they are coming back to the one for this environmental thing. So both the way, the environmental clearances should be industry friendly. Also, it has to be look after the by efficacy and safety factor of the human beings. So both balance can be maintained, and industry should introspect and sit together that whatever facility is needed, that has to be properly deliberated. And in our ministry also, for this ease of doing business, we have formed a investment cell, that is investment promotion cell in DCPC is there, that which can link up these ministries which are there itself for the facilitation of the industry in this country. They ministry can come in between and help them to have an investment in this. Also the PLI scheme, yes, it is underway under the chairmanship of our additional secretary. Now he is looking after that very shortly. So many sectors have given the production linked incentive scheme. Now for chemical sector, and particularly in agrochemical, we are on the way of going to that scheme. And once that scheme is declared, again, it will be another more benefit giving for the investor who wants to come into this sector and give the investment in there. Thank you very much. Thank you. I have given my view on this and rest. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mohanty, for encapsulating critical data points on the industry in a crisp deck and also presenting your thoughts on making India Atmanirbhar in agrochemicals. Thank you so much. Before I hand it over to Mr. Abhishek Agarwal for the vote of thanks, I would like to invite Shri Samir Kumar Viswas to share some closing remarks on the sessions we have just had. Over to you, Mr. Viswas.
So thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, and I also thank all the speakers who really raised very valid and pertinent points in the larger interest of the agriculture as well as the industry, that is the agrochemical industry. I think I am audible.
Yes, you are, sir.
Okay, thank you. So, from the speeches, basically that whatever I heard so far, there are very important points. I will not be really able to really touch upon all the points, but out of that, few observations that I have, I'd like to really talk on those specifically, because I wanted to see something action-oriented thing again. Mr. Manoj Mehta might be knowing that I have always been keeping on talking about action-oriented program always. See this thing, when Mr. Rafael was talking about consumption of petrochemicals in India being very low, I mean, this figure is known from, I think last 20 years or so, the consumption of petrochemicals in India is very low. But we really need to go, it's high time that we really need to go deeper into it. Can we find out the broadly top 25% of area in India which consumes very high rate of pesticide consumption per acre, and the bottom 25% with the lowest petrochemical consumptions per acre, and the middle 50%. We need to have some kind of decision, policy decision, as to what is the cause of such a low consumption. As far as my information and gut feeling goes, there are states and areas where the consumption of pesticides is quite high. The average is comparable to the global average. And there are areas where the consumption is too poor because of various reasons. And there is a middle range. So we really need to pinpoint and focus on the policy aspect as to ultimate objective being higher agricultural productivity. What should be done to enhance the agricultural productivity of the entire land under crop in India, right? So we need to do some kind of micro study, at least slightly below the national level. We need to go at regional level, identify these factors and reasons of low productivity, and also the reasons for less consumption of pesticide. If the consumption of pesticide is less and productivity is very high, it's good. Why should we insist on saying that we must consume more and more pesticide per acre? No. Our objective is to have higher productivity per acre. So do you have any study from that point of view? Every year we are conducting this conference, but unfortunately these facts and figures are not coming out. So that is the only one point I wanted to highlight. We need to work towards that. Yes, given everything, again, as far as the gut feeling goes, there is plenty of opportunity for growth of the industry. That also I agree. For that, whatever needs to be done, a very elaborate prescription has been already given by Mr. Rafael. Many of them can be gone into, should be gone into, and also some kind of decision should be taken. I agree fully with that. And Mr. Professor Saldana has brought out very, very important and very relevant points. And very first thing that he said that we should not really mix up politics in the science of growth of agriculture, and also we should not be influenced by politics. We should be more basing on science. Whenever we are talking about banning of pesticides or promoting new pesticides, and also the concept of competitive advantage. India as a country, wherever you have competitive advantage, there only you should talk about manufacturing. Otherwise, you should not be talking. Again, another valid point. But I mean, as far as these decisions are concerned regarding banning and all, banning pesticides or taking some decision on restriction of these pesticides, it's an extremely, I mean, important point. That's what we also have been saying, that banning should not be dependent on any kind of gut feeling or some kind of study or hearsay information. There should be detailed scientific analysis regarding bioefficacy, regarding toxicity, and the overall economic interest of the entire nation, not only pesticide industry. That should be done, and then only should arrive at a decision regarding restrictive use of a pesticide. And as far as politics goes, I mean, my personal feeling, again, politics is a high science. It's a very important science, because the science says more mass will have more weight. Weight equal to mass into gravity, acceleration due to gravity, m into g. So if you have more mass, you will have more weight. And politics only tries to basically strike a balance between the various stakeholders. It tries to tilt a decision towards the desire of larger mass, that is larger number of people. So politics tries to get that kind of optimal solution where larger number of people benefits. So I will rather say politics is also very big science once we apply it properly in a scientific manner. So that is one thing. That is another thing. So any decision to ban or not ban or restrict anything, again, should be based on science, politics, everything together, because all of these work towards arriving and achieving at a optimal solution for the entire nation and also for the mankind. So that there is as such no issue. Mr. Mohanty also talked about few things that, again, I mean, he talks about Atmanirbhar Bharat. I mean, he has said that there is a lot of potential and opportunity for the industry. There is opportunity for going for joint venture initiatives, and we must go for it. And also, I mean, see that point is again extremely important, valid point. Now, India is a big enough economy. I'll repeat, India is a very big enough economy until unless we have very strong competitive disadvantage, we should try to really have some kind of self-sufficiency. Given the size of the economy, given the importance of the economy, we should try to go for self-sufficiency as long as there is no very big disadvantage which goes against us, that we can never be competitively producing something. Like natural resources you don't have, you cannot do anything. You have to import the natural resources. So there is no second opinion on that. You must import the natural resources wherever we are highly deficit. But wherever there is a possibility of finding alternative natural resources which could meet our demand as well as the global demand, we could lead the world. So there is opportunity for that. There is a big opportunity for becoming global leader in manufacturing of pesticide as well as various other chemicals on a sustainable basis, taking care of the environment, taking care of the economy. I mean, basically meeting the need of the farmers and the agricultures, and also creating a large number of jobs, which is very, very crucial for our country. Because the demographic dividend, whatever we have got, we need to leverage that for our competitive advantage and ensure that we grow on a sustainable manner in industry, in agriculture, in all segments of the economy, for the benefit of the nation as well as of the world at large. So with that, I thank all the speakers and Piki and all the participants in this conference, and really wish you all the best. And we hope that something concrete outcome will be there, on which the government can act, industry can act. We will sit together and try to see that the industry grows further in the larger interest of the agriculture, industry and the national economy. So I can thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Mr. Biswas. Thank you so much. Now, lastly, I would like to hand it over to Mr. Abhishek Agarwal for the vote of thanks. Mr. Abhishek is the president of Bharat Rasayan Limited. He looks at strategic alliances and corporate sales. Mr. Agarwal has nearly 2 decades of experience in the agrochemical industry with various leading companies in areas related to strategic alliance and global procurement, corporate sales, exports, and product registration. He holds a bachelor's degree in information technology and is a double MBA in international business and marketing from LBSIM Delhi. He is responsible for spearheading strategic alliance with various MNC clients for global and Indian corporate sales, business, and product registration for the Bharat Group, which is in line with its growth objectives. Over to you, Mr. Agarwal, for the vote of thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Abhishek Agarwal, President for Bharat Rasayan Limited, who is into technical manufacturing and doing its bit for Atmanirbhar Bharat in our own capacity. I've been asked to deliver the vote of thanks just before the lunch break, so I will be a little fast. So as we say that if you ate today, then thank a farmer. So I would like to first of all thank our Indian farmer, because of whom we all are here. Also would like to equally thank FICCI for being a major driving force who is equally voicing the concern of the farmer in the industry with the Indian government. I also thank RG Agarwal ji. We cannot have a better industry voice than you, sir. Thank you so much. And a big thanks to our very dynamic and practical chairperson for the session, Shri Sameer Kumar Biswas ji. I've had an opportunity to interact with him in 3 to 4 industry meetings and found him a person who believes in facts and figures rather than rosy talks, which he just mentioned. Decision maker. So thank you, sir, for chairing the session. Thanks to our moderator, Mr. Kaushik Bhattacharya, for completing and conducting the session in best possible time and manner. I really appreciate a very insightful address given by Mr. Rafael Del Rio, the MD of Syngenta, under whose leadership we have seen Syngenta growing to newer heights. We society survives when agriculture survives. So he pointed the need for industry to work together, leaving out our personal company-related vested interest. And he also highlighted some 5 points on the way forward. And finally, our own Dr. Mohanty talked about the Atmanirbhar Bharat, and one of the most important points he highlighted was backward integration and production at a larger scale. I also do feel that way forward is fantastic for Indian agrochemical industry. And in one of the sessions which was conducted by FICCI, the PLI scheme is one of the areas where even the ministry is helping us to take this forward. I once again thank all the eminent speakers for taking out time from their busy schedule and enlightening us with the knowledge. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Abhishek. Thanks everyone for being part of such an insightful session. With this, I would like to hand it back to Manoj for the next session. Thank you so much.
So thank you, everyone. Thank you for your input for the session. I would like to Sameer Kumar Biswas, in spite of his busy schedule, agree to our request, and all the other esteemed panelists. So now we will take, for all the delegates who have been joining us from all over the world, that we will take a break for about 6 minutes, and then we will again join back next session. So now I request all of you to kindly please take a break and join us back in this platform. Thank you, Kaushik. Thank you very much.
उनकी तो आवाज आई नहीं रही। मैं फोन पूछ।
No, madam, we can hear you, ma'am.
I could not hear you, but now I can hear you. Okay, thank you.
We will start in 5 minutes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes. So, Honorable Minister is joined a bit late, but we'll start on time.
Okay, ठीक है. Whenever you start, give me a message.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. So we'll start the session. So Mr. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I welcome all the delegates. As I could see that we have more than 500 delegates joining us from different part of India and the world. And I welcome you to this important session on the role of water and agrochemical in enhancing a global competitive, modern and sustainable inclusive Indian agriculture industry. I would like to welcome here Mrs. Neel Kamal Darbari, Special Secretary and Managing Director of Small Farmer Agri Business Consortium, Government of India, Mr. J. Bryan, Mr. Rajesh Agrawal, Mr. R.G. Agrawal, and Mr. Ajit Bose. Honorable Minister will be joining us shortly. Once he will join, then we'll again, intervene and welcome the Honorable Minister. But to start the formal proceeding, I would now introduce our moderator today, Dr. S.K. Goyal. Dr. S.K. Goyal is a Master in Development Studies, University of Bath. He is an IAS officer from 92 batch Maharashtra cadre. He has occupied various senior positions in the state of Maharashtra, mostly linked to the field of agriculture and cooperation, including 7 years as Agriculture Commissioner, Additional Chief Secretary of Agriculture, responsible for attracting an investment of $1 billion in the state in a year in the state of Maharashtra in the field of integrated value chain. So now over to Dr. Sudhir Goyal, sir, and can you please start the formal proceeding? You are on mute, so you have to unmute yourself.
Thanks, Manoj, for very generous introduction. We are going to have something different for this session. Since morning, we have been talking about one part or one agri-vertical of the value chain, that is agrochemicals. And now the time has come that we integrate it with other verticals of the value chain, most important being water for irrigation. And we have Ms. Neel Kamal Darbari. She will tell us that the only way to go forward in agriculture now is to bring the farmers together in the form of farmer producer companies and organizations. In the morning, we also heard Mr. Thind, Puneet Thind, talking about in what way these organizations can connect the farmers to the market and to the technology. Now, how do we integrate these three verticals which we are talking about? Farmers organization on one hand, agrochemical industry on the other, and the water for irrigation, which is consuming 80% of the fresh water in the country. Now, if we look at the use of water for crop protection, I was trying to find out that out of this 80%, how much water is being used in terms of spraying the pesticides. And I was not able to find out any number as to what extent this is being done. Probably Rajesh would help me, being a researcher in this field for quite some time. And then if that is the case, that is there a possibility to have a sustainable model of application of pesticides or the agrochemicals in such a way that we have the minimal water footprint? Is it possible that we can use mechanized sprayers in a big way? Is it possible that we have the drones being the future technology where the use of water is reduced? One may wonder that why we are talking about water for crop protection. And I have seen in Maharashtra that during the time of Rabi, when there have been a drought previous season, the water is to be brought from a very long distances just to have the spray on the field. So this is an important aspect. I have been discussing about micro irrigation. Yesterday, Prime Minister talked about 47 lakh hectare have been brought under micro irrigation. One talks about fertigation, but I have also heard about chemigation. Whether we apply the pesticides using micro irrigation, why this technology is not so popular, and in what way it can be done. The technology started in 1980s. So there is a theme in a value chain where you connect
the group of farmers which are having an organization, they have their own custom hiring center, which can be for maybe for the sprayers, or they can engage the drones. They can also have the army of workers working on spraying, so that it is protected. The farmers are protected. There is a model of precision farming. All this has a as a as a kind of an integrated mode. Now, who else will be able to introduce this subject better than Mr. R.G. Agrawal, the doyen of the industry? And since 1968, he has been guiding this sector, 52 years, a long period. He is also a great philanthropist. He has done a lot of work on irrigation water, water tanks, in terms of the check dams in various places. So, Sir Agrawal, sir, please, your turn to give us a kind of a welcome address to our esteemed panelists. Agrawal, sir.
Thank you, Gol sir. I feel privileged to welcome Madam Nil Kamal Darbari on this 9th Agrochemical Conclave, and especially she is taking care for small farmers and promoting FPOs. That is the future of India. To farmers get united, and instead of individual, they can form companies and can get better price. This session is for water. Of course, in agriculture, every input is important, but water is the most important, because without water is nothing. Just Mr. Goel was talking that in Maharashtra during drought or after rainy season, farmers has to bring water from far distances. But here I like to add one point. In 2005, when we were celebrating our silver jubilee, we have given a one slogan, "खेत का पानी खेत में and गांव का पानी गांव में." In Maharashtra, there are very good stories where farmers has harvested rainwater, and the people who went from their village to Bombay to do a job has returned back and doing very good agriculture. So water is such a thing, if we understand its importance, and in our country where we are getting 1083 average rainfall, so we are not getting less rainfall, while Israel, where from drip technology has come, and China is having only just 645 millimeter rainfall, and their GDP is 3 times than us. So one of the reason our water management is not proper. I will talk much when our irrigation minister, Mr. Shekhawatji, will join, but I will welcome all the panelists, Mr. Rajesh Agrawal, Mr. Brian, and of course, Madam Neel Kamal Darbari, who has done a lot. She was secretary in Rajasthan also, and earlier various position and vast experience of this field. So over back to you, Mr. Goel, and when Mr. Minister sir will join around 3:30, I will welcome him. Thank you. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Agrawal sir. You are our guide, our mentor. Now, I will switch over to Mr. Rajesh Agrawal. He is an MD from Insecticide India Limited since 2006. And he is a person of passion, established own R&D center. He has been recently joined hands with Chemical Corporation USA, and also Japan's Nissan Chemical Industries. He is a person who has
food is changing because our requirement for more pulses, fruits, vegetables has gone up, and farmer has fulfilled all these requirements. Next, please. Today, India is the second largest manufacturer of food in the world, or producer of food in the world. And in case of fishery and milk, we are the largest. I mean to say, the efforts of our farmer needs to be applauded. Despite of being such a populated country, our farmer has been doing a Herculean task of feeding this nation and taking the food to other parts of the world. And here, I would also like to mention about our industry. With just 20,000 crore agrochemicals, we produce more than 300 million tons of food grains every year. Today, I would also like to mention here from this forum that Indian farmer gets the cheapest agrochemicals in the world. There are certain reasons why. Because of the reverse engineering of off-patented products, what has happened in India, and India's strength to manufacture the generic products. Because there is competition, and in this competition of patented manufactured products and the generic products, because I can say that when India produces, India has certain advantages which I'll refer later, due to which we are able to manufacture these products at very competitive prices and bring it to the farmer at competitive prices. There are certain bottlenecks which we'll highlight later, but there is a good opportunity in the country. Next, please. So many speakers have talked about this, but yes, the efforts of industries are not appreciated. Bad luck is, instead of being called the saviors of food and humanity, we are blacklisted as the killers. So India is the fourth largest manufacturer of agrochemicals, but still in terms of value, we are way behind, ranked in double digit in terms of value. So I mean to say that though the technology has entered into the country, but still we are making a lot of products of older generation. The new generation products are not reaching in our country in time. Even the neighbors, the small neighbors like Pakistan and Sri Lanka, they are using more advanced technology than our country. What is the reason behind that? Are we such loyal customers that we don't want to change? Are we not accepting change? Are the new products very expensive or out of reach of the common farmer? Is the registration taking long time, or India cannot develop the new technology? So these are certain questions which always haunt me. Next, please. The important thing is, what does a customer need? Does he need a product or he need a solution? Answer is simple. Everybody knows that every customer needs a solution, and our farmer also is looking for some solution which he can get and he can use in increasing his income. Then, is India really working on research? What is the status of R&D in the country, and what is the need? The spend in R&D is low. Why? Maybe the industry is having low margins due to heavy competition, because the major industry is the generic industry. The gestation period of the investment in R&D is low. The success rate of investment in R&D is low. Maybe there is lack of vision, or there is fear of failure. And I believe कि सबसे बड़ा रोग क्या कहेंगे लोग, means the fear of failure is somewhere, it is the biggest, which discourages people to go for R&D or invest in R&D. Sometimes we choose the easy path and make our life difficult, and that is the phase where I can say India is passing. Can India become the food world of the world? Can India lead in agrochemical manufacturing? These are certain questions. When the PM talks about Atmanirbhar Bharat, when he talks about R&D and innovation, so this becomes very, very important. Next, please. So the question comes, is R&D next really happening in India? Let me frankly tell, a lot of efforts are happening, but there is lack of collaborating approach. The academia is working separately, industry is working separately, unlike some other developed countries. If there can be a joint effort, can be a pooled effort, then yes, India can show a lot of improvement in terms of R&D. I can say that the universities can adopt the industry or vice versa, or the industry can adopt the government machinery which already exists. Why we are working separately? Why there can't be a joint effort that needs to be seen? And if someday that happens, I believe that the speed of R&D, the speed of development, the speed of innovation in the country is going to multiply. There are different avenues of R&D which are available. Firstly, I believe that R&D in the country started with reverse engineering. Then yes, PM talks about a lot of make in India. So backward integration is another thing, because a lot of basic chemicals are made in India. But the processing is not happening. Why? Because China was doing such cheap processing that the entire world showed a huge dependence on China. But in today's circumstances, it is very necessary that we backward integrate and we try to do the import substitution and do the entire cycle within the country. But it is not possible to do for everything. But yes, it can be done on the selected products. And similarly, as the Dr. Bansal was mentioning about the new formulation development, that is also very, very important. We need to develop the new formulations which are more friendlier, more greener, and which provides the solution to the farmer. In the same way, the R&D is also happening in terms of making mixture products, because these days these are becoming very popular because farmers need a solution. People believe that invention of a new product is going to take a lot of time, and in the last 70 years, there is hardly any innovation or hardly any discovery which has happened into the country. So people are finding these mixtures, by making these mixtures, they are trying to bring the ready solution for the farmer, and there are many success stories which has come in last 4 or 5 years. New product discovery, which is another chance. And of course, the biological products, they give another chance for R&D in the country. So what is the way forward? There is a huge opportunity today in the world, because world is looking at India as a new alternate source for agrochemicals. And then at the same time, there is the intention of the government for Make in India, and somehow due to the government policy today, I can say that there is a lot of discouragement for imports of agrochemicals, which is quite visible. So there are certain requests from my side to the government that the R&D should be promoted in form of rewards and tax benefits, support from academia and universities, and a collaborative effort. If it is done, then of course it is going to help the industry in a big way. PLI schemes, as given in other industries, if it is carried out for backward integration and manufacturing in case of agrochemical also, that is also going to promote a lot of R&D. And if the duties are levied on formulation import as well as the import of technicals from China, because when you establish a technical manufacturing facility, there is a direct attack from China, because they get a lot of incentive on exporting the cheaper agrochemicals, and you have to face a tough competition from them. And sometimes you have to stop the manufacturing due to this unhealthy competition, which is a challenge for the Indian industry. And at the same time, the reward for research and manufacturing is going to play an important role. If this is done by the government, then definitely there can be a lot of development. And yes, there is a need to build the trust between the industry and the academia as well as government. If there is a common goal, then achievement is going to become very, very easy. To sum up, I can say two things: that India has great strength, because the salary what is we are paying in India is very much different than the developed countries. We can start with $150. The advanced countries, they give $1,000. Similarly, the transportation is cheap. The availability of basic chemicals is there. The vision, the effort in the Indian entrepreneur is there. We can do round the year working. There is no snowfall. The quality of India is very popular. The commitment of India is popular. We got great image. So all this pushes us to do a lot of R&D. Now, before summing up, I'll take a last slide about insecticides India and our role in R&D. We have a vision to serve the farmer with innovative technology and bring the technology in his reach. For this, we work through various R&D centers, and we have 4 basic themes of our R&D. The first is reverse R&D. The second is formulation development. Third is biological development. And the fourth one is new chemistry development or discovery of new products. So we are working in all these 4 directions through various R&D centers. We run our 5 R&D centers in various states, whereas our 2 R&D centers in Rajasthan and Gujarat are NABL accredited, and we have filed various patents, more than 20. And when we started this new chemistry or NC development, we collaborated with a Japanese company because in India, we could find the doctors and engineers and cheaper resources. But there was somewhere we found that there was a lack of vision. And for this, we collaborated with the Japanese company. And from this R&D center also, we have filed about a dozen patents. So I mean to say that India is not aware. If we are given the opportunity and if the registrations are done faster for the new innovations, because firstly the country will start with innovations and then the NC is going to come. Though we are very near to the new NC, but still I believe that with the government support, India can do a lot. Industry is developing and we as Insecticides India have a simple target to innovate, integrate and lead the market. And I thank you very much for this opportunity. And I believe that some of my suggestions will go to the top and they will be useful for this industry. With this, I thank the forum very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Rajesh ji. Great presentation. Your point is that what farmers need are solutions. They are not looking for just the products. And probably the more of the research is required to have those kind of integrated solutions and what way we can do it. There is enough work going on products. This can be accelerated. Manoj sir, please guide. It is 3:30. Should we wait for Honorable Minister or we can go to the next speaker, please?
We can go to the next speaker, but we request the speaker to be kindly be on in time, sir. The time limit has to be,
Okay, so the time limit is 8 to 10 minutes, and we have the next speaker, Mr. Jay Bryan, the president of Fluence. He is a great influencer, co-founder of Bonus Aventus Global Agriculture Stakeholders. He has held various positions in Clinton White House and USA. He is a great strategic communicator. He talks about issues related to intelligence and research issues. He's an expert in agri-biotechnology, and I think Mr. Jay Bryan is going to talk about in a big way in what way we can make India a responsible and reliable partner in the global agrochemical supply chain. Mr. Bryan, please. 10 minutes.
Thank you for having me, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you. It's been fascinating to listen to everything that has been presented so far. I'm not sure. Are you guys going to run the program here with the audio, or should I speak over it?
Yeah, please continue. Your presentation is visible, and you can speak, please.
Okay. It was taped over, but that's fine. So we provide global issues intelligence and risk management to the agrochemical industry and track major issues. Next slide. I've provided a link in the chat that people can download a more detailed presentation that'll give additional information, but wanted to share with you what we see are the major trends and challenges that will face India as well as other markets to achieving the results that you want to achieve in terms of getting access for farmers to the best possible tools. We've been tracking a global, well-funded campaign targeting conventional agriculture that has been in place since about 2012 and been growing incrementally for the past 8+ years. Its initial focus was attacking genetically modified organisms and biotechnology. That has transitioned over to a much broader campaign targeting other topic areas, but you'll see in our research that pesticides are the #1 issue today. And this is being blended in with an emerging role of what we would call regenerative and agroecology issues. What we have here are that our issues tracking shows that pesticides, which are the blue line, have surpassed biotechnology. If you look at other input areas such as antibiotics, water issues, they're all well below even the measurable line when compared with the volume of activity that we see associated with pesticides. The sources of this are three. I call them power, profit, and politics. Power, which would be the NGOs. Some of them are anti-corporate, some of them are environmental, alternative farming. They're spending about $500 million a year globally on these campaigns. The profit side, attacking chemicals, attacking the use of chemical pesticides, organic and natural products industries, and more in the US and other places, but the litigation industry, but lawyers. It's big business. And if you see the glyphosate lawsuit, which was recently announced settlements of between 10 and $20 billion, you can tell where that is a pretty big expense as well. And that's about $100+ billion industry. The third source of these challenges to the industry are political. And food is used as a potential weapon. And we see that in local politics. We see that in global politics. The top trends we see in crop protection, human health, claims of cancer and various things. Biodiversity challenges, claims that pesticides are wiping out insects and pollinators. And I've heard discussion here about water today. About 35% of all crop protection content today talks about its intersection with water quality. The other top issues that we mentioned, I'll just mention them briefly, are biotechnology, because the number one issue associated with biotechnologies and GMOs is that it's being conflated with pesticides. People are saying biotechnology equals pesticide use. Other issues are animal health and productivity, and intersecting trends around water, clean food, political food, the concepts of agroecology, zero budget farming, things that you're very familiar with here in India. Next slide. The themes that are used in these and that you should be looking for, because these are the themes that you need to have responses prepared for, are simply three: human safety, environmental risk factors, and socioeconomic. Those three topic areas are then merged with an allegory concept of villains, victims, and heroes. So, they tell a story that there's a human health risk, a socioeconomic risk, or an environmental risk that has a victim, and villains, typically the industry or corporations, you can go to the next slide, under which they'll basically light a fire of urgency, which causes precipitous policy making. So, insects are going extinct. If insects go extinct, people will go extinct, and therefore we have to act immediately and ban all pesticides. You can see where that type of message could be very powerful with policymakers, but it's not based in fact or science. Next slide, please. So as I mentioned, the villains are pesticides and corporations. The victims are people, particularly the vulnerable. And the heroes in these allegories that we see being conveyed, again, either through power, politics, or profit sources, are the politicians who ban pesticides. So just some quick notes on what the big challenges we see in the context of these risk issues are. The ongoing International Association for Research on Cancer Monographs program, the one that identified glyphosate as an alleged cancer hazard, not an actual risk, but has really created a major problem just for that product, viewed by the industry at large, because they've got dozens of other crop protection products queued up to face the same fate as glyphosate. The expansion of the US, what we call toxic tort litigation model, and global tribunals, basically calling everyone to either to court in actual courts or public courts of opinion to basically claim that they've committed some forms of crimes against humanity, etc. The European Union's government export of their agroecology policies and the precautionary principle, a major trade challenge, basically, and merging this in with maximum residue limits that are not set by codex, that are not set by international fora, but determined by the precautionary principle, which will say things like anything that's considered an endocrine disruptor, which most chemical pesticides are put in those categories, doesn't mean they are. I'm saying they're put in those categories, that Europe will say, we'll no longer accept any products from your country that have any residues associated with something that's an endocrine disruptor or a cancer risk, such as their alleged cancer risk associated with glyphosate. This has puts a significant risk, because if your growers are growing anything for potential export to Europe, Europe may say that they're not going to accept it. And that could affect the entire value chain. And then I would say there's a growing just anti-corporate sentiment. Allegations of greenwashing, attacks on alleged human rights abuses in the chemical industry. And this is something that the industry really needs to work on addressing because we're being excluded from the tables at international governmental organizations and other fora as a result of these characterizations. Next slide. And I wanted to, I threw a lot of information at you very quickly. There's some links here and contact information I mentioned in the chat. You can download a much larger copy of the presentation with additional details, and I'm happy to follow up with anyone individually who would like more information. We have extensive research, and if you follow the links provided in the presentation, we can set you up with access to our research platforms. They're free to access them for, and you can track some of these same issues that we're tracking.
Thanks, Brian. Great. So what Brian was saying is not necessarily science every time. It is the perception, and you have to fight the perceptions with another dose of science. So this is a kind of a cyclical process which has to continue. Maybe now we go to the next speaker, next panelist, and our own, my most favorite officer in Government of India, Neel Kamal Darbari, because I am the great admirer of farmer producer organization. Mr. Agrawal, whether should we continue?
सर मंत्री जी एक मिनट में ज्वाइन कर रहे हैं और मैडम को सुनना चाहेंगे नील कमल दरबारी जी को कि मंत्री जी पहले एग्रीकल्चर में भी रहे हैं तो कि 1 मिनट वेट कर लिया जाए मंत्री जी को ऑफिस से जस्ट फोन था मंत्री जी आ रहे हैं 1 मिनट में सीट पर
Okay. Till that time, I will just introduce Madam.
Please introduce.
Ma'am is from 1987 batch of IAS from Rajasthan cadre, and she joined as MD SFAC from December 2018, doing extremely well. 10,000 FPOs is the creation of ma'am only. This is a kind of movement which is going on. It is a total outlay of almost 6,900 crores, which is going to be there for next 5 plus 2, about 7-8 years. This program will continue. Ma'am was earlier Additional Chief Secretary Agriculture in Rajasthan, and as you know, she successfully organized a very important event, Global Rajasthan Agri-Tech Meet, GRAM. And that is something many of the other states followed up at a later stage. She has been really being a backbone of entire FPO movement which is going on in the country at this moment. Since she would be presenting in the presence of Honorable Minister, we will wait for the Minister, and as soon as the Minister arrives, Mr. Agrawal will welcome him, and then maybe we would listen to Mrs. Darbari followed by the Minister's address. So we'll wait for it.
Thank you, Sudhir. Thank you. We wait for the Minister to join in.
Thank you, ma'am. There seems to be one minister, sir, has joined. Yeah. Welcome, sir. Mr. Agrawal.
ठीक है सर, थैंक यू। नमस्कार सर।
नमस्कार।
राजस्थानी भाषा में जयराम जी की राम सर। माननीय श्री गजेंद्र सिंह जी शेखावत, जो एक बहुत डायनामिक मिनिस्टर है, और उनको देख के ही हमारे माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जल संसाधन मंत्रालय नया मंत्रालय का गठन किया। मैं प्राइम मिनिस्टर जी की एक मन की बात में सुन रहा था जिसमें उन्होंने 15-20 मिनट सिर्फ जल के ऊपर बात की थी, और उन्होंने भी एक नारे को सपोर्ट किया था, खेत का पानी खेत में और गांव का पानी गांव में। तो आज शेखावत जी ने ये मंत्रालय संभालने के बाद बहुत से डायनामिक काम किए हैं, और जो इरिगेशन के प्रोजेक्ट अधूरे पड़े थे उनको प्रायोरिटी में लेकर पूरा कराया है। अभी जो प्रोजेक्ट शुरू किया 3000 गांव में नल से पानी पहुंचने का, आज शेखावत जी के साथ जब एग्रीकल्चर में थे तब भी मुझे उनके साथ काम करने का मौका मिला, और पीछे जब हमने साथ ट्रेवल किया तब उनसे चर्चा करने का भी मौका मिला, और बहुत से डायनामिक काम उन्होंने किए हैं। और कृषि में सुबह से आज चर्चा चल रही थी पेस्टिसाइड्स के ऊपर, और पेस्टिसाइड में सभी वक्ताओं ने, नेशनल और इंटरनेशनल लेवल के लोगों ने हिंदुस्तान में 2 रैकेट्स की बात की। एक तो पेस्टिसाइड, नकली पेस्टिसाइड की रैकेट, और एक जो एनजीओ द्वारा गलत प्रचार किया जा रहा है। अभी मिस्टर ब्राइन को भी हम सुन रहे थे। आज सबसे पहला किसी भी कंट्री के लिए इशू है फूड न्यूट्रिशन एंड हेल्थ सिक्योरिटी। कोई भी देश इन 3 बातों से समझौता, कंप्रोमाइज नहीं कर सकता। तो आज ये जो 3 बातें हैं, अगर इनको पूरा करने के बाद अगर बायो पेस्टिसाइड ऑर्गेनिक से काम चलता है तो उसका स्वागत है। लेकिन लोगों को भूखा मार के अगर हम ऑर्गेनिक की बात करें तो मेरा ख्याल है डॉक्टर नॉर्मन बोरलॉग ने भी कहा है, जो अकेले साइंटिस्ट थे जिनको नोबेल प्राइज मिला कृषि के लिए। तो मैं फिर से अपने शेखावत जी का स्वागत करता हूं, नीलकमल दरबारी जी का स्वागत करता हूं। वो भी काफी राजस्थान में चीफ सेक्रेटरी रही हैं और उनके साथ भी राजस्थान में बहुत अच्छे काम हुए हैं। तो मैं मैं चाहता हूं कि गोयल साहब नीलकमल दरबारी जी को ऑन करें अपनी स्पीच के लिए।
मिसेस दरबारी, आपका प्रमोशन कर दिया इन्होंने, बधाई हो आपको।
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Welcome to Honorable Minister, sir. Once again, not many people must be knowing that Minister, sir, is now providing safe drinking water through tap water 1 lakh households per day. And in last 1 year, when Honorable Prime Minister was talking about 2.5 crores of households have been given the safe drinking water, Har Ghar Jal. So that is the kind of program which Honorable Minister has been working, and it is great that he is there to give his blessings on this program, and we understand that he has expressed his desire that Ms. Darbari should be speaking in his presence. So I would request Ms. Darbari to tell us about in what way these 10,000 FPOs and 7,000 FPOs which were there earlier are going to change the entire scenario of agriculture for the time to come. Ms. Darbari.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Thank you. Honorable Minister, Shri Gajendra Singh Shekhawat ji, Minister for Jal Shakti, and my erstwhile Minister from Agriculture as well, my industry colleagues, delegates, members from the media, ladies and gentlemen. I am actually very delighted to be part of this very important 9th Agrochemical Conference, as I have seen both sides of this game. I have been, what Sudhirji you didn't mention was that I have actually been Joint Secretary in the Ministry of Chemical and Petrochemical. And at that time, I was batting for the agrochemical sector. And then after that, I switched over to agriculture by the grace of God, and as postings happen. So I have spent the last 5 years now almost in the agriculture sector, 3 years as Additional Chief Secretary, Rajasthan Agriculture, and now 2 years here as MD, SFAC, carrying on the work of agriculture. Now, what really, I like a couple of things which were mentioned here, especially by Mr. J. Bryan. One was he talked about villains, victims, and heroes. And I think there is a case here for finding heroes in this entire game of agrochemicals, because enough villainy has been heaped upon agrochemical sector. There are challenges in terms of what application technologies need to be adopted, what formulations need to be promoted, and how and in what capacity and in what areas, what geographies, there should be a differential in the use and application of agrochemicals. But there is one thing which is really a game that needs to be addressed, which is about, Mr. Agarwal talked about research. and generics and all of that. But I think the critical missing link here is about awareness, and awareness amongst farmers as to what is the right measure, how to do it, when to do it, rather than really, when I used to travel in Rajasthan and be sitting with farmers in their chopal, I would often take two examples. I would say that, when you are sick, when a person is sick, when a human being is sick, or even a cattle is sick, you go to the doctor or you go to the veterinary surgeon and you say, you spell out your problem, and then there's a diagnosis, and then there is a treatment, and then you accept the treatment in the measure that the doctor prescribes. So if he says one antibiotic to be taken 3 times a day or one antibiotic to be taken twice a day, you will stick to it. 10 times you will check with the doctor whether you got it right or not. But when it comes to agrochemicals, when it comes to pesticides, when it comes to fertilizers, or when it comes to insecticides, or even plant nutrients, you think more is better. That's not correct. It has got to be taken in the right measure at the right time and in the right formulation, through the right application technology. If the prescription is that you mix it in X liter of water, you can't mix it in X minus water. It has to be done in the way it is prescribed, at the time it is prescribed. That was one I used to say. The other thing I used to talk about to them was about water use efficiency. And again, using the local idiom, I would say कि घर में अगर मटके भर के पानी है, तो क्या एक बार में पूरा पी जाओगे? नहीं, उतना ही पियोगे जितनी जरूरत है. So if you have an earthenware pot with water in your house, do you drink it all up because that water is available, or do you take as much as is required by the body? So then they would understand what I was trying to say, that there is a limitation to flood irrigation. There has to be a switch over to more water use efficient methodologies of irrigation. And there has to be a culture which moves away from flood irrigation. The most aware and the most, the advanced farmers who were educated, or their next generation was getting into education, switched over to micro irrigation systems. And I think now we have about 47 lakh hectares of area under irrigation, micro irrigation, which is a very, very redeeming feature of this water use efficiency debate. But somebody also mentioned about disincentivizing commodities which are very, inefficient. So I think that the story is that, yes, in areas particularly which are water deficient, for example, Rajasthan, we need to think again whether we need to incentivize paddy cultivation or wheat cultivation, or we need to move away. There has been a switchover. Some governments have actually experimented with incentivizing a switchover from water guzzling crops to non-water guzzling crops or lower water guzzling crops. So that, I think the issue here is for us policymakers and also for the industry, is to work together in terms of creating that awareness, creating a demand in the farming community based on the realization that water is a scarce resource. It needs to be used cautiously and not abundantly, as used to be the case once upon a time, post-Green Revolution. And I think a lot of effort has actually gone into it, is continuously going into it, and it is beginning to make a change. But of course, it needs to be converted into a revolution, and a mission mode approach has to be adopted. And that brings me to FPOs. Now, what really does an FPO do? A farmer producer organization or a farmer producer company, be it registered under the Companies Act or whatever act, but so long as it's an aggregation of farmers, so long as there is a collectivization which has taken place, bringing together farmers with a similar intent, similar mind, similar commodity, similar crop selection, whatever, they need, I would say it is easier to work for change through a collective rather than through individual farmers. And that is where the role of FPOs comes in. We talked about technology. We talk about adoption of technology. We talk about water use efficiency. We talk about agrochemicals. We also talk about biochemicals, and we talk about biofertilizers. And wherever we have worked through the farmers, collectives, there we have seen better and quicker results. And it's not just talking through the air. I was recently sitting in, not recently, now it's 10 months back, before the lockdown and before COVID knocked us all out. We were in Bangalore and we were talking to some of the farmer producer organizations, and we held a workshop for them in terms of awareness about pesticides and about fertilizers. And we went back to them and we mapped it, and we were able to see how they have been able to do two things. One is get it at a better price. of course, that is a bargaining power that collectivization provides to the farmers through the FPOs. One is that better pricing, but also the awareness generation from within the community itself, from the farmers who have adopted to the change and to the farmers who are slow to adopt. The transfer of that knowledge, the transfer of that technology from the people who are advanced looking, forward looking, quick to adapt, to the people who are a bit laggard, who are not so quick to adapt. It is to be seen, to be believed, how people have adopted to change when the message of change has gone from one amongst them. And therefore, I see the FPO as a bedrock on which to transfer technology, to create awareness, to reduce prices, to cut down on post-harvest losses as well. Because eventually, what is this all about? This is all about the 30 to 40% post-harvest losses which the farmers see. Different crops, different percentages, but roughly I would say 30% post-harvest losses, or rather post-sowing losses, which some of them may be due to even weather conditions like drought or flood or whatever, or even during transportation or during harvest, or inability to harvest and move in time. So all of that contributes to 30 to 40% losses. Now, and therefore the productivity comes down. And of course, it has an impact on the food basket as well. So beginning with soil testing, I would say, because large tracts of India have low nutritional value in their soil. And the Honorable Prime Minister of India in 2014 had launched a program for soil testing, which has been greatly successful. There has been a lot of work done on soil testing. And then, of course, it's not just about testing the soil, but also giving the remedies along with that soil card, which they get. Now, that needs to be stepped up in different states. So some states have done very well. Some have maybe are still trying to catch up on that. But really, typically, I would feel that the FPOs could be a vehicle to transform this from soil testing to soil nutrition. How does that translate into action, really, and improve the soil health? So starting from there, or water use. Somebody mentioned about the custom hiring center. We started the custom hiring revolution in Rajasthan, again, through the GRAM that was mentioned here, the Global Rajasthan Agri-Tech Meet. And we signed MOUs with 3-4 major companies into agriculture mechanics and machines and stuff. And they were to open about 2,600 custom hiring centers. And one of the items that we approved in the custom hiring centers for funding was, of course, the micro irrigation. You know, how to make that portable and carry it from field to field instead of having the farmer to invest in one item. So whether it is soil testing, or it is water use efficiency, or it is custom hiring center, or agrochemicals, or application technology for the same, or formulations to be decided and experimented with, FPO is a great vehicle to have. And I think that is where I feel that the consciousness, the awareness that how to balance the requirement of food nutrition with reducing the carbon footprint of residual pesticides, which is not good. The Ministry of Chemicals has a very good institution under it. This is the IPFT, and they do some good work in terms of formulations and testing pesticide residue. So if those kind of organizations can be strengthened and they can work with FPOs, then I see that there will be a lot of improvement in the consciousness, in the awareness of reducing the carbon footprint and reducing the pesticides residue, and using these chemicals with more seriousness, with more responsibility, and with awareness about the consequences that it can have if used erratically or without any responsibility. So I think the FPOs which are coming up or which are already existing in the field have a great role to play. While FPO movement really looks at improving the financial health of the farming community, but all these inputs which go into it, and if you reduce the cost of that, and if you reduce the wastefulness in that, then it has an impact on the bottom line of that farming community. And to that extent, new FPOs are to be created in the country in the next 5 + 2 years, 7 years. And I think we have just started the work on that. We have put in place several bodies that will be helping us in running this program. There are 3 implementing agencies at the moment, plus one, I think, in Karnataka. This is SFAC is the nodal agency and the focal point of this movement. Then we have LCDC, and then we also have NABARD as one of the implementing agencies. And to oversee all of that, we are having a National Project Management Authority as well in SFAC. So with this, I think since the topic of the day is about technology and water efficiency and agrochemicals, I see this NPMA and SFAC playing a very key role in sending this message across to the FPOs and through the FPOs to their member farmers on how to adopt to these new changes and new ways of doing the business. And wastefulness has to stop, whether it is in terms of water, inculcating a culture of water use efficiency, or judicious use of biopesticides or chemical pesticides, or even other types of chemicals that go into production, increasing the productivity, reducing the cost, and making the whole game of agriculture more viable for the farming communities. And I think I can go on and on in this topic, but I
Thanks. Great.
I heard a buzzer also. So thank you very much for having me here, and hope to have a continued partnership with FICCI in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Bari. It was great. And you have given a very loud and clear message to all the industry players who were talking about many of these ideas since morning, that how to go about doing it. Maybe some of the pilots with the good working FPOs would work. Now we have with us our guest of honor, Honorable Minister Shri Gajendra Singh Ji Shekhawat, Minister of Jal Shakti, Department of Water Resources, River Development, Ganga Rejuvenation. Now it is just for information, 19.2 crores of households which are there. The Ministry of Jal Shakti has already covered 6 crores, and out of which 2.5 crores have been in last just 1 year. That is the kind of speed with which Honorable Minister is going in this field. Now, one would have liked to see a similar kind of thing from Har Ghar Jal to Har Khet Ko Pani. That scheme is there. But then if you go to the, the information available, probably that kind of crisp monitoring which Honorable Minister is doing for such kind of work for household drinking water, the same thing is not being done by the other ministries. Now PMKSY is an extremely great program where all the industry players are looking at a very great hope. I would request Honorable Minister Sir to enlighten us on the topic of today's discussion, which is there to connect water with agrochemicals and also prosperity in the field of agriculture. Honorable Minister Sir.
धन्यवाद सुधीर जी।
Sir, there is no sound.
आवाज नहीं आ रही है सर का माइक, सर आपका माइक ऑफ, स्विच ऑफ है। Manoj, perhaps you can ring up minister's office and tell them that there is.
Sir, I'm doing it.
If there is anyone around the minister's office, please see the honorable minister's mic is not functioning.
I've just telephoned to his office. अरे निधि, चिराग ने फोन उठाया नहीं, मैंने किया था।
We can't hear you, sir. Sir, we can't hear you. You are on mute, sir.
I think now I think better. अब आ
Yes,
रही है
sir.
आवाज सुधीर जी?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Some technical issue was there, and thank you, Sudhir ji. आज इस role of agrochemicals achieving vision of $5 trillion economy by 2025. Though it's very complex subject, but I'll limit myself between the connection of water, agriculture and economy. यहाँ तक रखेंगे और मोदी सरकार के विजन के बारे में बात करेंगे तो मुझे लगता है अच्छा होगा. क्योंकि अगर मैं एग्रोकेमिकल्स के बारे में या जो पेस्टिसाइड्स एंड यूज ऑफ केमिकल्स के बारे में बात करूंगा और उसका ऑल्टरनेट क्या हो सकता है कि उसमें जो है मैं मेरे व्यक्तिगत व्यूज के ऊपर बात करूंगा, वो गवर्नमेंट के जो है अभी जो सोच है उसको शायद उससे डिफर करते होंगे. मैं अगर क्लियर कट सीधे अगर जो है ऑर्गेनिक एग्रीकल्चर की बात करूंगा जिसकी तरफ दुनिया बढ़ रही है, तो मुझे लगता है कि ये अग्रवाल साहब को वो जो है उससे शायद असहमति होगी, क्योंकि इन्होंने जब अपने ओपनिंग रिमार्क्स में ये कहा कि लोगों को भूखे मार करके और हम ऑर्गेनिक की बात नहीं कर सकते. मुझे लगता है कि ये बहुत अतिशयोक्ति है कि कोई भी भूखे मार करके ऑर्गेनिक की बात करना चाहता, और पूरे विश्व में किसी का भी ये मैंडेट नहीं हो सकता, किसी का ये सोच नहीं हो सकता. और लेकिन ये मान के हुए भी कि सिर्फ एग्रोकेमिकल्स एंड यूज ऑफ जो है पेस्टिसाइड्स एंड केमिकल और फर्टिलाइजर एंड पेस्टिसाइड से ही फूड सिक्योरिटी अटेन की जा सकती है, ये भी मैं इस बात से सहमत नहीं हूं. हमको अल्टीमेटली विल हैव टू अचीव दैट गोल. हम कैसे उस लक्ष्य तक पहुंच सकते हैं, इस सब विषयों पर हमको बात करनी चाहिए. तो आज इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में उपलब्ध श्रीमती सुश्री संगीता रेड्डी जी, चेयरमैन फिकी, मिसेस दरबारी, जिन्होंने अभी बहुत एनलाइटनिंग अपने एफपीओ को लेकर के भारत सरकार जो बात कर रही है और उसकी तरह से हम किस तरह से रिफॉर्म करते हुए फूड सिक्योरिटी को भी सस्टेन कर सकते हैं और एग्रीकल्चर इकोनॉमी में भी जो है वो रिवोल्यूशनाइज करते हुए जो माननीय मोदी जी का कंसेप्ट है, जो उनका विचार है कि हमको जो लक्ष्य है कि हमको जो है फार्मर इनकम को दुगना करना है, उसके ऊपर भी हम उसके ऊपर जो है उन्होंने अपनी बात रखी है. और आज इस कॉन्फ्रेंस से जुड़े हुए सारे प्रतिभागीगण, सारे इस कॉन्फ्रेंस से जुड़े हुए जितने भी ऑनलाइन उद्योग जगत के लोग जुड़े हैं या इससे रिलेटेड दूसरे लोग जितने जुड़े हैं, उन सब का मैं बहुत सारा अभिनंदन करता हूं. देखिए, भारत सरकार माननीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में इस कमिटमेंट के साथ में काम कर रही है कि हमको देश की इकोनॉमी को 5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी तक ले जाना है. जब मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में हम 2 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी पर बात कर रहे थे, 2 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी पे थे, और जब हमने 3 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी की बात की थी तब भी सारे लोगों ने जो है इसका विरोध किया था, तब भी लोगों ने इसके ऊपर अपनी जो है असहमति व्यक्त की थी. लेकिन अब जब हमने 2 ट्रिलियन से 3 ट्रिलियन तक पहुंचे हैं, तब सहज रूप से लोगों को यह विश्वास हो गया है कि मोदी है तो मुमकिन है, और लोग इस बात को मानने भी लगे हैं कि मोदी है तो निश्चित रूप से यह मुमकिन हो सकता है. लेकिन मैं एक बात निश्चित रूप से पूरी जिम्मेदारी के साथ कह सकता हूं कि जो है 5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी तक अगर हमको पहुंचना है तो उसका रास्ता जो है वो किसान और खेत के रास्ते से जाता है, क्योंकि हमारी इकोनॉमी में बेशक चाहे जो है एग्रीकल्चर का स्टेक बहुत छोटा होगा, जीडीपी में अब हम शायद 14 से 16% के बीच में ही होंगे, लेकिन फिर भी जो है क्योंकि हमारी डिपेंडेबिलिटी एग्रीकल्चर पर सबसे ज्यादा है. आज भी 50% हमारे लोग जो हैं डायरेक्टली इनडायरेक्टली एग्रीकल्चर पर डिपेंड करते हैं, इसलिए एग्रीकल्चर की का एक वाइटल रोल होगा, इससे कोई भी इनकार नहीं किया जा सकता. फिकी भी 5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी का जो भारत सरकार का माननीय मोदी जी का जो लक्ष्य है उसमें अपना जो है बहुत सिग्निफिकेंट रोल प्ले कर रहा है. और एक बात मैं निश्चित रूप से इस समय मेंशन करना चाहूंगा कि कोविड के कारण से जब पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमीज लड़खड़ाई है, पूरी दुनिया की इकोनॉमीज जो हैं वो डगमगाई हुई हैं, उस समय में माननीय मोदी जी ने जिस तरह से आत्मनिर्भर भारत का संकल्प लेकर के बातचीत की और एक लक्ष्य देश के सामने, दुनिया के सामने एक संकल्प व्यक्त किया और देश के सामने एक लक्ष्य व्यक्त किया कि हम किस तरह से अपनी इकोनॉमी को रिवाइव करना चाहते हैं, तो निश्चित रूप से इसने जो है एक बहुत एक कॉन्फिडेंस भी जनरेट किया. और कॉन्फिडेंस जनरेट करने के साथ साथ में इसके कारण से जो है हमारी इकोनॉमी, जो पैकेज गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने माननीय मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में दिया, उस पैकेज ने भी निश्चित रूप से हमारी इकोनॉमी के रिवाइवल में बहुत बड़ा योगदान जो है वो दिया है. देश में पहली बार माननीय मोदी जी के प्रधानमंत्री बनने के बाद में एग्रीकल्चर को देखने का नजरिया बदला है। हमेशा ही प्रोडक्शन सेंट्रिक अप्रोच के साथ में हमने देखा, क्योंकि हमारा देश जो है फूड डेफिसिट नेशन होता था, उसकी जगह हमने अब प्रॉफिटेबिलिटी सेंट्रिक अप्रोच के साथ में काम करना शुरू किया और उसके लिए बहुत सारे रिफॉर्म्स किए। अभी हाल ही में जो 3 रिफॉर्म्स हुए हैं, उसके अतिरिक्त भी बहुत सारे रिफॉर्म्स हुए। तो मैं जो है ये कहना चाहता हूं कि उन रिफॉर्म्स के कारण से अनडाउटेडली जो है हम इस रास्ते की तरफ बढ़े कि हम एग्रीकल्चर के को जो है प्रॉफिटेबल एग्रीकल्चर किस तरह से बना सकते हैं। तो ये निश्चित रूप से ये जिस रास्ते पर हम एक बार आरंभ हुए हैं, हो सकता है कि ये डेट्स में हो सकता है कि शायद कोई इस बात को लेकर के कह सकता है कि अगले 2 साल में हम कर पाएंगे कि नहीं कर पाएंगे, तो एक टैप की जरूरत है। तो वो जो है हम कर पाएंगे कि नहीं, इसको लेकर के शायद कोई ये कह सकता है, लेकिन आने वाले समय में जो है वो निश्चित रूप से ये लक्ष्य जिस रास्ते पर हम चले हैं, तो हम इसको जो है वो प्राप्त कर सकते हैं। जैसा मैंने कहा कि हमारी इकोनॉमी जो है दैट इज डायरेक्टली रिलेटेड टू एग्रीकल्चर, और एग्रीकल्चर अगेन इज डायरेक्टली रिलेटेड टू वाटर। तो वाटर सिक्योर देश को किए बिना हम एग्रीकल्चर को सस्टेनेबल नहीं बना सकते। एग्रीकल्चर को सस्टेनेबल बनाए हम बिना हम जो है अपनी इकोनॉमी को 5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी तक नहीं ले जा सकते। और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने इस दिशा में देश का मार्गदर्शन भी किया। एग्रीकल्चर को देखने के नजरिए के साथ साथ में पानी को देखने के नजरिए को भी बदला, और पानी को देखने के नजरिए को, जहां पानी को मल्टीपल डायमेंशंस में अलग अलग एस्पेक्ट्स को अलग अलग वेरियस मिनिस्ट्रीज के अंडर में जो है उसको देखा जाता था, उसको बदल करके और माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो है इसको जो है एक इंटीग्रेटेड मिनिस्ट्री बना करके और पानी को हम डिफरेंट एस्पेक्ट्स को एक साथ में हम जो है वो देखें, इस विषय पर बातचीत किए और उस दिशा में हमने तेजी से काम भी किया। अभी जैसे धानुका साहब भी बात कर रहे थे, सुधीर जी ने भी ये बात कही कि प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो है मन की बात कार्यक्रम में या डिफरेंट प्लेटफॉर्म्स पे, एंड अगर मैं सबसे आइकॉनिक स्पीच किसी को मानता हूं तो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जब वो अटल भूजल योजना को जब लॉन्च किया था देश के सामने, तब जो उन्होंने स्कीम जो है पिछले साल 25 दिसंबर को, तब जो उन्होंने 5 प्रिंसिपल्स की बात की थी, मुझे लगता है कि वो 5 प्रिंसिपल्स को अगर हम बात करें तो वो 5 प्रिंसिपल्स पे के ऊपर ही हम आने वाले समय में जो है वो की प्रिंसिपल्स उनको मानते हुए, उनको फाउंडेशन मानते हुए हम देश के जो है वाटर सिक्योरिटी की तरफ देश को ले जा सकते हैं। जिसमें पहली बात तो उन्होंने कही थी कि नीड टू ब्रेक डाउन साइलोज इनटू व्हिच वी हैव डिवाइडेड वाटर, और उसके लिए जैसा मैंने कहा कि इंटीग्रेटेड मिनिस्ट्री बनाई, अलग अलग जो है एस्पेक्ट्स ऑफ वाटर को जो अलग अलग डील करते थे उसको लेकर के हमने अप्रोच को बदला। दूसरी बात उन्होंने उस स्पीच में कही थी, रेस्पेक्ट फॉर इमेंस डाइवर्सिटी ऑफ इंडिया इन प्लानिंग फॉर वाटर, क्योंकि भारत बहु विविधताओं वाला देश है, अलग अलग एरिया की अलग अलग तरह की डिमांड है, अलग अलग तरह की सिचुएशंस है, अलग अलग तरह की रिक्वायरमेंट है, अलग अलग तरह की अप्रोच की वहां पे जरूरत है। तो उनको ऑनर करते हुए भी हम देश में जो है अपनी वाटर सिक्योरिटी के लिए पॉलिसीज को बना सकते हैं और उनको उसके ऊपर काम कर सकते हैं। तीसरी बात उस आइकॉनिक स्पीच में जो उन्होंने कही थी वो थी फोकस ऑन मैनेजमेंट एंड डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ वाटर। सो इन इंडिया में अगर मैं भारत के परिप्रेक्ष्य में बात करूं, हमारे यहाँ अवेलेबिलिटी ऑफ वाटर इतना बड़ा क्वेश्चन नहीं है जितना मैनेजमेंट ऑफ वाटर है। आज भी हमको 4000 BCM पानी मिलता है, जो दुनिया के बहुत सारे देशों से ज्यादा बेहतर है। दो वी आर द सेकंड लार्जेस्ट पॉपुलेशन वाली कंट्री हम हैं, लेकिन फिर भी हमको प्रकृति ने जितना दिया है उसमें हम ये नहीं कह सकते कि हमारे साथ बहुत बड़ा अन्याय हुआ है। आज दुनिया के जो देशों के कंपैरिजन में हमारा एवरेज रेनफॉल जो है वो कंपैरेटिवली बहुत अच्छा है, अगर हम पूरे देश का औसत निकाल करके बात करें। लेकिन फिर भी क्योंकि जैसा मैंने कहा हमारा देश बहुत विविधताओं वाला देश है, अलग अलग तरह की ज्योग्राफिकल कंडीशंस हैं, अलग अलग तरह की सिचुएशंस हैं, अलग अलग तरह के रेनफॉल्स हैं। जहां एक तरफ देश में बहुत बड़े हिस्से में हर साल बाढ़ आती है, वहीं दूसरी तरफ बहुत बड़े हिस्से में जहां से मैं आता हूं वहां हर साल अकाल भी पड़ता है। तो हमको मैनेज अपने पानी को, वाटर रिसोर्सेज को कैसे करें, ये सबसे बड़ी इंपॉर्टेंट चीज है, और हम किस तरह से इक्विटेबल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन देश में कर सकते हैं, इस दिशा में हमको सोचने की आवश्यकता है। आज जो है देश में, जैसा हम पिछले इतने वर्षों से देख रहे हैं कि देश में हमेशा ही हमने जो है डिमांड सप्लाई साइड मैनेजमेंट पर काम किया। हिंदुस्तान के अप्रोच हमेशा ऐसी थी कि हम सप्लाई साइड को देखते हुए काम करें और हम कैसे बड़े बांध बना करके या अंडरग्राउंड वाटर पोटेंशियल को एक्सप्लोर करके कैसे हम अपने इरिगेशन और पोटेंशियल को बढ़ा सकते हैं, इरिगेशन कवरेज को बढ़ा सकते हैं, और उसके साथ साथ में जो है हम अपने ड्रिंकिंग वाटर या अदर वाटर रिक्वायरमेंट्स को पूरा कर सकते हैं। इसके ऊपर हमने काम किया, लेकिन उसके कारण से हमारे जो है वाटर रिसोर्सेज पर जिस तरह का दबाव बढ़ा, क्योंकि हमको आज से 20 साल, 25 साल, 30 साल पहले इसके साथ साथ में सप्लाई साइड के ऊपर भी, कर्ज के साथ साथ में डिमांड साइड के ऊपर भी काम करना था। वहां जिस तरह की गति के साथ में काम करना था वो हम नहीं कर पाए। उसका कारण आज ये है कि पीपल आर सेइंग दैट इंडिया इज गोइंग टू बी पास्ड इन कमिंग डिकेड्स, और देश के बहुत सारे शहरों में पानी की प्रॉब्लम हो जाएगी, देश में वाटर स्ट्रेस पोजीशन में हम जा रहे हैं। तो इसको बैलेंस आउट करने के लिए हमको प्रॉपर वाटर मैनेजमेंट पे काम करना पड़ेगा, और उसके लिए जो है अप्रोच को अगेन सप्लाई साइड मैनेजमेंट से बदल करके हमको टू लुक टुवर्ड्स डिमांड साइड मैनेजमेंट के ऊपर जो है उस अप्रोच के साथ में काम करना पड़ेगा, विच अगेन गवर्नमेंट अंडर लीडरशिप ऑफ मोदी जी इज डूइंग। द फोर्थ जो है उनके आइकॉनिक स्पीच का जो विषय था वो था दैट वाज प्रायोरिटाइज रिसाइकलिंग एंड रीयूज ऑफ वाटर। निश्चित रूप से रिसाइकलिंग एंड रीयूज इज अगेन अ की थिंग, और सरकार अपनी डिफरेंट योजनाओं के माध्यम से उसके ऊपर भी काम कर रही है। मैं अभी इसमें डिटेल में नहीं जाना चाहता कि किस तरह से हम देश के हर एक गांव में निकलने वाले ग्रे वाटर को रिसाइकल करके उसका पोटेंशियल रीयूज हो, ईदर इनटू इरिगेशन और फॉर इंडस्ट्री, और अगर कुछ भी नहीं है तो ग्राउंड वाटर रिचार्ज के लिए उसका यूज हो, उसके लिए हम किस तरह से काम कर रहे हैं। एंड द लास्ट थिंग वाज that people's awareness and to bring it to make it as a people's movement, अगर उसके ऊपर हम काम करें, इस दृष्टिकोण से इन 5 प्रिंसिपल्स पे हमको आगे आकर के काम करना पड़ेगा। ये माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक आइकॉनिक स्पीच में हमारे सामने एक पूरा विजन जो है देश के सामने रखा, देश के हर एक व्यक्ति के सामने रखा। तो निश्चित रूप से इस विजन के साथ में काम करते हुए हम वाटर सिक्योर देश को बना सकते हैं, और अगर वाटर सिक्योर हम देश को बनाएंगे तभी हमारी जो है इकोनॉमी, जो हमारी इकोनॉमी जिसको हम एग्रीकल्चर बेस्ड इकोनॉमी मानते हैं, ये आने वाले समय में सस्टेनेबल भी बनेगी। न केवल हम देश को जो है फूड सिक्योर बनाए रख पाएंगे, अभी तो इकोनॉमी में जो इकोनॉमी को 5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी बनाने की बात है, उस दिशा में भी हम आगे ले जा पाएंगे। जहां तक विषय है, अगर पानी को डिमांड साइड मैनेजमेंट पर मैं बात करूं तो हमने बहुत सारे इनिशिएटिव उसके ऊपर लिए हैं। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने पहले जो हमारी रुकी हुई परियोजनाएं थी, जो वर्षों से अधूरी पड़ी थी, उनको पूरा करने के लिए पीएमजीएसवाई में 99 और बाद में 6-7 परियोजनाओं को और जोड़ करके उनको आइडेंटिफाई करके उनके साथ में उनको टाइम बाउंड मैनर में किस तरह से पूरा कर सकते हैं, इसके ऊपर काम किया। उसके बाद में पर ड्रॉप मोर क्रॉप का नारा दिया। हम जानते हैं कि आज दुनिया में जो है सबसे कम प्रोडक्टिव पानी भारत का माना जाता है, कि हम हमारे यहाँ इस तरह के स्टडीज आती हैं कि 5600 लीटर पानी के 5600 लीटर्स ऑफ वाटर इज रिक्वायर्ड फॉर टू ग्रो 1 किलोग्राम ऑफ पैडी और राइस। अब और पूरी दुनिया में ऐसे जो है ये काम 350 लीटर्स ऑफ वाटर में भी हो रहा है। तो हमको इस बारे में भी सोचने की आवश्यकता है। हमको अपने जो है इफिशिएंट इरिगेशन सिस्टम को किस तरह से हम और तेजी से लागू कर सकते हैं। ऐसा नहीं है कि टेक्नोलॉजीज हमारे पास में नहीं है, सरकार इस पर काम कर रही है, लेकिन लोगों को हम और इस पे मोटिवेट करके स्टेट्स को, स्टेक होल्डर्स को, सबको साथ जोड़ करके, इधर इट इज स्टेट गवर्नमेंट्स और फार्मर्स और द फार्मर ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस, इन सबको जोड़ करके किस तरह से काम कर सकते हैं। मैं चाहूंगा, नीलकमल जी को भी निवेदन करूंगा कि ये जो एफपीओज आप बना रहे हैं, इन एफपीओज के माध्यम से हम वाटर कंजर्वेशन पे और स्मार्ट इरिगेशन पे कैसे काम कर सकते हैं, इसको एफपीओ की पॉलिसी के साथ में जोड़ने की जरूरत है, और हम एफपीओ के माध्यम से इसको कैसे इंसेंटिवाइज कर सकते हैं। आज हमारे यहाँ एक बड़ी चुनौती है, क्योंकि जो है एग्रीकल्चर का जो लैंड होल्डिंग कम होती जा रही है, एवरेज लैंड होल्डिंग स्क्वीज होकर के 1 एकड़ तक आ गई है। उसी के लिए हमने जो है एफपीओज बनाने की कल्पना की, तो हम स्केल पर काम कर सकें। ये स्केल हमारे एग्रीकल्चर को के साथ में इरिगेशन को किस तरह से जोड़ सकते हैं, और इसको स्केल अप किस तरह से कर सकते हैं कि हम ये कनेक्ट करके एफपीओज के माध्यम से पर ड्रॉप मोर क्रॉप का जो विजन है, इस विजन को कैसे हम जो है वो चरितार्थ कर सकते हैं, इसके ऊपर भी हमको काम करने की आवश्यकता है। आज हमारा अंडरग्राउंड वाटर जिस तरह से स्ट्रेस्ड है, हम दुनिया का, हम सब जानते हैं कि दुनिया का 25% जमीन में से पानी हम अकेले निकालते हैं। अमेरिका और चाइना दोनों मिलाकर के जितना पानी विड्रॉ करते हैं, उससे 1.5 गुना पानी हम विड्रॉ करते हैं। क्योंकि हमारे जो अंडरग्राउंड वाटर रिसोर्सेज हैं, ये इन्फिनिट सोर्सेज नहीं है, ये जो है इनविजिबल तो है लेकिन इन्फिनिट नहीं है। इनविजिबल होने के कारण से लोगों को जो अवेयरनेस उसको लेकर के होनी चाहिए वो हो नहीं पाई, और उसी कारण से ये स्ट्रेस जो है मल्टीप्लाई भी हो रहा है और तेजी से बढ़ता जा रहा है। और देश के बहुत बड़े भूभाग में जो है ये एक चुनौती उभर करके सामने आई है। तो निश्चित रूप से यहां आवश्यकता है कि हमको कम पानी से उगने वाली फसलें जो है उन पर कैसे डाइवर्सिफाई कर सकते हैं, हम किस तरह से अपनी वाटर नीड्स अगर हमारी पेस्टिसाइड्स के कारण से या हमारे जो फर्टिलाइजर्स के कारण से जो अगर बढ़ रही हैं तो उसको हम कैसे कर्टेल कर सकते हैं, इसके ऊपर भी हमको विचार करने की आवश्यकता है। और साथ साथ में जो है हमको एक कंप्लीट रिवाइज करने की आवश्यकता है कि हम अपने व्यवस्थाओं को कि हम क्या उगाएं, किसके लिए उगाएं, कैसे उगाएं, इन चीजों पर हमको बहुत ज्यादा काम करने की जरूरत है। हालांकि सरकार के स्तर पर हम एक्विफर मैपिंग पर भी काम कर रहे हैं। हमने जैसा मैंने कहा अटल भूजल योजना जिस स्कीम के लॉन्च की मैंने बात की, हम 7 ऐसे प्रदेश जिनमें सबसे ज्यादा स्ट्रेस है अंडरग्राउंड वाटर का, उनमें हमने एक पायलट प्रोजेक्ट 6000 करोड़ रुपए का वर्ल्ड बैंक की सहायता से पिछले साल लॉन्च किया है, जहां हम प्राइमरीली जो है वो डिमांड साइड मैनेजमेंट थ्रू पार्टिसिपेशन, पीपल्स पार्टिसिपेशन कैसे हो सकता है, इसके ऊपर हम काम कर रहे हैं। और मुझे लगता है कि ये जो पायलट है ये आने वाले समय में देश में जो है एक नई क्रांति का सूत्रपात करेगा। इसके साथ साथ में हम क्या उगाएं इसके ऊपर भी अब देश को विचार करने की आवश्यकता है। आज हम जितना गेहूं और चावल उगा रहे हैं, हमारी रिक्वायरमेंट प्लस हमारा जो टोटल जो हमारा एक्सपोर्ट पोटेंशियल है उससे भी ज्यादा है। तो हम एग्रीकल्चर फॉर किसके लिए कर रहे हैं, हम गन्ना, हम कपास जो है गेहूं चावल किसके लिए उगा रहे हैं, इसके ऊपर सोचने की आवश्यकता है। हम इसके लिए क्रॉप डाइवर्सिफिकेशन कैसे कर सकते हैं। आज आप किसान को एकदम से तो ये नहीं कह सकते कि आज से आप बदल करके दूसरी चीज उगाना शुरू कर दो, लेकिन हम जितने लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं, हम इंडस्ट्री के लोग यहाँ बैठे हैं, आज हमारी जो चुनौती गेहूं चावल तक ही सीमित नहीं है। आज गन्ने में हमारी शुगर जो है वो भी हमारे लिए ओवर प्रोडक्शन कर रहे हैं, हम सब जानते हैं, हमको सबको स्वीकार करना पड़ेगा। हम गन्ने पर उगाते हैं समय पानी में सब्सिडी दें, बिजली पे सब्सिडी दें, फिर गन्ने के खरीदने और करने में भारत सरकार पैसा दे, उसके बाद में भी जो है वायबिलिटी गैप फंडिंग जो है वो शुगर मिल्स को करे, उसके बाद में जो है शुगर को एथेनॉल में कन्वर्ट करने के लिए फिर सरकार सब्सिडाइज करे। मुझे लगता है कि इस विशेष ट्रैप से हमको बाहर निकालने की जरूरत है। तो हम क्या उगाएं, किसके लिए उगाएं, कितना उगाएं, इन सब के ऊपर इंडस्ट्री को भी साथ में खड़े होना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि उसके माध्यम से ही हम अल्टीमेटली पानी को सेव कर पाएंगे। उसके ऊपर भी हमको जो है काम करने की आवश्यकता है। स्वामीनाथन साहब ने एक रोबस्ट पिक्चर देश में जो है एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर के जो कंप्लीट जो है रिवीजन के लिए उन्होंने एक रोबस्ट पूरा एक स्टडी करके और एक सजेशंस का पूरा अपना एक डॉक्यूमेंट दिया था। मुझे बहुत प्रसन्नता है कि पिछले 6 साल में माननीय मोदी जी की सरकार में उसमें से 102 रिकमेंडेशंस में 100 रिकमेंडेशंस पे काम हुई। ये अलग बात है कि पॉलिटिकल लोगों ने उसको किस तरह से जो है रीफ्रेम करने की कोशिश की है, अपनी दृष्टिकोण से रीओरिएंट करने की कोशिश की है। बात स्वामीनाथन की करेंगे और स्वामीनाथन को इंप्लीमेंट करेंगे तो अपने पॉलिटिकल इंटरेस्ट में जो है विरोध करेंगे, लेकिन ये डेमोक्रेटिक कंट्री में ये रहने वाला है। हमको इसी सब के साथ में काम करना है। अल्टीमेटली अगर हम ठीक रास्ते पर, ठीक दृष्टिकोण से, ठीक नीति के साथ में, ठीक नियत के साथ में काम करेंगे तो सब लोग हमारे साथ में खड़े होंगे और हमको जो है आने वाले समय में निश्चित रूप से लोग जो है जैसे जैसे इसमें सक्सेस मिलेगी अपने आप लोग साथ खड़े हो जाएंगे और अपने आप लोग साथ में चलने लगेंगे। तो हमने निश्चित रूप से एग्रीकल्चर के टोटल रिफॉर्म के लिए काम किया है। जैसा मैंने कहा कि जो देखने का नजरिया है वहां से लेकर के और उसको किस तरह से अचीव किया जा सकता है, इस कंप्लीट एक पूरे विजन के साथ में हमने और प्रॉपर इंप्लीमेंटेशन स्ट्रेटेजी के साथ में काम किया है। और क्योंकि पानी उसका इंटीग्रल पार्ट है, उसके साथ में जुड़ा हुआ है, तो हमने इस साथ में वाटर सिक्योर नेशन कैसे बने, हर खेत को पानी हम कैसे दे सकें, ज्यादा से ज्यादा इरिगेशन फैसिलिटीज कैसे दे सकें, पानी कम से कम पानी का उपयोग करते हुए बेटर रिजल्ट्स कैसे ले सकें, इसके ऊपर पूरी इंटीग्रल अप्रोच के साथ में हमने काम किया है। अभी भी पानी का सेक्टर और एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर इन दोनों में ही जो है कॉर्पोरेट इन्वेस्टमेंट बहुत कम है। मैं ये मानता हूं कि अब समय आ गया है और ये जो रिफॉर्म्स मोदी गवर्नमेंट ने पिछले दिनों में किए हैं इसके बाद में ये समय आ गया है कि अब हमको जो है पोस्ट हार्वेस्ट जो सिस्टम पे, प्रोसेसिंग पर, फूड प्रोसेसिंग पर और सप्लाई चेन के मैनेजमेंट पर, और उसके अलावा जो है पूरा एक ब्लॉकचेन ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर प्रोड्यूस बने, इस सब के ऊपर बहुत बड़े कॉर्पोरेट इन्वेस्टमेंट की जरूरत भी है। सरकार उसमें फैसिलिटेट करने को जो है तैयार है। माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो आत्मनिर्भर भारत पैकेज है उसमें भी इसके लिए 1 लाख करोड़ रुपए का प्रावधान किया गया है। वोकल फॉर लोकल, लोकल फॉर ग्लोबल, ये जो मैसेज है ये भी हमारे एग्रीकल्चर के फ्यूचर को निश्चित रूप से एक बड़ी नई दिशा देने का मार्ग प्रशस्त करेगा। और मैं ये मानता हूं कि अब समय आ गया है कि एग्रीकल्चर में अगर जो है पब्लिक स्पेंडिंग के साथ साथ में कॉर्पोरेट स्पेंडिंग भी साथ हम करें, और इन सबको जोड़ करके हम किस तरह से आने वाले समय के लिए एक नई दिशा हम सब लोग मिलकर के तय करें, ऐसी आवश्यकता है। लेकिन फिर भी मैं जिम्मेदारी के साथ में कहूंगा कि जिस रास्ते पर हम बढ़े हैं, निश्चित रूप से हम 5 ट्रिलियन इकोनॉमी के लक्ष्य को प्राप्त करेंगे। मे भी कोविड के कारण से लोग उसको लेकर के कुछ संशय करते होंगे, लेकिन मैं एक बात कह सकता हूं कि पिछले 6 साल में जिस तरह से माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी के नेतृत्व में देश की सरकार ने काम किया है, ये एक क्लियर कट मैसेज और कॉन्फिडेंस पूरी दुनिया को बनाए कि मोदी जी ने अगर कहा है तो निश्चित रूप से मुमकिन भी है और अवश्य ये पूरा होने वाला है। लेकिन उस सब में आप सबके साथ और सहयोग की आवश्यकता है, और मैं ये मानता हूं कि हम सब लोग मिलकर के इस सपने को पूरा कर पाएंगे। आप सबका बहुत सारा धन्यवाद, अभिनंदन।
Thanks, sir. Thanks very much, Honorable Minister, sir. The way Honorable Prime Minister spoke about Atal Bhujal, iconic speech. You have given an iconic speech to give us a roadmap for the industry, how to move forward for the time to come. Now, may I request Mr. Abhijit Bose for proposing a vote of thanks, Mr. Chief Marketing Officer, Agrochemicals. Mr. Abhijit Bose. Manojji, Abhijit Bose is there?
Looks like there's some technical thing, so we can request Mr. R.J. Agrawal sir to kindly propose the vote of thanks. Agrawal sir.
हाँ मनोज जी, जैसा कि अभी जो बोस नहीं ज्वाइन कर पा रहे हैं, शायद माननीय मंत्री जी चले गए हैं, लेकिन फिर भी
मंत्री जी हैं,
मिनिस्टर बैठे हैं, ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर बैठे
हैं सर, तो मैं उनका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद करता हूं। जिस प्रकार उन्होंने पानी की महिमा के ऊपर और महत्ता के ऊपर बात की है, मुझे भगवान कृष्ण ने गीता के 3रे अध्याय में 14वें श्लोक में एक बात कही है जो मैं शेयर करना चाहता हूं। पानी के बारे में भगवान कृष्ण ने अपने मुंह से क्या लिखा है? अन्नात् भवन्ति भूतानि पर्जन्यदन संभवः यज्ञात् भवन्ति पर्जन्यो यज्ञकर्म समुद्भवः। तो इस श्लोक का अर्थ है, ये मतलब वर्ष, हम जितने भी प्राणी हैं वो अन्न पे जीवित हैं, और अन्न होता है वर्षा से, और वर्षा होती है यज्ञ करने से, और यज्ञ होते हैं अच्छे कर्म करने से। पानी के ऊपर बहुत से पुराने दोहे हैं, रहीम का दोहा भी, रहीमन पानी राखिए बिन पानी सब सून, पानी गए ना उबरे माटी मानस चून। तो पानी में हम पुराने अपनी देखें तो नीलकमल दरबारी जी ने बताया कि घर में पूरा घड़ा तो पानी नहीं पी जाते। तो आज हम लोग राजस्थान से हैं, और हमारे फोर फादर 150 साल पहले राजस्थान से इसलिए निकले थे कि वहां पे पानी नहीं था। लेकिन आज जो राजस्थान में काम हुआ है, उसकी वजह से राजस्थान में भी जो हम कहते थे डेजर्ट थे, आज राजस्थान का बहुत बड़ा एरिया चमन हो गया है, वहां अच्छी खेती हो रही है। तो मैं ज्यादा ना बोलते हुए अगले सेशन को लेट करते हुए, इस सेशन के पैनलिस्ट नीलकमल दरबारी जी, मिस्टर ब्राइन और सभी लोगों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, और फिक्की का, और मैं खासतौर से सुधीर कुमार गोयल साहब का, जिन्होंने बहुत अच्छे से इस सेशन को मॉडरेट किया, और उनका जो महाराष्ट्र में एक्सपीरियंस है एग्रीकल्चर डिपार्टमेंट में, वो बहुत बड़ा एक्सपीरियंस रहा है। तो सब पैनलिस्ट का और फिक्की का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद, और अंत में मंत्री जी का एक बार फिर धन्यवाद, और जो उन्होंने हमें सलाह दी है, हम उस सलाह पे काम करेंगे। और मैं अलग से चर्चा करूंगा कि हमारा एम नहीं है कि पेस्टिसाइड का या फर्टिलाइजर का आंख मीच के इस्तेमाल किया जाए। वी प्रोपेगेट देयर जुडिशियस एंड राइट यूज। और आज विश्व में जो कुछ हो रहा है, अभी प्लेटफॉर्म नहीं है, लेकिन फिर भी हम मंत्री से अलग से मिलकर इस पर चर्चा करेंगे। एक बार फिर से आप लोगों का सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
Thank you. Thank you.
Over to Manoj sir.
Thank you. Thank you all the delegates and the speakers. More than 600 delegates are watching on online. So I request delegates that we will join back with on the validity session about 16:45 with the Honorable Minister, Mr. Sadanand Gaura ji, and Secretary Chemical. So we request all the delegates to kindly please join us back at 16:45. Thank you, Mr. Goyal, once again. Thank you all the delegates.
Thank you, RG Agarwal sir. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
madam.
madam. Thank you very much.
check the sound is okay.
हेलो जी सर ओके सर ठीक है
Yes, thank you.
थैंक यू थैंक यू थैंक यू
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. The Honorable Minister has joined. Welcome, Honorable Minister.
नमस्कार नमस्कार
Namaskar, Sahab. Wish you very healthy recovery, sir. You were COVID, had a COVID, and thank God that you are now recovered, sir. And thank you very much. In spite of your COVID, you have accepted our request.
I am in home quarantine.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So now we officially start, ladies and gentlemen. We have Honorable Minister, and now we'll start with our validity session. We had Mr. Shekhawat ji just in the last session, and now we have Mr. Sadanand Gora. We also have Secretary Chemical, Petrochemical have joined us, and at the formal proceeding, I'll invite Mr. Sagar Kaushik. Mr. Sagar Kaushik doesn't need any introduction for the agrochemical industry with more than 30 years of experience in the industry and now working as a global Global President, Corporate Affairs in UPL, which is India's biggest conglomerate in the agrochemical sector. So over to you, Mr. Sagar Kaushik, with the formal proceeding. Over to you, Mr. Kaushik. You are on mute. You have to unmute yourself.
Yeah. Thanks, Manoj, and thanks, Vicky. And I'm really delighted that this valedictory session I'm able to moderate. And also because the whole session, we will really hear the address from the horse's mouth, and we will have the Honorable Minister and the respected Secretary both in one session. That's really a great, great honor for all of us. Now, before I open the topic, I would just like specifically is dealing with the policies. So how can we raise the bar of Indian agriculture? And by looking at the role and impact of the policies and regulations. I mean, throughout the year, we keep talking about the reforms, the policies, and the requirement to change the regulations, etc. I think this really fits into the valedictory session and really give a look at that. Now, when we talk about that, the policies, how they can raise the bar of Indian agriculture. Now, before, let's ask this question to ourselves, that where are we today in India? Where is this bar today? Is this bar static for the last few years or many years? Or this bar has moved? I think the answer is pretty clear. The statistics also is very much visible that India has already moved the bar for the agriculture productivity, agriculture production, the value of agriculture in the last few years. Today, the value of the agriculture that the farmers produce is about US dollar 459 billion, which is equal to 350,000 crores. So that is the level, that is the value of food that we are already producing. Now, compared to the other countries, we are number 2. India is number 2 country in the value of the agriculture production, much ahead the United States, much ahead any of the countries in the European Union or Brazil or other South American countries like Argentina. So they are the big food basket as well. But India has achieved a specific position, and this has happened because of the government policies, government vision. Government has created the alignment of the stakeholders, which is so essential, and the policy delivers that direction. And of course, we have to fully thank the engagement of the farmers who have been facing this hardship, but they have still delivered activity and the agriculture production. Needless to mention that the input industry, whether it is seeds, fertilizer, chemicals, agrochemicals, they also have done their best to put the whole thing together. So I think so far, Indian agriculture has done well, and that's the outcome of the policies. That's the impact of the policy decisions which our taken in the last 6 years. Now the question comes for the discussion today, that where do we go from now? Is there a scope for the bar to further go up? Yes, absolutely. And therefore, what is the direction we choose? I think there are a few frontiers that we have to keep it in mind when framing the agriculture policy. One option could be that do we slate the policy as per the consumer aspiration for a safer, healthy food, nutritional food, so we really keep the customer, the final customer, who is the consumer. Or we look at, and we have heard through several presentations today, that we have to raise the policy bar so that the agriculture is produced which is nature positive. That is, we bring the resource efficiency in agriculture through the policies, policy measures, policy interventions, so that this resource efficiency is visible in the water consumption, fertilizers consumption, these seeds, chemicals, and even the labor part. So therefore, the resource conservation could also be delivered through the policy. Or we should say that, well, that's fine, but why don't we have a policy that just allows us to increase our exports from $40 billion today to 70 billion, which is also the export policy from the Ministry of Commerce. So that's the third dimension. The three areas, but then we have to also look, but what about the annadata? What about the farmer? So we could also say, no, we need to have a policy. The policy that for agriculture that delivers higher income for the farmers. So I think there are these 3-4 areas. On one hand, we look at that how the value of agriculture goes up, but at the same time, we have to see is the value goes up, but does that value gets translated into the higher income for the farmers? So therefore, I think a policy recognition is essential. We shall also be hearing from the different speakers. I also need to say that the policy is a must if you have to be the leader. Otherwise, you are led by somebody else's policy. Okay, why don't we do what Europe is doing? And you know that the Europe is going to have a game-changing agriculture policy for them for the next 20, 30 years. They have the Green Deal, and they are going to have the farm to fork or the biodiversity restoration. And they would expect that whatever their policy, these similar approaches should also be taken up by the partner countries or the countries which are part of the food value chain linked to Europe. So therefore, we need to have our own policy. We need to raise the bar to achieve certain direction. And some of the directions I have listed, and I think we have the illustrious speakers today in this session. And therefore, we will have, thought coming from their side. And hopefully, this session will be the most meaningful session for today. But before I go forward, I have the pleasure and a real pleasure to invite Madam Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, who is the president of FICCI, to give the welcome address. Madam, over to you.
So, namaste. It's a great pleasure for me to welcome all of you to the 9th Agrochemical Conference with the significant and very important theme of the role of agrochemicals in helping boost the agri sector and of achieving a vision or helping us achieve this joint vision of a $5 trillion economy by 2025. I want to begin by warmly welcoming our Honorable Minister for Chemicals and Fertilizers of the Government of India, Shri D.V. Sadanand Gowda-ji. I want to welcome Shri Rajesh Kumar Chaturvedi, Secretary, Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals, Mr. Salil Singhal, Chairman Emeritus, PI Industries, Mr. Siang Hee Tan, Mr. R.G. Agarwal, of course, Mr. Rahul Dhanuka. You are the very important in this entire deliberation. Mr. Sagar Kaushik, it was a pleasure to hear your inputs. And Mr. R.G. Agarwal, the chairman of the Subcommittee on Crop Protection. As was rightly observed, we are here not just to talk about agrochemicals, but about its impact on one of the most important constituents of our country, which is 41.5% of our population engaged in the agri sector. That is the Indian farmer, which is contributing 16% of the GDP, but has the potential to go up to almost 20% of the GDP. And nothing has taught us more than this pandemic about the importance of the agri sector, the resilience of the rural economy, and the very important aspect of how we must continue to focus. The Indian agriculture sector plays such an integral role in the Indian economy and provides this livelihood to more than half of our population. We have the resources, we have size, we have diversity, and the 10th largest arable land in the world, including 20 different agroclimatic regions. The agrochemical industry plays a major role in improving agriculture yields by preventing loss due to pests and disease. And high population growth has fueled our food consumption globally, and this has surged the demand of agri products. It's contributed to an increase in the use of agri-chemicals to enhance production and developments in the sector. Thus, the use of the agrochemical, such as fertilizers and pesticides, has become a necessity to meet the growing demand of food. And while the future of food may be different, today's need, it is very critical for us to focus on the pesticides and fertilizers. I don't want to talk about how urbanization, industrialization have caused a shrinking of the cultivational land. And all of you are experts in this field, and you understand adverse weather conditions, stringent regulations, some place the lack of irrigation. However, the growth of the market, the resilience of the Indian farmer, and the capability of all you major companies to support the farmer through agrochemicals is clearly the important discussions happening today. I'm also happy that acquisitions, collaborations, expansion of production capacity, all these key strategies are being discussed. And I believe that the fertilizer segment of agrochemicals, which is projected to grow at 3.9% CAGR in terms of value, this will create demand for a better yield because of the shrinking arable land, higher production of crops with better quality. And also it's important to maintain the fertility of the soil. These are really the drivers of the agrochemical market. The government of India has taken various initiatives to help the industry grow. The National Mission on Oil Seeds and Oil Palm, the National Food Security Mission, the Krishi Udan scheme to boost agricultural export, both international as well as domestic routes, expansion of NABARD, refinancing scheme are only some of the multiple initiatives which have been taken, because it is very clear that the farmer, the importance of agri is at the heart of many of the policies which our government has brought to fore. FICCI has given a tremendous focus to agri this year, and I want to thank all the committee members, all the chairs and the organizers of this conference for your tremendous contribution and focus on this important sector. I believe it's important for us to ensure that the supportive policies of the government, which we are sure will boost the income of the farmers and enhance their purchasing power, it's important for us to support this thrust, to encourage the balanced use of fertilizer in farmlands, to look at the future of organic as well and intersperse that into our strategies and see where innovation is required, appropriate education is required to the farmer. And I'm sure that the government will also extend appropriate support to the industry to overcome your current challenges and to help it reach the next level. I'm also equally happy and very hopeful that the deliberations of the conference will be helpful to the industry and that the government will appreciate the entire contribution made by the agrochemical sector towards an Atmanirbhar Bharat, as well as support in all the requirements because of the critical role that you play in the entire value chain. I would once again warmly welcome the Honorable Minister, thank him for his presence here, and convey that we look forward to your continued support to the sector, as well as eagerly await to hear your address. With warmest regards and a commitment of continued support and focus from FICCI, thank you all very much. Namaste.
Yeah. Thanks a lot, Dr. Sangeeta Reddy. And now with that, we will start with the proceedings. But I just want to request all the speakers that please be within the time frame. And for each speaker is between 8 to 10 minutes and not more. So it's really the request. And
Mr. Kaushik, with your permission, just one more point. This is a warm invitation to all of you to the FICCI AGM and the annual convention. We are very privileged that the Honorable Prime Minister has agreed to inaugurate the annual convention. So in December 12th, please do join us. And also please make sure that your companies are displayed on the annual expo, because this is a one-of-a-kind virtual expo. Thank you all very much. All the best. Back to you, Mr. Kaushik.
Yeah, thank you to bring this message. Thank you. So with these words, may I request Mr. R.G. Agarwal, who is the chairman of the FICCI Subcommittee on Crop Protection, to give his address.
You are on mute. You have to unmute yourself.
Sorry, sir. Sorry. Namaskar. Good evening. It's my privilege to welcome Honorable Mr. Shri Sadanand Gowdaji, Cabinet Minister for Chemical and Fertilizer, Shri R.K. Chaturvedi ji, Secretary, Department of Chemicals and Petrochemical, Madam Sangeeta Reddy, President FICCI, then Mr. Sang Hee Tan, Executive Director, Crop Life Asia, subsidiary of Crop International, Shri Salil Singhal ji, Sagar Kaushik, and Rahul Dhanuka. Madam already has welcomed, but as a chairman subcommittee, I was also requested. I'm especially thankful to Honorable Minister, sir. When myself and Mr. Manoj visited him before Diwali to invite him, he was well, but unfortunately he suffered from COVID. And in spite of this problem, he has been very kind and he has kept his commitment, understanding and keeping the importance of this sector. For this Hindi, I will say one doha and then will translate. We have old Kavi Jaisi who has said, Sat Saiya ke dohre, Sat Saiya ke dohre jaise navik ke तीर, देखन में छोटे लगे, घाव करे गंभीर. Means this I want to say in connection with our agrochemical industry. Our agrochemical industry is very small if you see the overall chemical sector. But its role in food, nutrition, and health security is enormous. So I'm thankful to you, sir. You gave us this honor addressing us, sharing your views, because this is a small portion but very, very important. It is like insurance. When we do insurance for ourselves, then it is a natural insurance if crops are sprayed with pesticides at proper time. My company is in plant protection as well as in healthcare. We produce AIs of 2 lakh rupees per kilo and export to US, Europe and Japan. So that shows the capability of scientists of our country. And in our country, sir, you are our nodal ministry. You have been very kind, Chaturvedi sir, immediately after joining, understood our problem, and for banning of 27 pesticides, he immediately took up the matter. And we are thankful that after his support and Honorable Minister sir support, a review committee was constituted in agriculture and we are awaiting the things. But we understand as your good self and state minister, Mr. Mansukh Bhai Mandavia ji said that we will not allow such injustice to our industry which is exporting. We cannot suffer in this COVID time our domestic or export market. So that is the approach, positive approach, sir, you are having. So again, thanks, sir, for you especially, and Chaturvedi sir, and all the panelists. And again, over to Sagar Kaushik to you to take ahead.
Yeah. So, Agarwal sir, thank you very much. Request Mr. Siang Hee Tan, and who is the Executive Director, Crop Life Asia, and on the best global practices best global practices and progressive policies and regulatory framework in agrochemical sector. Now, before Mr. Tan really takes up his topic, I need to mention that Mr. Tan is responsible for directing regulatory and crop protection, seeds and intellectual property, biotechnology, and the multiple discipline of agriculture for the outreach program, which happens in more than 15 countries in Southeast Asia. So, therefore, not talking more details because we also know him from his earlier participations in other events. So with this, we'll request Dr. Tan to please go ahead with his presentation. Dr. Tan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Sagar Khoshid. Thank you very much, Vicky, for the kind invitation. Good afternoon, good evening to Your Excellency, Honorable Minister of Chemical and Fertilizers of India. I'm glad to hear that you are now recovered from your COVID infection, and also Your Excellency, Secretary of Chemical Department and Industry. So thank you very much for giving the opportunity to share with you the next 10 minutes some of the best practices. I think today you all spoke a lot about the potential, and believe me, I've been in India. I have gone to Bihar to purchase corn. I have been shipping corn out of Chennai way back in 2007. I do about 50 containers every week. And believe me, the Indian quality corn is ready for the international market. It is only part of the supply chain net improvement, but nevertheless, the quality and the quantity coming out from India is something for us to learn. So in the next 10 minutes, I think all of you, as Mr. Sagar Khoshid said, you know about CropLife, you know CropLife vision. Can I have the next slide, please? So CropLife International is based out of Brussels. Globally, we are in 91 countries, and I, together with Asitava and the member companies, manage the Asia Hub, which covers all the way from New Zealand to Pakistan. Next slide, please. And in CropLife India, this is our members. We cover 70% of the market. We introduce 95% of the molecules into India. And up to date, we invest $6.5 billion US every year into bringing technology in crop protection and seeds, including traits, into the marketplace. This is where just now the discussion is, how do we continue to bring technology in the hands of farmers so that they can continue to produce under different environment, from drought to disease resistance. Next slide, please. So again, this is the mission. Our mission is really to bring technology into the hands of farmers to increase productivity and to support India's agriculture growth in the long term. Next slide, please. Again, we all know this. I'm not going to talk about this because we all know the population gap that is coming in and how much we need to gap up in terms of technology, in terms of how crop protection plays its role in continuing to provide food security into Thailand and rest of the world. But I'm going to go a bit more detail shortly in the next slide. We all know this also. India has a large population of smallholders. We know about the issues. Just now, the excellence from Vicky, the director, also spoke about labor power, what they call global education, slogan, productivity. This is where the genetics comes in. It's very important that we continue to have good seed germplasm being bred in India and be able to deliver good quality seed and managing scarce resources. Over the last couple of sessions, we all spoke of water. This is going to be a national security issue moving forward. So unless we have good varieties, drought resistance, we are not able to manage the constraint coming through from the climate change and adaptation. Next slide. So this tells you the responsibility of the farmer. The farmer carries the government expectation to use it as an economic pillar. Saki Kosha said, we are going through a massive X billion trillion dollar economy. It is all on these farmers. We ask them for food security. We ask them, the society expect them to put food safety, put affordable price, deliver to the market timely. And he himself has to face with a lot of things, from income. Do I have money to buy food? Do I have money to buy good quality material? Do I have money to buy good seeds, crop protection solution? And he's faced with a lot of illegal products in the market. And last but not least, while we all can work from home, he has to go to the farm every day, exposing. This is a national security that continues to provide food for everybody across India. This is his burden, and we need the support. Can I have the press, please? Can you click on the slide? Is everything on him? Next slide, please. So unless we give the toolbox to the farmer, he will not be able to put food on our table, affordable food. So I'm going to go back and talk about opportunities for farmer and industry. Again, Sagar Kosit, Agrochemicals spoke of the domestic, what you call industry, it is growing. I just want to give you a context of why the different market from domestic market like India is 20,000 crores. China is about 3 times, but they are looking at 8,65,000 crore domestic market. For their export, this is from FICCI report, also 23,000 crore. China, for exporting itself, is 6,15,000 crore business, while India imports about 68,54,000 AI chemical into India for production, processing, and also re-exportation. While China also equally 27,40,000 crore. Just to give you a context how the big potential for India market can grow, and the potential of how we need to segregate policy from manufacturing perspective and provide new innovation to the hands of farmer in a correct pace. Next slide, please. So as we move in, let's talk about missing opportunity and importance of innovation for the crop protection sector. Next slide. This shows you that this is about the PRD. This is related to the new pesticide management bill. And Sir Agarwal is going to talk about this later on. But I just want to share with you the comparison of other countries that have sound PRD. China has 6 years. They have 689 technical grade registered compared to India, 295. You look at the number of formulation, you look at number of innovation that is available for the Chinese farmer. Even Korea, 462. Brazil, a developing country, has 509 technical grade. Japan has 596. And all of them have thousands of formulations and solutions with different mixtures available for farmers to use and cope with different pests and disease. So just want to share with you, this is the data talks by itself. This is purely, we did a survey, this is the data. So this is message number one. You look at innovation that is put in place even in China, and that has propelled its manufacturing sector plus its domestic increment in terms of moving farmers out of poverty. And last 2 days, China, announced they have eradicated obsolete poverty this year and this time. And India doing very well in reduction of poverty. Something to look at also. Next slide, please. So our member company continued to put $6.5 billion over these years to make sure that we continue to deliver technical grade of even from biologics or even conventional crop protection product, and we bring in more and more safer product into the market. Next slide. This is where all the investment comes in. And just now also, my previous speaker said, low toxicity. Look at China's registration. This is the last year's data. Out of last year's 4,000 over registration, they put 3,000 over registration on low toxicity. While the high toxicity continue to be managed in the closed circuit, but very good stewardship and managed in terms of that where the use, where is it being applied. Then coming back to a lot of people, R&D is here. Member companies are overprotecting the data from in terms of IP and etc. You look at the registration last year in China, 4,164 registrations, 41,000. And R&D companies only stands for 1,000 over registration, 2.7%. The rest are local companies. So with good IP, actually promotes prosperity across every stakeholder in the country. It is we, as a frontier, continue to put safer technology into the hands of farmers. You look at the R&D registered company, from 1982 to last year, 2018, we put 210 new technical grade molecules into Chinese market with 475 new formulations. So this is to show you how technology innovation plays a significant growth to get the whole industry to flourish. It is not only multinational R&D. The narrative is very different. I just want to give you the data that is collected and to demonstrate to you it is innovation that provides prosperity to the industry for manufacturing. Next slide, please. So again, and then UPL, Prashant is here. Last year in 2017, 2018, BASF had nine molecules registered, United Phosphate has 7 registered in China, Bayer Crop Science has 6 out of the 2018 registration. Again, India companies are also coming in to the foray in a sense of really registering products and getting products into the manufacturing space, and equally benefiting from the IP protection that is being provided to every company who goes into India. So next slide, please. So next slide. So again, our Modi Prime Minister has said IP is going to be the major key driver moving forward. So with that, I'm going to just skip. Can you move on? I'm going to save on my time. I'm going to go on to the last few slides. Okay, you look at this registration. This is a best practice comparing India and other countries. If you look at Japan and US, in terms of regulatory approval timeline, India is 3.5 years to 4.5 years, whereas the rest of the world pretty much are between 24 months to 6 months for Indonesia. There's potential gap for us to deliver technology to the hands of farm in much more critical timeline. You know, everybody is looking for iPhone 12 right now. The next day is launched in US. Why our farmers are not given the opportunity to have state-of-the-art technology from crop protection or with seeds and etc. the next day or next couple of months? As you know, the climate change is really changing rapidly. We need to further enhance our ability to support farming community with the correct technology, with the correct toolbox. Next slide. Next slide. So this one I already mentioned to you, the comparison of different years, why it benefited the number of registration and provide solutions, different mixture, different environment, different instar to protect different insects, you know, like locusts. What toolbox do we have for fall armyworm today? What toolbox do we have to counter against fall armyworm also? So there are different technology that needs to be had in registration ready to counter these issues. Next slide. So my first slide is making India manufacturing hub for pesticide. I want to show you the China slide. Next slide. Is this slide. How do we segregate a domestic market product and a manufacturing product for exportation? I think Saga again said just now, also Ajay Agarwal, I'm exporting various countries. So unless we have a different policy that is for manufacturing, a policy that will help support domestic market, if you put everything together without a proper IP segment, we will not be able to benefit the introduction of new technology. Next slide. So this is the investment for the pesticide industry over the last couple of years in terms of manufacturing. You see there's tremendous growth over the last 2018. I don't have the data for 2019 and 2020, but I believe even between the January, February, March timeline with China's closing down, I think a lot of people have purchasing into the environment. Again, India is the closest market to various other, like Africa is also a very close market for India to go in and also etc. So I think there's a lot of opportunity for us to really look at where India's manufacturing capability is. Again, Ajay Agarwal said, though, chemical manufacturing is only a fraction of the total India manufacturing for chemical. But if you look at the experience, you look at the technology platform, this is something that we really need to have a different policy, shape it with good IP environment, and what you call enhancement for us to be able to develop local industry plus supporting the farmer with the correct technology. Next slide, please. this is again looking at where the sourcing is. India is looking at a slight increase over the last couple of years, but we can see a very different slide. If you just imagine if the green color bar is now India, what would that mean? What do we need to put in place for India to grow through that quantum compared to like China over the quantum leap over the last couple of years from 2011? So again, just show you data how China has a potential, India has a potential with the correct facility, correct policy, and best practices from learnings from industrial production can do a quantum leap. Next slide. So over the last couple of years, a couple of weeks, we've been talking about India's Prime Minister Modi is talking about production lean initiative. I think those are good. With good IPR environment, we'll definitely be promoting more investment FDI into the crop production side. Next cycle. Next slide, please. This is almost my last slide. Yes. So going back to can you click on it for a while? We always talk about smallholder. Can you click? Yeah. We need to have policies that covers the marginal farmer. They will need a separate type of support to grow them. Next slide. Next click. Okay. Small scale, medium scale will need different financial support. They are more adapted to technology. They are more online. They can go to market. They can support your local GDP. While the more than large community will then be able to do your export market. Again, Sage Koshi spoke about where the global export market, you're bigger than US, etc. So unless these three segment people get a differentiated strategy, we will not be able to make and fully capitalize on the agriculture pillar. So again, market-driven opportunity for farmer and industry. We want to have one policy that does not help both, right? Which is right now. Farmer has been given one side policy, but industry hasn't given the IP environment for it to flourish and grow. So I think India has gotten a very pragmatic with Prime Minister Modi, pragmatic approach, investor mindset. We need to take a very different, fresh look in how do we get enabling policy to change, the willingness to change. I'm hearing a lot of sentiment today. How do we put whether it's water, whether it's technology in today's discussion? Really, leadership alignment. Today, again, Your Excellency, your Prime Minister of Secretary is here. This is where the top-down messages comes and how they manage the transformation for us to quantum with Indian agriculture with crop protection investment, how do you get technology into the hands of farmer in the correct timeline, how to get seeds, seeds crop protection solutions, and the digital economy, the drones economy. For example, China today has 50,000 drones flying anytime as we speak. So
Mr. Tan,
thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. So thanks a lot, Mr. I'm sorry. Conclusions were well made already. And thank you for bringing the elements specifically with regard to the role of R&D. I think very well said, and there is a lot of intensive investments which take place for the R&D. And R&D is the invention. R&D and invention leads to the innovation. There are a lot of things India is doing, a lot of things in terms of the inventions. India depends on the import of the technologies, but the value of the technology, the way you have displayed, is really was excellent. Thank you to bring this information on board. So thanks a lot, Mr. Tan, once again. And may I now request, I do hope, yeah, Salil Bhai is already there. So Salil Bhai, welcome. And you are the next speaker, Salil Bhai. And I think Mr. Singhal is an inspirational figure, but I still need to mention that he is the chairman. Let me correctly state that Mr. Singhal has been spearheading the company, pesticide PI industry, on its growth path since 1979. He is credited with the company's early adoption of a global outlook, even from the inception of the company. Mr. Singhal was the chairman of the first association, the Pesticide Association of India, and for almost 2 decades. And how much of the direction, how much of the drive which he has contributed there is well known to the industry colleagues who are present here. So the role in the associations, but Mr. Singhal is also a recipient of multiple awards, and some of them are the Entrepreneur of the Year and the Best CEO. So I think, sir, your experience and your address will really bring so much of light in terms of what sort of policy changes we need that would deliver the objective which India needs to raise the bar for agriculture. So, Mr. Singhal, over to you.
Thank you, Sagar. Honorable Minister, Mr. Secretary, my colleagues in the industries, ladies and gentlemen, I'm delighted to be part of this very one-day conference on the subject of agrochemicals. The chairman of our session, Sagar Kaushik, desires me to talk about what needs to be done for the agrochemical industry's growth and taking it to the next level. But, and I can always talk about it, but given the time constraint, I was told to speak on the subject of pesticide management bill. So let me start with that, and then I would come down to the issues that you raised, and I'll try and compress it within a period of 10 minutes. A fast-growing economy, any fast-growing economy, requires vibrant and facilitative and forward-looking laws on the one side, and a regulatory framework which delivers those laws, which supports ease of doing business, and at the same time ensure that the objectives of those laws are vigorously promoted along with innovation. And when we talk of forward-looking laws, innovation is a part and parcel of that requirement. But unfortunately, the Pesticide Management Bill 2019 has been a disappointment. If I was to ask a lawyer to compare the Insecticides Act, which has been in use in India for the last 50 plus years, and the Pesticide Management Bill, and I've got it done by a very reputed lawyer who understands this particular legislation, there is very little new in the new PMB. So if there is nothing new, it implies two things. A, that it doesn't bring about that forward-looking vibrancy of being facilitative on the one side, and on the other hand, it demonstrates that it is not really learned what were the shortcomings of the law that currently govern the insecticide pesticides business. And very briefly, I would like to raise 3-4 points. That, for example, number one, current pesticide management bill, as PMB as we call it, has no place to encourage the introduction of new, safe and more effective innovative products for the Indian farmers. And I need to labor on this very long because of what my colleague from the CropLife International, Siangli Tan, has just explained in his presentation, that if the farming activities, the productivity has to grow on the one side, and the industry has to grow and become a global hub, we need to allow quickly the introduction of newer technologies, allow companies to use their data for proper stewardship and not be stolen by some fly-by-night operators, which is what unfortunately the Insecticide Act has allowed to be done in this country. So the ability to introduce newer, safer molecules is not being built into the PMB at all. Even on the second point, recently our present government is very committed to reduce and remove all criminality in legislation. And it did that in the Companies Act. And therefore, it surprised me that in the PMB, not only criminality is there, but some of the punishments have been raised to such preposterous levels, if I may use that word, Honorable Minister Sir, that it surprised and shocked most of us in the industry. The third point, there is nothing in this legislation where we have learned our lessons of the existing Insecticides Act, which would help in preventing the introduction and sale of substandard and spurious pesticides, which has now become a problem of unbearable proportions. There are documentary evidences, Government of India surveys, and details and data where it is said that 40% of the business of pesticides is in substandard and spurious products, because the legislation that exists has failed to control it. And what is more tragic is that the PMB has not addressed this at all. The other important thing is what happens these are the one or two key points, because I don't want to spend too much time on going point wise in this. We are very fortunate, I would say here, that that the government has decided to send the bill to a parliamentary standing committee for review. And if the parliamentary committee is going to review it, that means at least the industry has one opportunity to explain its viewpoint and try and see what best amendments can be brought. Quite frankly, I do believe that one or two small features that are there in the PMB which are new can easily be incorporated in the current Insecticides Act. What is really needed is to completely revamp the way the law is being administered. To begin with, the registration committee should be completely revamped with peer-level technical experts who are independent and are beyond the possibilities of administrative or political influences, and political influences and interferences, which is happening in sheer technical and science-based safety and efficacy issues. Things like this must be prevented for the future of this country. And we need to revamp the entire cell, or what you call the registration system, to ensure that there is technical competence, there is administrative competence and skills. Just to mention, sir, and to my friends, many of you would know it. Do you know that the registration committee does not even maintain the list of registrations it has issued? And this is a reply given to us in an RTI application where the registration committee said, we do not maintain the list of registrations issued. You can access the information from the website with effect from 1st April 2003, where the minutes of the registration committee are being uploaded. The minutes are only uploading what is allowed for registration. And can you imagine a highly serious requirement of a registration? The registration authorities do not know how many registrations they've issued. And that is where you see how this confusion moves forward. You go to the RC website today, they say they have registered pesticides to about 5,700 companies or firms. But if you ask the registration committee, the information given in the parliament is 2,024 companies are registered for pesticide manufacture. When the registration committee asks for data, only 314 respond, because the registration committee said, if you don't respond, we'll cancel your registration. But only 314 respond. My question is, what is going on here? We need to completely revamp the system, bring about the use of technology. And it saddens me when we have a prime minister who is so totally driven by innovations, by technology, and yet we are working on first generation computers to arrive to get benefits for fourth generation requirements. This cannot happen. We have to think the entire system needs to be completely revamped and reformed. I have to say, however, that the government of India appointed a committee, a steering committee, to look at 24 champion sectors. One of them is the agrochemical sector, and I had the core group, and so is Sagar in that core group. And we are trying to bring about the requisite reforms, despite the unfortunate fact that there are a couple of companies within the country who are not interested to let the Indian farmers enjoy newer technologies, and they are working very hard at it to prevent it in one way or the other, which is the most unfortunate part. And that is going to be a major impediment in the growth of this industry, and therefore the growth of the use of agrochemicals, and therefore the growth of productivity of agriculture. So these are some of the challenges we are facing. But if the government of India can look at what are the global practices and realize that if we want to make the agrochemical sector a global supply hub, then ladies and gentlemen, we must adopt global practices. Our rules, regulations, and business practices must be globally compliant. We have to be top in quality. And let me tell you, this is a very important point. We have a very challenging situation ahead of us. We have to create a strong brand value in the name of India. And that is necessarily not there. We have it in some countries, but it's not like, oh, it's a Japanese product, it has to be good. I'm sorry, we haven't reached there. And that has to be our ultimate objective. And that needs a lot of work, a lot of governmental intervention, a lot of scientific inputs, and a lot of revamp at different levels so that we can work with the best brains for the best outcomes and be globally competitive and globally compliant. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think not to repeat, but we do recognize that you have brought that this new PMB, it is not forward-looking at all, and there are a lot of missing areas there. Sometimes people realize even the existing bill perhaps delivers better policy than the new one, and but parallelly, you also shared the good news that the industry will have the opportunity to share our thoughts with the select committee. And we do hope that that might bring some new wisdom, new information to change the current scope of the bill. Brand India is a great idea, I think, and especially from the Ministry of Chemicals and Petrochemicals. I think it is definitely in their targets. In the last years, the initiatives have been taken, and I know that in the forthcoming India Chem, more and more opportunities will be availed. This is what we know in the earlier meetings, within with the ministry. So thanks a lot, and now I would really request Mr. Rajesh Kumar Agarwal, respected Secretary, Department of...
Rajesh Chaturvedi. Secretary Chemicals?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Rajesh Kumar Chaturvedi ji, Secretary, Department of Chemicals and Petrochemical, and to kindly give your address.
Thank you, Sagar. Thank you. Honorable Shri D.V. Sadanand Gowda ji, Minister of Chemicals and Fertilizers, Dr. Sangeeta Reddy, President FICCI, officers from the central and the state governments, industry captains, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to be the part of 9th Agrochemicals Conference with the objective for the growth of agrochemicals to contribute towards $5 trillion economy by 2025. Agriculture, as we know, agriculture plays a crucial role in the Indian economy. India is the largest producer of spices, pulses, milk, tea, cashew nuts, jute, and the second largest in the wheat, rice, fruits, vegetables, and many others. Agriculture inputs like seeds, fertilizers, and agrochemicals play a major role in increasing the agricultural productivity. As per the industry estimates, every year, crop losses in India due to pests and diseases accounts for around 15 to 20% of the total output in the country. It necessitates emphasis on crop protection chemicals, particularly insecticides, fungicides, herbicides, and others, to protect the crop and post-harvest produce during storage and transport. However, with average consumption of pesticides comparatively low in India, agrochemical sector has huge unrealized potential for growth. Chemicals and petrochemicals industry occupies a pivotal position in meeting basic needs and improving quality of life, and currently ranks 6th in the world with a total contribution of around 3% of the global chemical market. Department has envisioned that sector should contribute 200 billion US dollar to 1 trillion US dollar manufacturing economy by 2025. Department has also set the vision 2024 to seize enormous opportunity to establish India as a leading chemical and petrochemical manufacturing hub with a thrust on reduction in import dependency, attracting investment for manufacturing quality chemicals with focus on sustainability. In order to achieve Honorable Prime Minister's vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat, it is important to build a sense of pride in the chemicals and petrochemicals industry's capability in contributing to the economic growth of the country. We proactively address the challenges faced by agrochemical sector and facilitate the creation of a conducive environment for the growth and development of the sector. In the chemicals and petrochemical sector, the domestic market demand of certain critical products is in excess of local manufacturing capacity, leading to dependence on imports to meet the domestic requirements. I would like to take the support and involvement of the industry through FICCI for making India self-reliant by increasing the manufacturing of the critical products and reducing the excessive dependence on imports. DCPC has constituted an investment promotion cell and project development cell with objective to attract global investors and facilitate them to take investment decisions. As the economy is recovering from the damage caused by the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic, the chemicals and petrochemicals industry has shown resilience and converted it into an opportunity to reach the next level. Further, growth seems inevitable due to vision of Honorable Prime Minister of India, an outcome of various reforms and initiatives undertaken by Government of India, namely Make in India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, move towards second green revolution, infrastructure and digital connectivity. Agrochemicals is largest sub-segment of the Indian specialty chemicals market. Presently, India is the 4th largest producer of agrochemicals pesticides after US, Japan, and China, with total production of pesticides over 38,000 crore, out of which pesticides over 18,000 crores value are exported every year. Research and development and innovation should be among the top priority for us. These are key drivers for the growth in the sector and will supplement the efforts of the industry in the global value chain. Industry's safety and sustainability should be a priority to safeguard the long-term global value chain. It is highly significant to develop a mechanism to make India's agrochemicals industry a global brand. Indian agrochemical manufacturers have enough capacity and innovative product portfolios to support farmers. Government of India, while taking steps on increasing agricultural productivity, is also focusing on doubling the farmers' income. Being vocal for local and low-cost indigenous manufacturing is imperative to make new products available to the farmers at affordable prices. We also have advanced pesticide technical and formulation research capabilities. Further investment in the sector will offer great opportunity to increase capacity for exports. It is very encouraging to see an increasing number of companies in India collaborating with other industry players to create a green and sustainable manufacturing sector. We should come up with innovative ideas for production of agrochemical products which are advanced and globally competitive. This will benefit import substitution and expand our exports. We should work together to make a win-win situation for all the stakeholders. At this occasion, I would like to inform that 11th edition of IndiaChem 2021 would be organized from 17th to 19th March 2021 with the theme IndiaChem 21 towards a self-reliant chemicals and petrochemicals industry. The event will be jointly organized by Department of Chemicals and Petrochemicals and FICCI. As agrochemicals industry is a champion sector, so to keep the spirit high, the event will especially focus on agrochemicals industry, and the sector-specific discussions will also be held along with the global industry leaders to take the industry to the next higher level. IndiaChem event will give an opportunity for the global chemicals and petrochemicals industry to understand better the opportunities that exist in our country. It will represent an opportunity to attract state-of-the-art technology and best global practices, technical know-how, and machinery and process control equipment, projects, and services. I also seek the support of the industry in making IndiaChem 2021 a successful event next year. At the end, I must congratulate FICCI for their efforts to bring forth the key role played by agrochemical sector in driving economic growth. I wish FICCI the best wishes for the endeavor for this event. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Manoj.
Thank you, sir. It looks like that there's some issue with the moderator, Mr. Sagar Kaushik. Now it is my pleasure to invite our chief guest today, Dr. Sadanand Gowda, Honorable Minister for Chemical and Fertilizer. I request you to kindly please, sir, address the gathering. Honorable Minister.
Good evening to everybody. I am very sorry that I could not fully concentrate on the deliberations of the day because I have tested COVID positive and I'm in home quarantine. But in spite of that, I thought that it is my duty to participate at least in the this session so that I can hear the ideas that has been placed by the industry captains. And it is my responsibility to take care of all the initiations that has been taken by FICCI to organize this mega event. So within few minutes, I will I would like to place before you the ideas which is there in my mind. President FICCI, Dr. Sangeeta Reddy ji, Mr. R.G. Agrawal ji, Salil Singhal ji, my secretary R.K. Chaturvedi ji, other speakers of the day, officers from the center and various state governments, industry captains, media friends, ladies and gentlemen. Really, it gives me immense pleasure to address such an august gathering on the 9th Agrochemical Conference 2020. I am told that there has been interactive, energetic, and knowledge-based deliberations throughout the day, seeing the entire chain of the stakeholders available on a single platform till this hour of the day. That itself shows the zeal of the industry stakeholders to take the sector to the next highest level. We should once again appreciate the efforts of the FICCI to create an opportunity for all of us and providing us this platform for the meaningful discussions. As we are all aware that the chemical industry has made immense contribution to human life, backed by rich heritage of innovation. This industry cannot afford to be indifferent as it gears up to meet the needs of the day and challenges of tomorrow. This industry's role starts from the food we eat, clothes we wear, and it also caters several other basic needs of life. Agrochemicals being directly treated with food value chain and agriculture, it plays an important role in overall Indian economy while being part of the specialty chemicals category. Agriculture being the backbone of Indian economy and agrochemicals are recognized as an essential input for increasing agriculture production and preventing crop loss. Before and after harvesting, crop protection solutions enable farmers in fruit production process to increase crop yield and output. The Indian agrochemical industry has huge unrealized potential for growth due to very low level of agrochemical consumption as compared to the global norms. Therefore, the role of agrochemicals in achieving the vision of 5 trillion economy by 2025 cannot be undermined, as it not only ensures food security, provides livelihoods, but also provides impetus to the growth of industries and service sector. However, while focusing the tap unrealized potential, we must also ensure that the use of agrochemicals remains judicious and sustainable for the environment. India's capacity in low-cost manufacturing, the availability of technically trained resources, seasonal domestic demand, overcapacity, better price realization, and a strong presence of generic pesticide manufacturing are the major factor boosting the agrochemical growth. Government has encouraged the use of manures, pesticides, and biofertilizers in the agriculture land. The present government under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji aims to boost the income of farmers, enhance their purchasing power, and encourage the balanced use of fertilizers in the farmlands. With the increase in agriculture income, this would also give a boost to many non-agricultural sectors with significant share of rural customers. Government's focus on strengthening the sector by supporting industry with the development, adoption of new technologies and techniques. We must make well-informed strategic changes and restructure the business to navigate this uneven demand scenario until the threat of the pandemic is over and the industry dynamics returns to pre-outbreak levels. Certainly, I do appreciate the comments made by Mr. Singhal with regard to the reforms as far as the pesticide sector is concerned. The recent reforms that we wanted to bring, of course, the matter has been referred to the standing committee, wherein it will be deliberated. Certainly, you captain's suggestions. The whole legislation will not be in a position to that can be implemented in a proper manner, and it will suit the needs of the hour. Agrochemical industry should now focus on developing new process and products with sustainability as the core principles. This requires developing a collaborative platform in which academia, government, and the regulatory bodies, farm associations, manufacturers, and farmers, we all should come together to promote safe and judicious usage of pesticides. Thus, it would be remiss on my part if I do not thank FICCI for creating such a platform where all the important stakeholders from across the globe have come together even in the time of this pandemic to help the sector to grow and give a new reformative measures as far as all the issues are concerned. My ministry is geared up for taking all the required initiations to support the stakeholders of the industry and facilitate the investments required for agrochemicals industry to realize the true potential. I hope the deliberations of this conference would certainly provide valuable takeaways for mending future of this industry, and we are certainly work with the industry, and the industry captains are at liberty to give us all sorts of their feedbacks so that this industry should grow in a right manner, and you should take the challenges of the day, and our department will certainly cooperate with all the industry captains, and we will take the help of FICCI in our future endeavors. Thank you. Thank you, Nina.
Yeah. Thank you very much, sir. And once again, thanks a lot that despite that you were home quarantine, but still you motivated us and us to be present in this forum. And I think your address has been so much motivating for the industry that you, first of all, there is really a genuine recognition for the role of agrochemicals, not only from the industrialization or activities in the country, but the way agrochemicals are supporting the entire agriculture value chain, whether it is for the pre-harvest or even after the post-harvest, the agrochemicals are playing their substantial role in protecting the yield. And eventually, if we are able to save 100 rupees of the food, the calculation says 12 rupees will directly go to the income of the farmers. So that's the position today, the kind of role agrochemical play even in the post-harvest areas. But the new thing and the new aspirations, expectations besides this manufacturing part is in the area of the sustainability and the safety aspects which respected secretary also brought in. I can assure you that this subject of bringing the manufacturing to the next level, but keeping the sustainability areas very much in the focus is actually industry is pretty much committed to that. There will be more specific meeting in your ministry and also in the Ministry of Environment, where we cover these aspects as one of the important agenda topics. My own company, the UPL in Gujarat, we have opened a center of excellence for the manufacturing safety. And the purpose there is not looking at the safety for our own processes, but in the entire area of the industry sector that is brought together, because we know that in the next 5 years or 10 years, how many chemical engineers need to be trained with regard to the safety aspects, because the industrialization and the safety aspects have to move together in terms of the awareness, education, etc. So, sir, we on behalf of the industry, I definitely want to assure you that the industry is pretty much committed to a few things. That is the import substitution and end-to-end manufacturing part will be visible very soon more than already whatever exists in our country with regard to the agrochemicals. And thanks a lot for the special support that you are considering for agrochemical, the champion sector, also for the PLI scheme. And I think this PLI scheme is going to be, first of all, it is bringing a conversation within each of the industry member that what all individually they can do. And when we make the conclusion in our company, we find that our investment number already go up. So you can imagine that, this that you are bringing in as an input to the industry. And by the time the PLI scheme comes, I think mentally the key industry members would be ready to already double the investment. So I think this collaborative approach and the support that we are getting within your ministry is going to really bring the agrochemical industry really to the next level. So thank you very much.
Mr. Kaushik, I just wanted to say a line of special thanks to Mr. Gowda. Namaste
Yes,
again,
madam.
Mr. Gowda. We truly appreciate the fact that despite your being positive, you have joined us and given so much inspiration. It's
Thank
truly
you.
a very special gesture.
Thank
Thank you very much. And
you.
you have doubly motivated us with this.
Thank
Namaste
you.
and thank you very much. We look forward to calling on you. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
And Honorable Secretary as well. Namaste and thank you very much.
Yeah. Okay, so so may I now hand over the proceedings to Manoj back?
So I now request Mr. Rahul Dhanuka to propose the vote of thanks. Mr. Rahul.
Thanks, Manoj. And once again, thanking Honorable Minister Shri D.V. Sadanand Gowda sir for being here at this hour in the evening and inspiring us all with your kind words and your generosity. Sir, I would again like to endorse the views shared by our industry doyens and leaders. And under your leadership, sir, your leadership is imperative, your attention is imperative for bringing policy initiatives to make this industry what it is and to support the Indian agriculture to move towards 5 trillion economy. Once again, thanking you, sir, for your kind presence this evening. I would like to take this opportunity to thank Dr. Sangeeta Reddy for being here with us this evening and leading this session and guiding us, the agrochemical sector, to move forward. My thanks are due to Shri Rajesh Kumar Chaturvedi, Secretary, Department of Chemicals, and his guidance on making India self-reliant and reducing dependence on imports, while research and development and innovation being the growth driver. Sir, once again, on the behalf of industry, our endorsement of your views with your guidance of safety and sustainability being a cornerstone. I would like to thank Mr. Siang Hitan for those words which are echoing globally. We can work from home, but the farmer cannot work from home. We need to pay attention to farmers' need in all our deliberations and balance R&D investments with Atmanirbhar Bharat and Make in India. Sir, Salil sir, it's always a pleasure to listen to you. You talking about PMB and guiding the House on how PMB, any law, should be forward-looking, and your emphatic and unequivocal mention of how the current legislation, current offer, is not forward-looking. My thanks to Mr. R.G. Agarwal for creating this entire event with FICCI, and my thanks to Mr. Sagar Kaushik and his special words on innovation and invention. I would like the House to recall once again the words of Chairman and Managing Director of Hindustan Insecticides Limited, that even he took 7 years to get a registration from CIBRC. That is where the attention for this session, which is labeled as the impact and role of policy and regulations in rising the bar of Indian agriculture sector, is required. I'm inviting the attention of the House once again towards that. Thanking once again all the panelists, all the speakers, and our Minister, Mr. Shekhawat ji today, and all the panelists today for making this day so powerful and so inspiring. FICCI team, Manoj ji, Mr. Shinoy, and everyone else, thank you so much for making it possible for all of us to be here and do these deliberations. Thank you.
Thank you, Rahul. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Secretary Sir. With this, we conclude the today 9th Agrochemical Summit of FICCI on the virtual platform. We hope next year we will meet you physically, the way we used to meet every year on in Delhi, some hotel. And with that, we thank you very much once again for the support of all of us to FICCI, and we look forward to work with you in the future. Thank you.